ladies and gentlemen, Larry Dean.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Love you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming, guys. Genuinely, really, really appreciate it. Before I start, I'll just let you all adjust to my face. I look quite intense, don't I? I look like Medusa if she was in Train Spotting. Actually, my mate summed up perfectly. My mate went, "You look like Voldemort on a come down." Pleasure to be back in Glasgow. Also, this bit at the beginning, I get to let the people watching at home find the subtitle button. This is why it's great gigging in Glasgow, like in Scotland as well. Just the fact that I don't have to watch too much what I say. Like, because usually if I do gigs in England, I can see audience members going, "Oh my God, I'm going to have to concentrate now." I'll just smile and nod, that'll be enough. And when Americans hear my accent, they're like, "Oh my God, you're from Scotland? I'm from Dublin as well." But now that I'm gigging in Scotland, you're just looking at me going, "Are you Catholic or Protestant?" It's a weird thing, because the Scottish accent is an odd thing, right? Because it's like, it's funny, but also, when you go overseas, people can't understand you. But when you go overseas and you're single, that's when it comes into its own. If you're single and you go overseas and you're from Scotland, you get a good exchange rate. I'm not talking about the value of the pound, I'm talking about the value of the pounding. Because you might be a munter on this island, but if you go to America or Australia and you just talk, you're immediately like a 9 out of 10, man. But you go overseas, I used to find myself walking into nightclubs in Australia and I would become more Scottish than I'd ever been in my life. I'd be like, "Oh, what is it, a ball bag? Geez, a swatch of that, man." I can see the Aussies going, "Crikey, he is so exotic." He looks like Ewan McGregor, but he sounds like Shrek. That laugh is amazing, by the way. I'm hearing it and I feel like I'm doing the bleep test. It's probably why I'm nervous. I'm a bit like, "Oh God." I'm going to start the show in a second, by the way. I'm not actually starting it. When you hear the opening line of the show, you'll be like, "Ah, I get why I didn't start with that line." But I'll start the show now. So I was having a wank in Dubai. It's a good place to masturbate, and I was just outside having some lunch, lowered my cutlery and went, "It's time." That's enough vitamin D, time for some vitamin me. And I went up to my room, right, and I sat at the side of the bed and I opened up my laptop to watch some gay porn, because I'm gay. Oh, sorry, did that hit you, by the way? Oh, all right, oh God, oh, that's how you catch it. one bit of a party pop, and you're like, cock. I was so worried that was not going to pop. I don't think there's anything sadder than when a party popper doesn't pop. You know when like the party popper pops, but the party stays inside. Put that down there. Okay. So I was trying to watch some Welcome to the Homosexual Community, and are you nodding? Are you already a member? Rainbow socks. Yeah. Look. All right. Yeah. So having your badge on your chest is such a straight person thing to do. Like, I love how you go for the socks as well as if someone going, "Hey, are you gay?" Yeah. Look at this. Good for you having the rainbow socks. Actually, who is gay? Oh, cool. Like 5 or 6 of us, cool. And are you human? All right. Can I borrow one of those socks? I hope you've got tomorrow off. This might take a while. Right, so I opened up my laptop, tried to watch some of the gay porn because I'm gay, and I don't need to keep clarifying that. I don't think anybody will watch this and think, oh, he's straight, but he watches gay porn. Very progressive of you. Well done. But I was trying to watch some gay porn, but I couldn't because it was blocked. It's illegal to be gay in Dubai, right? Which is actually weird. There's gay bars in Dubai. Not gay bars, prisons. But since the gay porn was blocked, I had to watch some of the straight stuff. Long-time listener, first-time caller. It's very weird watching straight porn as a gay Catholic. I was wanking and I was thinking, my dad would be so proud of me right now. It's a weird thing though, because I actually don't blame people in Dubai for being homophobic because they've kind of been brainwashed into thinking that way. Like, because I used to be homophobic. I hated myself for ages because I got brought up as a Catholic and I thought homosexuality was wrong and evil. Now I just think it's naughty. But I think most gay people have that thing of getting over the initial shame of it. Like, my shame run deep, by the way, because I was so Catholic and so ashamed of who I was that I thought of going to a Pray the Gay Away camp. And I know, but you know what you think of Pray the Gay Away camps? It's weirdly a catchy name. The name sounds gay friendly, like, oh, you're going to pray the gay away? Not today, but okay. You know that thing of if something rhymes, people think it's true? I think if the word gay was a word that had no rhyme, there wouldn't be as many camps for it. If the word gay was like a word like orange that has no rhyme, there wouldn't be as many camps. Also, if gay people were called orange people, we'll get more pride parades in Scotland and Northern Ireland. But Pray the Gay Away camps, they are so weird, man, right? And you can look this up when you go home, right? What they do is they measure you using a Kinsey scale, which is a scale of 1 to 6 of how gay you are. It's like, who measures anything 1 to 6? It's either 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. What must have happened is, it was originally 1 to 5. And somebody's turned up and they were just so gay. Oh my God, he's a 6. It truly is the number of the beast. Just some guy looking like an inflatable man outside of a car dealership. Like. I'm so glad I didn't go, obviously, but also I'm glad I didn't go, because if I went and it worked, that'd be awful. Because coming out of the closet is quite difficult, but going back in, that must be a mission. I remember actually, see when I was, back when I was straight, loads of my mates used to call me a big poofter, and as soon as I came out as gay, they just stopped calling me it. I could not be straight again. I wouldn't be able to handle the homophobia. After the shame thing you get over, then you have gay people tend to have an identity crisis. The ones I know, I had an identity crisis. Basically, before I came out as gay, I was like, I have to be as straight acting as possible. Right? You know, that straight acting thing, right? And then as soon as I came out as gay, I was like, oh, I can be myself. And I was like, who am I? And so then I went really far the other way and I tried to be camp. And I used to like go around with my wrists down. And I know I don't look camp, I just look ill. I did that for a while and I got to go to Disneyland for free, so it wasn't all bad. But nobody thought I was gay, right? So I started putting my bum out as well. That's my problem. If I was camp, I would just look like a dinosaur. Just walking down the road like that. Oh, there's a sail on. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. Just going like that there. Stay still. His vision is based on movement. Are you okay? Okay, cool. Sorry. How was my flirting? Was that all right? Can I see your socks? I think the reason why I don't blame people in Dubai is because you can always learn something from somebody that you disagree with. I found that the same year that I was wanking in Dubai, I went out for tea with two murderers. Murderers. Murders. One of them's my mate, by the way. My mate Zane, nice guy. Just so you know, it was in self-defence, right? To be fair to Zane. Also, I was friends with Zane before he murdered somebody. I didn't just see somebody getting brutally murdered on the street and I was like, oh, nice one, pal. Fancy a pint? It was in self-defence, and I've been friends with him ever since I was a kid. And the way that this country works is if you do something bad, you go to jail for a bit, you get let out of jail once you're rehabilitated, and if you don't have any friends when you get back out of jail, you're more likely to reoffend. But loads of guys I went to school with, like really posh fuckwits, right? Really entitled guys were like, oh no, I can't, they had that posh Glasgow accent. The one that just sounds like you're trying to yawn, but you can't quite finish it off. Scottish posh people I always think are the worst because they're not even nose breathers, not mouth breathers. For some reason, they're teeth breathers. And they were going, I can't be friends with Zane anymore, Larry. I know it was in self-defence, but if my employer finds out that I'm friends with a murderer, I'll lose my job. So I can't be friends with Zane anymore because I'll lose my job. And I'm like, somebody's died in this situation and you're somehow making you the victim. Like, people need support when they get back out. And the way it happened was Zane was outside of a pub having a cigarette, and this guy started attacking him. And when he started attacking Zane punched him. And when he punched him, it was at the side of the head, so the guy fell to the floor. But you know, if you're in a car accident, the paramedic will be like, you might seem fine now, but you could have brain damage. Well, that's what happened to the guy, right? He died the next day in hospital. It's a really tragic and regrettable thing that happened. So we went to Starbucks. I was the first one to arrive, right? Because Zane only gets one weekend out once a month, right? And I get excited when I'm going to see him. And when I was sat waiting for Zane to arrive, I got a text message from him. It said, "Hey man, looking forward to seeing you. Is it okay if one of my friends from inside comes along?" And I thought, well, I can't really say no, because Zane might get a bit defensive. So I text him back with, "Yeah, that sounds great. Looking forward to seeing them too." And Zane texts back with, "Brilliant. This is Danny's first day out in 10 years." So immediately I start Googling on my phone. I start going, what do you have to do to get 10 years in prison? Because I'm thinking, I have no idea what this guy's done. Like, maybe, because he's got more time than Zane, so maybe he's murdered someone, but he does it on purpose. And I thought, 10 years, and I thought, oh God, maybe he's a paedophile. Larry Dean goes for a green tea with a pedo. That's not a good PR move. I could lose my job over this. And murderers or not, it's still a stressful thing. Mixing friends, it's always stressful. You know what I mean? Because we've all been to a stag or a hen do, and we've met our friends' other friends, and then we stop liking that friend. It's like, ugh, you're different around them. I'm not going to your wedding anymore. I always usually have to do that in relationships, you know, like when you have to meet their friends and that. Like, because I'm finding that now, because I got in a relationship during COVID, and I met my boyfriend through a friend, but it wasn't like in a gay bar or on Grindr. Gay bars in Glasgow, though, like they tend to be more intimidating than in other cities. Like if you go to a gay bar in Glasgow and you drop your phone, you're just gonna have to kick it home. The thing is, it's also like during lockdown, it's a difficult time to get in a relationship because you're trapped in the same house. It's like The Shining every single day. And we had arguments, because every couple argues, unless you're creepy. You know those couples that you meet, they never argue, and they glide up to you at parties being like, we never ever argue. Looking at them and you're thinking, one of you is going to be on the news someday. But I'm trying to do that as well. Also, because, like, you know what? By the way, in case any straight people are wondering, because a lot of my straight mates are like, oh, you're in a relationship with another guy. Oh, man, that must be better. You must just watch football and bum all day. It's like, no, I wish. Every relationship has the exact same dynamic. Whether you're gay or straight, it's always the same dynamic. Every relationship is always made up of an organised person and a disorganised person. And I can see who's in a relationship because you're now looking at each other going, you'd be living in a bin if it wasn't for me. The reason why you get together is because organised people are attracted to disorganised. Because the first time they see them, they fall for a trick. Because they go, wow, they're so laid back. They must have everything organised. And then a few months passes, the smoke screen leaves you, and you're just left going, how are you not dead yet? And by this this point, it's too late because you're thinking, I wonder if I should break up with them because I thought they'd be organised, but in fact they're disorganised and I'm having to organise my life and their life. I'm exhausted. I haven't slept ever since I met them. Oh my, maybe I should break up with them. I can't break up with them. I've made plans for us both. It's going to totally ruin that spreadsheet I made for us. I'm the disorganised one in the relationship. You probably can tell. Big surprise. Well, you can usually tell. If you can't tell which one you are, organised people usually give themselves away in an argument, right? Because if you're like... Right, organised people, by the way, I love you. But... you're organised. No, I need you. I need you in my life. But when organised people are in arguments, and I'm sorry for this next bit, but in arguments, you're so sweet. I don't want to say anything bad about organised people, and please do. Okay, cool. Fucking bitch. You're American as well, yeah? Oh, cool. I could hear from your accent. Yeah, I know. I love as well. I called you a bitch and you laughed and you're almost in a kind of American kind of thing of, oh my God, Scottish culture. Come on, get on with it and call me. I can't. Come on. In arguments, organised people have this ability that freaks disorganised ones out. In an argument, organised people do the thing of they don't have to argue about things at the time. They can store them up. It's almost like they've got a box in their brain. Oh, I didn't like that comment there. It's not big enough for an argument now, though. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take the comment that you just said, I'm going to put it into this box, and then when we have a big argument, that'll be the ammo. There's no room for context in the box, I'm afraid. Intent doesn't fit in there either. I'm getting used to the thing of being in a relationship because I've been single for like a year and a half, and that's what I want. I was like, I want to be in a relationship. I want to get called special by somebody and them not do the air quotes. Oh man, there's one thing you have to learn in a relationship, I've noticed, is when your partner comes home from work and tells you about their day. That's fine. Don't mind that at all. But you know when they start telling you about the person that they work with that they don't like? And the number one rule is you have to take your partner's side. Even though the other person is probably right. But in order for you to take your partner's side, your partner, when they're quoting that other person, will give them the bitchiest voice ever. They'll be like, oh God, you never guess what Sandra said to me today. I was like, hi Sandra, can you please take your stuff out of the fridge? Because it is actually my fridge. And you wouldn't believe what Sandra said to me then. She was all like, that's my injections and I've got diabetes. And I was like, oh, but Sandra, please, it's getting in the way of my sticky toffee pudding. It's inconvenient. And you wouldn't believe what Sandra said then. She was all like, excuse me, I don't want to die today. And you're listening to this, and you're thinking, if you were to read the transcript of that conversation, you'd be like, I think Sandra had a point here. But you can't say that, because who knows what voice they would give to you. That's one of the main rules of the relationship. I never expected as well to go out with a posh person with a job. Well, my mum's very posh. She's a posh Scot. My mum talks like this. If you've never heard a posh Scot talk before, it is like this. So my mum sounds like a whale. She's one of those posh people that don't seem to have any bones. Like, you know the ones you see them like gliding through Waitrose, like. I have to do that again because you won't know what Waitrose is in America. Gliding through the mall. My mum's so I love her laugh though, right? Her laugh's amazing. And I know you're not going to think it's that amazing compared to other ones we've heard tonight. Amazing if it was actually just somebody with a YouTube video on repeat of just somebody falling down a well. Just turn the lights on, it's just a truck reversing. But my mum's laugh is so funny, right? Because she only ever gives you one ha, and then her voice is extraordinary. It's just hee. So easy to find her at a party. Hee. Say that's your mum or a carbon monoxide detector. Sometimes you get a few ha's off of her. She'll be going, hee, 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 hee. I can never find her at the supermarket. I've only ever seen my mum like laugh her head off a few times. All the ha's come together very quickly. Like, hee. My dad was sat next to me and goes, Jesus, Mary, you sound like a metal detector. My dad's working class. I actually don't know what I am because my dad raised me working class in a middle class household. Basically, we had a cleaner, but we stole from her. But they are very funny. They've got good banter, my parents. Like, you know that mate, right? My parents are this, right? You know that mate that if they think you're wrong about anything, they'll bet you £10 on it. Being like, oh no, mate, you're completely wrong. Bet you a tenner. They bet on elections, which makes it more interesting when it's not going your way. At least, like, they always vote Conservative though. And obviously I'm not a fan, right? And I did try and change my mum's mind. I was like, Mum, why are you voting Conservative? And Mum was like, well, Larry, when you get older, you become more right-wing. That's why I think the Conservatives never win in Scotland. We do not live long enough. But they are very Catholic, though. That's probably why they vote that way. Because my mum and dad are Catholic, and I'm Catholic as well. Yeah, and obviously not a good Catholic now. Now I'm just an overqualified altar boy. So I hope I didn't offend any pedos in the audience with that joke. It's something you have to worry about is offending people now, isn't it? You have to worry about offending them. And the thing is, I actually wanted to be a squeaky clean comedian for a long time. Genuinely, I really wanted to. Or I can do it now. Right, hold on. I wanted to be this guy. Right, here we go. Yeah, right, here we go. I wanted to be this comedian. I wanted to be a London observational comedian. I tell you what's busy, guys. The underground. Where is everybody going? You could take a car, couldn't you? But a congestion charge. Get lost. I was in King's Cross the other day and I was like, King's Cross? Why doesn't the Queen cheer him up then? London observational comic. Hope you enjoyed him. He'll be back later. By the way, Scottish people, do you know that English people tend to think we're backwards? It's so weird, because when I moved down to England, loads of Londoners were like, oh my God, have you just moved down from Glasgow to London to escape homophobia? Are you a gay refugee in London? As the Scottish people are not homophobic, we've got a rule in this country. It's either you're a good cunt or a bad cunt. Your race, your gender, your sexual orientation doesn't play a part in it. But if you try and make that play a part in somebody else, you're a bad cunt. That's how we work it. It's a really simple system. I think, though, Scottish people just love proving other people wrong. We love it so much. I think we probably used to be homophobic, and then somebody told us that we were. We're like, all right, you think we're homophobic? I'm going to have sex with this man just to prove England's wrong. Oh, flower of Scotland, and will we see? We don't even need to use the word gay in Scotland. We've got... Scottish people have this strange ability. They can describe somebody as a homosexual by using any noun. All right, is that guy a bit of a blueberry? There's a set of maracas over there. English people can do it, but they can only use activities to describe somebody as gay. Be like, oh God, he's the kind of guy who likes to leave the windows open. Oh, Barry loves a fundraiser. Bet you wear your slippers round the house. I moved down to England a long time ago. I moved back and I had to live with my parents again. And oh man, the banter was too much. I had to move out again. See, living with my mum, that's the thing, right? My mum would take the piss out of me, which I'm fine with because I make fun of her voice. Because me and my mum don't always see eye to eye because hers at the side of her head. Whale joke. But my mum loves making fun of my stammer. I've got a stammer. Sometimes I have it. It just comes out randomly. It's time to see why I'm good at doing voices, because I had to cover up my stammer for ages. And my mum loves the fact I've got a stammer. I was on the phone to her yesterday, right, and she was at the shops. I was like, Mum, are you at the shops? I was like, yeah, I'm at the shops. What do you want? It's like, can you get me a sandwich and a muffin? Okay, I'll get you a sandwich and 23 muffins. No comeback to that, it was too good, I think. But the reason why I moved to England was because I nearly got in trouble with the law, which is why I've never been able to judge Zayn, because I had my own legal trouble. And before we start this story, just so you know, it's all made up. Me and my friends stole money from a bank. I can't say the name of the bank, obviously, so let's just call the bank Adam. So me and my mate stole money from Adam by taking money from the bank's accounts, like, because banks have their own accounts, and I took lots of things. We had somebody working in the bank, and I had such low self-esteem. I didn't want to take the money, but I was like, I'll have the money, and I can give it to people who I want to be my friend. It's so pathetic, though. That's self-esteem issues part one. I think it was because I was a virgin for too long. I think, like, that messes with your head. If you're a virgin for too long, like, you know there's a minimum age you can have sex at? There should be a maximum you have to have it by. If you're 20 and you've not lost your virginity, the government should get involved. Because sex is like chicken pox. If you don't get it when you're younger, it is going to scar you in later life. But it made me the most unconfident person. I hated myself for so long. I don't hate myself anymore, but I hated myself so much. Even like during sex, when I started having sex, I would pretend I was somebody else because I would feel sorry for the other person. Because I'd be like, ugh, you want to have sex with me? But I'm me. I would never have sex with me, so there's something wrong with you. So I would pretend I was somebody else during sex.
Have a guess who?
I've been going to Starbucks a lot recently, guys, and I've noticed something. I like my sexual partners the same way I like my coffee. Having someone shout out the wrong name when they give it to me. Speaking of Starbucks, when I was sat in Starbucks with Zane and Danny, by the way, if you're ever going out for tea with murderers, I'd highly recommend going to Starbucks because they've got big windows, CCTV, and they serve porridge, so they're comfortable as well. And when I was sat there with Zane and Danny, by the way, Danny was the most intense-looking person I've ever seen in my life. I know I look intense, but Danny had my kind of gaunt look, but his eyes never stopped moving. It was almost like there was a fly in there being like, all right, here you go. Up to today, man. Oh, that's nice. And Zane was like, Larry, why have you lost so much weight? Have you just been broken up with? Because those two are heavily linked for me. Like, Zane's always been my shoulder to cry on when it comes to relationships, even since the first one. Because when I started being in relationships and stuff, it was quite... You remember your first love? Quite an intense experience. Because you think, oh, I'll text them all the time. They'll love that. Do you remember that? It was like my first love. Oh, my God. You know when you see someone and you immediately go, oh, I love you, and we're going to have so many dogs together. I had that with this guy, and then one day, ghosted me. Never heard from him ever again. And I was like, oh, I know. And I was like, I thought those 2 dates went brilliantly. Ghosting, if you don't know, is you remove all communication from the other person. You block them on everything and you never hear from them ever again. And he ghosted me, right? And I don't want to like badmouth him or anything like that. So I'm not going to tell you his name, right? So let's just call him Royal Bank of Scotland. So now you know that entirely made-up story. Okay. So basically, I kind of thought, I was like, he ghosted me, and I felt so bad about him ghosting me. And this is the thing. See, when you break up with somebody, or they break up with you, you get feedback. You can be like, oh, I don't want to go out with you because... And then you tell them why, and that's feedback. You can be like, okay, cool, it's either I agree with that, that's fair enough, I can learn from that, or you can be like, you're just projecting your stuff on me. So when somebody ghosts you, you have to make up your own feedback. And that drives you nuts, because you're like, oh, what else is shit about me? I've got loads of things, I'm going to write them out all over the walls. And I thought, I need to get him to love me, because I love him. And I thought I could text him, right? He had blocked my number, but I got a new phone. So anyway, this is my text to try and win Adam's love back, right? And me and my mates sat and wrote this together. It was almost like a writer's room being like, oh, it's like a gangster meeting, like, oh, come on, we can do this. 1 kiss at the end? No, 2 kisses at the end. 2 kisses is blowjob territory, my friend. So here we go. This is the best text message, I thought, of all time. Hey, bud, comma. Am I formal or informal? Who knows? Hope you're good. I'm back from my tempestuous stint in Australia. It was fun hanging out before. It would be great to see you again if you're keen. I'm in London on the 8th to 10th of May. So if you're around, let's do this.
Oh, you poor thing.
All right, if you think that's bad, the last bit. Peace. And that's how I started doing the dinosaur noise when I read that back. When I put peace, I was like, that's the cringiest thing I've ever put at the end of a text message. But you know what? 3 days later, he texts me back. And I was like, Does 3 days, that's okay. It does take some time to assemble a group of writers together. And then he texts me back with this. Hey, Larry, comma, what a dick. Oh yeah, just so you know, there is obviously a nice way of letting somebody down. Ghosting's not one of them, and neither is this text message. Actually, you know what? I'll just read it, and you can be the judge. Okay, I'll be neutral. I'll just read it. Really sorry. I don't think meeting up's a good idea. I've been seeing somebody for a little while now and it's going really well. Can you believe the audacity? I wouldn't want to jeopardise that by seeing somebody that I saw once or twice. It was fucking twice. Even in a friendly setting, you're such a nice guy though. I hope we meet again. You're so brilliant. Shut up. Anyway. 10 years ago and it still doesn't sound any better. My therapist says I've made progress. I received that text message at night time and I text them back. But you know when you text somebody at night time, your texts are weirder? You don't even have to be drunk, but for some reason your texts are weirder and you read them back the next morning and you're like, damn moon! Because I text him with, I hope you drown in a fire. Right, see, by the way, see whenever I get broken up with, the reason why Zane asked about that was because whenever I get broken up with, I lose so much weight. I think it was because I was like overweight as a kid and then I get picked on for it. So whenever something bad happens, I'm like, oh, it must be because I'm fat. It's because I've got body dysmorphia. Like body dysmorphia, if you don't know, is like the way that you see me is not the same way I see myself. Right, so you're looking at me, you probably see a skinny white guy. A lot of the times I look at my reflection, I see a fat Chinese lady. And she usually says to me, go away and stop looking through my window. So after the whole, I'll just call him Adam, right? After the whole Adam breakup, after the whole Adam ghosting situation, I was like, I'm going to lose loads of weight. So I was losing so much weight. My self-esteem was so low. And it was before I came out as gay. So I couldn't tell people why I was sad. And I thought, I'm just going to have to tell people why I'm sad. And I told my parents, I came out to my parents because of that. And when I came out to my parents, I was sat at the kitchen table with them. And my dad was there and my mum was there. And I told them I was a bender. And it just went silent. And my dad stormed out of the room in a really bad mood. And I thought, oh man, they hate me now. It's going to be weird around the house because they're Catholic as well. I'm going to be the sinner of the family. And at that point, my dad came back into the room and then he handed my mum £10. And you know that thing, a lot of gay people do it. They come out as bisexual before they're ready to come out. And I thought, I'll just apologise. I'll say I'm bisexual because I was still feeling apologetic. I was like, Mum, Dad, it's fine. I'm bisexual. I'm not fully gay. I'm bisexual. And my favourite thing was watching my mum have to give my dad £5 back. Right, anyway, we'll go back to the murderers, right? And so when I was sat in Starbucks with Zane and Danny, right, and Zane was saying, Larry, why have you lost so much weight? Are you going through a breakup at the moment? And I thought, you know what, I'm not going to tell him this whole thing because I was trying to learn how to deal with it by myself. I'd already told Zane breakups before. He's usually my shoulder to cry on, but I thought I'll leave it. He's got his friend here. And I went, no, I'm still in a relationship, Zane. Yeah, I'm still in a relationship. And when I said that, Danny went, all right. Is your bird hot, eh? And I was just about to reach for my party popper. But I could see Zane's eyes open up really wide like that. And if somebody opens their eyes really wide like that when you're about to say something to someone, you go, well, I'm not going to say that anymore, am I? And I was thinking, why does Zane not want me to tell Danny that I'm gay? And I thought, oh, maybe that's what it is. Danny's in jail for gay bashing or something. He's one of these people that I've heard about that's committed homicide.
Larry stole that joke from me, I'll have you know. Lunge, an observational comic.
So I thought, you know what, it's okay, I can pretend to be straight, I can do this, because I did it for 23 years, and also I've been watching quite a lot of straight porn recently. And when I was wanking in Dubai,
sing along if you know the words. Wanking in Dubai, just wanking. That'll ruin Singing in the Rain for you.
So when I've noticed actually I'm hunching on this side because I'm talking about masturbation. Have you noticed that when men masturbate, they hunch over like that? Men look like cavemen when they masturbate, just like that. Like, the only thing a man ever looks like he's missing when he's wanking is a lantern. Actually, when women do it, right, I've never seen a woman do it before, but ladies, your PR is a lot stronger. Whenever you hear about female masturbation, it always sounds a lot more relaxing and exotic, like head back in the pillow eating a Bounty bar. I have no idea, maybe women do. What is that? That's what you do, isn't it? Like you're looking for Peter Pan. Actually, one more. All right, I like... like you're supplying the electricity for a dodgem. Loose change in a vending machine now. We can do it all night. Sorry. But yeah, it's a lot better. Because also when I was watching this, when I was in Dubai, and I was watching straight amateur porn in Dubai, because Dubai, as we've clarified, don't like people of my kind. They're not fans of level 6 strawberry cheesecakes. So I was watching the straight stuff, and I didn't like it, by the way, because it wasn't even amateur. Amateur porn is better. I think amateur's so much better. Because when you watch amateur porn, you go, oh, I could do that. Same reason why I like Scottish football. But the professional stuff's terrible, because they talk during it. I don't like that, man. See, when people talk during sex, it's so weird. Like, you know, because it's always the most obvious thing. Not like, you know, Edinburgh's the capital of Scotland. Right, okay, we may as well enjoy this bit, because I can't imagine they'll ever keep this in, right? But you know what?
But I was once watching this porno, right? And this is the epitome of how weird it is talking during sex, right? I was watching this porno. I'm so sorry. What's your name? Dawn. Nice to meet you, Dawn. I feel like I need to know your name for this, but... What do you do, Dawn? You're an actor? Okay, cool. Not that kind. Oh, good, because I was like, oh, technique, come on, tell us, Dawn. Right, so when I was... I can't even look at you, Dawn, I'm so sorry. Right, so when I was watching this porno, that's the bit, isn't it? Isn't it weird that I can talk about two murders, but this is the most difficult part of the show? Right, so when I was watching this porno, right, the person was doing this, they were going, oh, I'm tight. My bum hole is so tight. Like, of course you're tight. Everybody's bum hole is tight. If that wasn't the case, it would be chaos. That's the whole point of a bum hole, isn't it? Because bums are small on the outside and they're big when you get in. They're like Weatherspoons. So I was watching this straight amateur porn in Dubai, right, and doing my thing. And when I was doing it, a knock on the door happened. I thought, I better answer that door because they might have a key to the room. So I got up quickly and I put my willy down in between my legs, like tucked it. It doesn't usually go anywhere else. Oh, I better hide that. There we go. But I put my willy down in between my legs and I pulled my trousers up and I started walking towards the door like that. Like the way that your auntie dances at a wedding. Usually with one hand with sausage rolls and a napkin. Trying to get other people to do it with her. Like, oh, come on, Agnes, Simply the Best, it's your song. So I walked up towards the door like that, and I opened it up, and a guy was just standing there, and he handed me a chocolate bar, and then walked away. I still do not know to this day why he did that. I've never been so paranoid in my life, because I took the chocolate bar off him, shut the door, started walking around the room thinking, oh my God, maybe there's a camera in here. They've seen me watching straight porn, and now they're training me like a dog to do it again. Good boy. So I had this knowledge of straightness at the ready. And when I was sat in Starbucks with Zane and Danny went, is your bird hot, aye? I went, aye, Danny, she's really hot. Larry Dean, BBC News, Straightville. I found it mental though, right? Really weird. Because I was like, is your bird hot? Who has ever answered that question being like, no, she's a munter? And I assumed that was the end of the conversation, but Danny was insistent. He was like, oh, mate, right, so she's hot. See, when you're, doing your stuff, man, what's your position? And I was like, missionary? All right, I like doing them up the arse. Hear how the tables have turned. This mirror is distorted. And Zane went, I've got to go to the toilet, guys. Sorry. Which obviously is weird, apologising going to the toilet, but I could see Zane didn't want to leave me and Danny alone together because he's like, that situation is not going to work out well. It was almost like Zane needed to figure out the riddle of the fox, the chicken, and the seeds. So, all right, maybe if I take Larry to the toilet with me and leave him there, I'll go back and get Danny and then leave him there, take Larry back to the table. But Zane just left us. And when I was sat alone with Danny, I started getting more nervous because his questioning began to get more intense. You're like, so Larry, can I see a picture of your missus? And I was like, no, my phone is like, it's broke. And he's like, oh, all right. And I was like, aye. And I probably should have put my phone on silent at this point. And my phone did go off, right? And Danny looked right through me. It was just like that. His eyes stopped moving. And I was like, oh my God, he's going to kick the shit out of me now. I'm done for, I'm a dead man. But I realised there was 2 police officers in Starbucks at the time. And I was like, brilliant. He can't do anything while there's 2 police officers in Starbucks. And we're just sat in silence, me and Danny, right? Being sat in silence with somebody you don't know very well when you're mixing friends is a bit awkward. Imagine silence for a minute with a murderer. And I'm like, oh, he's going to kill me. And when the police officers were chatting, we could hear what they were saying. And one of them said to the other, oh man, he's such a poofter. Right? And obviously I heard that because it's got a buzzword in it. And I was like, poofter. I'm not okay with that. But I'm in the middle of something. Please stay there. And Danny went, excuse me, officer, did I just hear one of you say the word poofter? You're wearing a uniform, you should be setting an example. Using derogatory terms like that is unacceptable. I can complain about this. And I was like, oh, maybe Danny's not in jail for gay bashing after all. Maybe he's a paedophile, there's still hope. The police officers just ignored them and walked out, and I was like, oh man, I can't believe I've judged Danny the whole time. And I was like, Danny, mate, I'm really sorry. For some reason, when I was going to tell you I was gay, Zane did these big eyes, and I freaked out, and I thought you were a homophobe. Sorry for I thought you were in jail for gay bashing, to be honest, mate. Sorry for thinking you were a homophobe. And Danny went, I don't like gay people, I just hate police officers a lot more. And I thought, you know what, I'm okay with that because he's not murdering me. I'm better off than I was 5 minutes ago. And we ended up chatting, me and Danny, and we got on all right, and I learned something off of him. Well, first of all, my first question to Danny after that was, what were you in jail for? Because I thought I need to just know. Danny was in jail for tax evasion. Because he murdered his accountant. But we got on all right, and this is the thing, you can always learn something from somebody you disagree with, right? Because even though I don't agree with Danny being homophobic and I don't agree with him murdering his accountant, I learned something off him that day that I'm going to remember forever. Because Danny was supposed to do 8 years in jail, but he did 10 because he got caught smuggling stuff into prison. Danny was smuggling mobile phones that had porn downloaded onto them so the prisoners could watch porn. When I heard that, I thought, wow, next time I'm in Dubai...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage,
Yeah, that was me. I put a wee voice on so it seemed more legit. People just trust a posh English accent, man, you know? They trust it. I love gigging down south, gigging with posh English people. You know, they're always like, oh, where are you from? I'm like, oh, Glasgow. They're like, oh, Glasgow. Well, that's quite rough, isn't it? I'm always like, oh, yeah. You would not want to bump into me in a dark alley. Because you'd feel guilty about leaving me there. So, that is why. Oh my God, did everybody see the fog outside? Oh my God, it's so foggy out there. I don't understand fog. I don't. I was doing a gig in Belfast recently and I had to get a flight back, and I was sitting in the airport and I was looking at that TV screen in the airport that has the list of the flight information on it, and the whole screen went blank, and it was like, your flight has been indefinitely delayed due to fog, but I don't know anything about fog, so I had to Google it, you know. It's like, how long does it take the fog to lift? It's just a website about dealing with depression. Oh. I don't know how long you've spent in Belfast City Airport's departure lounge, but it came in handy. Very depressing. Oh my God, so nice to be here in Edinburgh. So cool, man. I'm from Glasgow, but I studied here. I went to university here. I studied journalism in Edinburgh for 9 months. And then I dropped out because I had a mental breakdown. And I had a girlfriend in Glasgow and I wanted to spend more time with her, so I dropped out of university, moved back to Glasgow. She left immediately. So I got into a college course that would get me back into the course that I dropped out of, but I dropped out of that as well. So I've just got so many good memories here, you know. It's a great time. It's absolutely lovely. I can't wait to film this here, man. I'm so excited. Do we have anybody come through from Glasgow for the show? Yeah. Well, how did you get here? Train? Yeah, train. Big time. Never get the bus. Oh my God, there's a sadness to the bus. You ever look past a bus driving past you and you look up into the window and you see a wee passenger? They're just like... feel like mouthing to them, like, are you okay? What's wrong? They're like, I'm on a bus. That's fair enough. Even the bus itself as a vehicle seems quite sad. Like, you ever see a bus just stopped at traffic lights and it's just like... what the fuck's happened to you, man? You been in a war or something? And it makes that wee sad bus noise. It's like... Did you just fucking sigh? Oh my God, man. You know, very nice being here, man. I live in Glasgow. I live with my girlfriend. She's Australian. We got an Aussie in? Yes. Whereabouts in Australia are you from? Brisbane. Oh, man. Brisbane. If you think it's a bin, that's up to you, man, but... I was trying to give you some self-respect. Wow. Whatever, brother. Brisbane, man. That's cool. My girlfriend's from Canberra. That's a shame, okay? He's not wrong. You know, he's not wrong. I've spoke to Australian people in Brisbane, Canberra, I should say. It's the capital, but it's bad. Yeah. Basically, Sydney and Melbourne couldn't decide who should be the capital of their country, so they just picked a random town in the middle and went, you're the capital. It's like if Glasgow and Edinburgh couldn't decide who should be the capital of Scotland, they went, do you know what, fuck it, Falkirk. You're the capital, Falkirk. You've got a big wheel, why not have Parliament? Yeah, Canberra being the capital, it's like if a guy's dick and a guy's brain couldn't decide who should be in charge of the body and went, do you know what, fuck it, the belly button. Just a wee oozy hole in the middle. You know, she's Australian, yeah, I have a tall, blonde Australian girlfriend, you know, and that surprises people. Surprised me. I never thought I would fall in love with a racist, but... head over heels. She's Australian, man, you know. She is taller than me, and I think that she's taller than me because she's Australian, you know. Because I've been to Australia, and generally Australian people are taller than Scottish people, and I think it's because they grow up with uninterrupted access to the sun. You know? So they just grow up, you know, like sunflowers. Whereas in this country, we just kind of grow in whatever direction we can. Like weeds through cracks in the earth, just like, please. That's why all our old people were shaped like that, you know, because they just kept going. Like, I love my granddad, but he stands as if he's been walking into the wind for decades. It's just like... All old people in Scotland have the posture of a prawn cracker. They're just... Every time I see my granddad, I just want to use his body to scoop up fried rice. Yeah. Dip him in curry sauce and take a bite. I restrain myself. But the desire is there. You know, she's fucking taller than me, man, you know. Yeah. Anyway, this I'm doing my stand-up show, and it's an existential scream of despair that the Scotsman has described as breezy. So. Sometimes you don't do the show you thought you were doing. I just turned 30. Just turned 30, man. You know. And I'm happy that I'm the age I am. Because it means that we all lost a year of our life to like lockdown and stuff, you know. So I lost being like half of 27 and half of 28. Great age to lose. Who gives a fuck? You know, I feel bad for like young people. I feel bad for people who lost being 18. Because that is an age you don't want to lose, man, you know? There's some stuff you can only do when you're 18. And then if you try and do it again when you're older, it's embarrassing. You know? Like when I was 18, something I'm glad I didn't miss out on. I went on my first holiday, you know, big working class rite of passage, first holiday abroad. No mums, no dads, just the troops, you know? Went to a wee holiday resort in Spain called MacAurthur-Boyd. Yeah. Also known as Shagaloof. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't miss out on that trip to COVID, I'll tell you that much, you know. I went to MacAurthur a virgin, I came back a virgin, but, you know, I had other big firsts. Yeah, first time on a banana boat. That's when I became a man. Just clinging on for dear life. It was actually very similar to the first time I got my hole. Don't buck me off. I hated MacAurthur, man. I hated it. You know, people told me that. I used to work at my dad's hairdressers, and there was a stylist there called Anne Marie, and she was like, "Christopher, you're going to MacAurthur? Really? You're not going to like it. It's not for people like you." I was like, "I'll fucking show you, Anne Marie." And she was spot on. I hated it, man. I hated it so much. All my friends kept shining laser pointers in my eyes when I was trying to read my book. I was like, I know we're in the queue for BCM, but I'm trying to read Catcher in the Rye. Right? You know, I hated MacAurthur. For some reason, I remember getting ready to go to MacAurthur, and for some reason, my mum was under the impression that I was some kind of like mad shagger. You know, she just assumed I was incredibly sexually active. I remember getting ready to go to MacAurthur, and we went to Boots the chemist at the Glasgow Fort. I was getting my prescription checked for free. And while I was there, the sun care stuff was there, the SPFs, the sun creams, and I was perusing them. But for some reason, the sex stuff is always right next to the sun stuff, you know? And me and my mum were looking at the SPFs, and out the corner of her eye, she saw like a big 60-pack of Durex Johnnies. And she went, "Oh!" "You've been eating some of them?" And even then, I kind of knew. I was like, "I don't think so." You know? She was like, "What are you talking about? You've had sex?" I was like, "I haven't." She was like, "You have? I know you have." I was like, what are you talking about? She was like, well, what happened that night when I picked you up for that house party at 4 o'clock in the morning? You said it was the best night you'd ever had in your entire life. I was like, Mum, that was the first time I ever had stuffed crust pizza. I don't know what she thought I was doing to that crust, man, you know? You know, fuck, man, I love pizza. I do, I get so many Deliveroos, man. That's a bad habit I picked up in lockdown, too many Deliveroos. I went Deliveroo crazy in lockdown. I just couldn't be arsed cooking food, do you know what I mean? And sometimes I would get 2 in one day, you know? Terrible stuff. One time, the low point, I got 2 McDonald's in one day. 2 separate McDonald's. And I wasn't even mixing it up, you know. I wasn't getting a McLegend for brunch and then, like, you know, a McSalad for dinner. I'm talking 20 nuggets in the afternoon, 20 nuggets at night, 40 nuggets, no chips, no drink, no sauce either. I was using my own sauce from my cupboard, not my body. But it was still disgusting. You know, I was a low point in my life. Then I remember, that's not even the only time in my life I've ever had 2 McDonald's in one day. I remember being a wee guy, I was about like 10 or something, and my mum took me to the Easter House Drive-In McDonald's, and I got a Happy Meal, and then I went home and I ate it, and then later on the same day, my mum took me back to the drive-thru, and I got another Happy Meal, and oh my God, that was one of the best days of my life. In hindsight, I think my mum might have been going through some stuff, but you don't think that at the time, you know? I went into school the next day, wrote a 300-word essay about the happiest I've ever been. I was like, got a big stamp in my jotter, a big fucking frog, give me a thumbs up and green. You know, meanwhile my mum's just like, fucking hell, man. I need to feed this wee guy something. Fuck, man. I have a couple of friends who kind of struggled during lockdown as well, and they got quite into drugs. You know, that's one way to deal with the fucking boredom. I'm not a drugs person, man. I've tried. It just doesn't work for me, man. I smoke weed sometimes, and I hate it. And I keep doing it. Because I want cool people to like me. You know, I hate weed, man, you know? And people who smoke weed, they're always like, you just haven't tried the right kind. Like, there's loads of different types and they all do different stuff. You could have, like, indica weed. That's like a strain of weed where it's like indica. You know, it's like where you're, like, low and you're, like, stoned. You know, you're, like, indica. You're in the couch, you know. And then there's, like, sativa. You know, it's a different type. It's like sativa. It's like you're up, you're high. You're sativa. It's like sativa Saturday night, you know. And I'm always like, oh, what strain is it where you have one puff and then you just don't speak for an hour? You start wondering if your dad's really your dad, you know? Even though you've seen photographs of him from the 80s and he looks exactly like maybe he's got a mullet and a mustache, you know? Then you're like, well, maybe he got surgery when I was born. Doesn't make any sense. You know, Scotland's got a bad drug problem, man. Do you know Scotland is the #1 country in the world for cocaine abuse? #1 in the world? I don't want to cast aspersion on what country I assumed would be #1. Surely Colombia. I mean, that's where they make it. It's like if Colombia was #1 in the world for drinking iron brew. You'd be like, what? Just a wee Colombian guy, like, we like it, you know? It tastes like someone left coins in Sprite, yeah. For fuck's that is what it tastes like. Notes of the 2-pence piece. Especially an Iron Brew Extra. You know, I'm #1 in the world for doing cocaine. That makes me sad, man. You know, it makes me sad because, like, cocaine's a bad drug. And you know it's a bad drug because nobody is ever trying to legalise it. All the other drugs have people who really believe in them. Like, you get people who smoke weed and they're like, no, weed should be legal. It's good for chronic back pain. It's good for chronic knee pain. It makes bad films good, you know. There's like loads of valid arguments, even other drugs. I was watching this Netflix documentary about magic mushrooms, right? And there was this big fat American guy in it, and he was like, magic mushrooms should be legal. I gave magic mushrooms to my grandmother, and it cured her dementia. And I was like, I fucking doubt it. Yeah. Like, I'm sure she was confused in a different way from usual, but I don't think you've cured her dementia. But he believes it. He believes the world would be a better place if people had free and easy access to magic mushrooms. Maybe he's right. I've never seen anybody try to legalise cocaine. There's no movement for it. Nobody's trying to get elected on that platform. Nobody's parading for that, you know? What does that even look like? Just some cunt coming out of Genting Casino at 4 o'clock in the morning? What, a black eye and one shoe and a nosebleed going, legalise cocaine! It ruins everything. It's a compelling argument. I was talking about this recently. I was in here, actually, a couple of months ago, and I was doing stand-up in here, I was doing my cocaine stuff, and I was like, oh, nobody wants to legalise cocaine. And then this girl who was in the crowd, she messaged me on Instagram after the show, and she was like, by the way, I'm studying psychotherapy at university, and we found one person who did want to legalise cocaine, Dr. Sigmund Freud. The 1800s Viennese psychotherapist. He loved cocaine. He wanted to use cocaine as medicine to cure heroin addiction. Doesn't work, you know? I don't know if you've seen Trainspotting, right? But they've been giving it a bash here for a while and just fruitless results, you know? It doesn't work at all. I was thinking about that. I couldn't believe that Dr. Sigmund Freud loved cocaine so much, you know? But then I started reading some of his theories on Wikipedia, and they do sound like the ramblings of a cokehead, you know? He was always saying weird stuff. He was always like, yeah, did you know there are two parts of the human brain? We have the conscious part and the subconscious part, and the conscious parts, like normal everyday stuff, like I go to the shops and I say hello to my neighbor. But then did you know secretly, subconsciously, everybody wants to fuck their own mother, yeah? Yeah? Did you know that, yeah? Did you know that, yeah? Did you know secretly everybody wants to kill their own daddy, yeah? Did you know that? Yeah? Did you know secretly everybody wants to, you know, when you smoke a cigar, you really want to suck a dick. You want to suck your daddy's dick, you're like... You need to lay off the gear, big man, you know? Freaking everybody out. Imagine being cornered by Dr. Sigmund Freud at a house party. 2 o'clock in the morning in the kitchen next to the microwave. He's just sitting there with his wee tiny glasses on, his big moustache, going, you wanna suck your daddy's dick, you're like... Phone this guy a taxi, man. He's ruining the vibe. The guy needs a glass of water, man, you know? Yeah. I'm not a big cocaine person. Not a big cocaine person. I was thinking about, you know, I wasn't a good teenager, you know, and I'm not really that good at a 30-year-old. Do you know when I was crushing it? 9 years old. That was my peak, man. That was when I peaked, and it's been downhill ever since. Single digits life, man. I would go back in a heartbeat. I loved that age. I loved being that age where, like, I knew swear words, but I didn't know what they meant. You know, like I'd be watching it was cute, isn't it? You know, I'd be watching a film with my, you know, maybe a film I wasn't supposed to watch, with my mum, and somebody on the TV would say something, and my mum would go, never say that. And I'd go, why? And she was like, it's a swear word. And I'd be like, oh, fuck. Because you pick stuff up around the house, you know? Like, it does sound cute, like you went, oh, when I said that. It's a naivety, isn't it? But, man, I used some swear words I didn't know the meaning of, and it was pretty bad sometimes, you know? Like, when I was 9 years old, I called my big sister a whore. A whore! That's one of the worst things you can call someone. I feel bad about it to this day. Anyway, I'll tell you what she did, and you can see how you feel about it, right? I was 9 years old, I was playing the PlayStation 1, the little grey cuboid with a little flip-up disc tray. And I was sitting playing that. I was playing this great game. Me and my big sister shared a bedroom. We had bunk beds back then, you know. And I was in there, and I was in the bedroom. Had the CRT TV. You know, when TVs used to have like an arse. You know? Now they're all flat, but they used to be like pretty thick, right? So, I've been playing my PlayStation 1, and I was playing this game. I love this game, Crash Bandicoot 2. The Wrath of Cortex. Oh my God, I was playing that, right? And I was having a great time. And my big sister came out of the bedroom. She had a towel slung over her shoulder, like a barkeep. And, she came in and she went, "Hey, I just washed the dishes. Go and dry them." I was like, "I cannot. I'm playing Crash Bandicoot 2, Wrath of Cortex, for the PlayStation 1. She was like, "Oh, can you save it?" I was like, "I cannot save it. I'm halfway through a level. You can't save halfway through a level. You need to go out to the level hub and save there. It's a difficult game and I don't want to lose my progress." She was like, "Oh, can you just pause it?" I was like, "I cannot pause it. I'm in the flow. I don't want to lose it." She was like, "Can you just stop playing Crash Bandicoot 2? I was like, "No." She was like, "Go dry the dishes." I was like, "No." She was like, "Dry the dishes." I was like, "No." She went, "All right." She went over the PlayStation. Yeah. She went over the PlayStation. She took her big pointing finger. She hit the reset button on me. I said, "Lauren, you're a whore." She was like, "Do you even know what that word means?" I was like, "No." She's like, "What do you think it means?" I was like, "I don't know." I just took a wild swing, man. I was like, "Is it like a female pig?" That was my big guess. I was like, "Is it like how you get like chickens and hens and roosters? Like, do you get like pigs and boars and whores?" That makes sense. She was like, "No, it's when someone has sex with you for money." I was like, "I'm 10. I don't even know what that means." There's another time I used a swear I didn't know the meaning of. I called a teaching assistant in my school a nonce. I thought it meant nonsense person. Like someone's being silly, nonce, short for nonsense. You go, "Oh, you're a nonce." You know? And he was being a nonce, you know? He was being a nonsense person, you know? He had his name was and he had 2 crayons up his nose. He was pretending to be a saber-toothed tiger, even though they didn't have tusks coming out of their nose, you know? They had them coming out of their mouth. So it wasn't paleontologically correct, but as I said, I thought he was having a laugh, you know? So I was like, "Oh, he's a nonce," you know? And he was fired, man, you know? Turned out I was right, so I'm actually the hero of that story. I'm actually the hero. Yeah, man, it's interesting. Different cultures use different words for that. Like, a nonce is like a British thing, I think, you know? I don't think they use that in America. Canadians? Is there any Canadians in? No? Has anybody spent time in a Canadian jail? No? See, in like Toronto prison lingo, they use the word for that type of person, a child molester. They call them a goof. A goof. Doesn't seem strong enough. Somebody's beasting away over there, you know? It's like, he's pretty goofy, eh? He's a bit more than goofy, man. I also think that's why there's never been a Disneyland Toronto. You don't want to take your kids there, man, you know? "Hey, we got Donald and Mickey and Donald, you know? Gorge." You know? But I was a good single-digit kid. Teenage years were rough, man. You know, I've been trying to get in touch with my teenage self, man. You know, I love that wee guy, but it made it so difficult for me and everybody around me. You know, like I loved heavy metal. I was like a real school shooter vibes back then. You know, I was a wee mosher, and I love heavy metal, man. You know, Metallica, still love them. Even though they just put a new album out, it's shite. I don't care. Metallica, man, my favourite Metallica. Sometimes I wonder why I was like into that type of music. It's quite dark, you know, it's quite heavy. And my favourite Metallica song, it's the last track on their 4th record. It's called Dyer's Eve. It's the first kind of personal song, because a lot of their early records are quite like fantasy, you know, it's like, oh, the devil, or cocaine, or like doing cocaine with the devil, you know. But in this one, it's like the lead singer, James Hetfield, he wrote it about his mum and dad, because his mum and dad were part of this weird sect of Christianity where they didn't believe in medicine, you know. They're called Christian Scientists. And they don't believe in medicine. So if somebody in their family was sick, they would just pray for it to get better, and it wouldn't work, you know, because there is no God, right? So, you know, like his wee brother broke his arm when he was a wee boy. He talks about this. His wee brother broke his arm, right? But instead of like fixing it and setting it, they just like prayed for it. And then his wee brother's arm was just like fucked forever, you know? And it's even worse. His one of his other siblings, I think it was his wee sister or something, she got sick, and instead of giving her medicine, they just prayed for it, and his wee sister died, you know? And he wrote this song about it. It's so fucking heavy, man, you know? First lines in it are like, "Dear mother, dear father, what is this hell you have put me through?" You know, and I would sing along with that. But my mum and dad weren't in a cult. They weren't perfect, but they didn't let my sister die, you know? So I'd have to change the words, you know? I'd sing along with my own experiences, you know? I'd be like, "Dear mother, dear father, why did you get the spaghetti bolognese from Marks and Spencer's? It has mushrooms in it. Don't get the one from Marks and Spencer's, get the ones from Morrison's. It also has mushrooms in it, but it's not chunks of mushroom. It's a porcini powder. Yeah, it's not the taste I have an issue with, it's the texture." I loved all that stuff, all that heavy metal music. Like when I was a teenager, I'd be doing my maths homework. I'm terrible at numbers, man. You know, I'd be doing my maths homework and stick on like Appetite for Destruction by Guns N' Roses, or like, you know, Rage Against the Machine. I was always doing maths homework to Rage Against the Machine. You know that Rage Against the Machine song where they're like, "Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me." I'd be doing my maths homework like, "I probably will." I really need to get this 7 times table sorted, man, you know. 7 times table's hard, man. To this day, I struggle with it. 7 times 7 is 49. It doesn't seem like it would be, you know. And then you add it up and you're like 35, 42, yeah, fair enough, you know. You've made your point, number 7. My dad, I remember the first gig I went to, my dad, he was a bit of a mosher, a bit of a goth hairdresser guy, you know. He took me a gig in the Green when I was a wee boy, and we went to see like Marilyn Manson, you know, and like, who else was on? Iggy Pop was there. It was really cool, man, you know. That's one of the ways I kind of bonded with my dad, man. And he has tattoos, you know. Everybody in my family has tattoos, though. I didn't know that was like a working class thing, you know. And then I met a bunch of posh people doing stand-up, and I was like, "Why do you have no drawings on your body?" You know. It's weird, man, you know? Like, my dad has tattoos. He has, like, 2 dragons on this arm fighting over an orb. Yeah, it's silly. You can laugh. And he has, like, Japanese writing on his arm that he doesn't understand, you know? It's like loads of cool stuff. And my granddad has tattoos, even. My granddad has tattoos. He has, because he was in the Navy, he got this tattoo on his hand of a swallow. And it's a really special tattoo. You're only allowed to have this tattoo if you're in the Navy and you've sailed a certain distance around the world, or you work in Brewdog. So it's very special circumstances. You know, and I remember this tattoo my granddad had when I was growing up that I was never allowed to look at. You know, I'd be around at my nana's house after school. My mum and dad were working. Go to my nana's house, my granddad's house, and we'd be sitting watching cowboy films together. TCM, just buzzing. And I'd be playing with my Lego or something, you know. And I'd look up and I'd go, "Grandy, what's that tattoo?" And he'd go, "Oh, it's a swallow. You know, it's a swallow. You're only allowed that if you've sailed a certain distance around the world." I was like, "All right, cool." And I was like, "What's that other tattoo you've got?" And he'd go, "Don't you fucking look at that." You know? I was never allowed to look at the other tattoo, you know. But then a couple of years ago, you know, 20 years on for me messing about with the Lego, my granddad was in the hospital, right? And he was getting a hip replacement, and he was having surgery done, so he was under anaesthetic, and he was kind of in and out of consciousness. And I turned up for visiting hours, and he was out of it. I was like, for fuck's sake. Wasted trip, you know. I don't like the bus, and I took it to get here. But then I realised, oh, now's my chance, you know. So I went up to his wrist, I took hold of his wrist very gently, and I flipped it round, and I finally saw what he had tattooed on his forearm. You know, he had a naked woman dancing with her boobs out, you know. That's how I knew she was naked, you know. She was on a pole and she was like, you know. I was like, oh, that's why he never wanted me to see the tattoo, because it was like porn. He was a young shagger once himself, you know, and it was cool, man. I thought, that'll be me, man. One day I'll be in a hospital bed, you know, and I'll be fading in and out of consciousness. Then my grandkids will come in and they'll rush towards the bed and they'll go, "Oh, Papa Christopher, oh, what's that tattoo you've got on your arm?" And I'll be like, "It's a dinosaur." I hate it so much. Do you know why I hate it? I've got a wee freckle underneath the dinosaur's claw, so it looks like he's dropped a Maltese. Which would be shite if he were a T-Rex, because you'd be like, oh, for fuck's sake, that's that there. But I'll be like, oh, it's a dinosaur, you know. Don't fucking look at that, you know. And they'll go, Papa Christopher, you always said you never wanted to have kids until you were like, had a house to bring them up in, but you grew up in like a housing crisis, so like, how are we even here? I go, that's a good point. And then they'll just turn into sand and blow away on the wind. Probably die alone, you know, but, you know, fuck, man. I really struggled during lockdown, man. I fucking went crazy. I peed myself one night. Yeah, peed myself. I was up late at night. I was watching a Netflix documentary, not the Magic Mushroom one. It was another one. Has anybody seen this? It's called My Octopus Teacher. Have you seen this? Did you like it? You're shaking your head. No, you did? What did you like about it?
It's quite short.
It's quite short. Is that why you like me? If you haven't, this guy likes it. If you haven't seen it, it's a documentary about this guy who's shagging an octopus, right? They never show you him shagging it, and he never says he's shagging it, but you can tell. You know, he's always like, it's about this guy who like goes to see this octopus every day of his life, and it's like changed his life. He's like, every day I go down to the coral reef and I see the octopus, and he brushes my nipple with his beak, and he puts his tentacle in my belly button. Yeah, like he's 100% shagging that thing. I'm glad you joined it. You know? Do you know what made me dislike him though? There's a bit in it where they're interviewing him and it goes, before I met the octopus, I had nothing in my life. But then, now I see the octopus every day and I know who I am. And then it cuts to like an interview with that guy's wife and child. And they're like, we can fucking hear you through the wall. What the fuck? You know? But I fucking know what he means, man. Sometimes it's a silly thing that gives your life meaning, you know. I know my octopus was stand-up, man. I was 18 years old in Magaluf. Nobody wanted to even look at me. Never mind touch me, you know. And then I came home and I went to uni and then I fucking dropped out because I went mental. I didn't know who I fucking was, man. But then last month of being 19, I signed up for a stand-up thing in Glasgow called Red Raw. It's like a beginner's comedy night at the Stand Comedy Club. And I went up. You only get 5 minutes in front of 200 people and you go up. And I went up and I only lasted 3 minutes. And then I ran out of jokes. Do you want to hear one of my first ever closer? Yeah, it's not good. You know, I went up there and I was like, imagine me, 19, right? Just somehow even more like a fetus. And I was up there and I was like, oh, I really don't like being alive just now, because nothing's changed. You know, the issue I have is I find it very difficult to grow hair on my face, you know. I'd really like to have a mustache or a beard, but I don't have one, you know. And it really frustrates me because I have a very hairy arse. You know, I mean, I can't grow anything up here, but down here it looks like I've sat in a vat of wallpaper glue and got a rim job off Chewbacca. Pretty good for a first joke. Yeah. And honestly, I still can't grow a beard, and the arse is worse. So I went up, 3 minutes, came off early, host was raging, he had to like fucking run back up, you know, and then I was like, oh, I felt amazing to do that, man, you know, and I went down to the Kelvin Bridge subway station next to the Stand Comedy Club, and I was just standing there on the platform, and I was just like buzzing, felt alive for the first time in my life, man. I was like, this is amazing, you know, and then this girl came up to me, and she was like, you were really funny, and I was like, I'm gonna do this every day for the rest of my life. And then I did! For like 7 years, like every chance I could get. I went to Canada to do stand-up, that's how I found out about the goof thing. I went to Australia, that's how I got together with my girlfriend. Like, it completely changed my life. And then lockdown came, couldn't do stand-up anymore. So I thought I was happy, I didn't like myself, I just liked my job, you know? And it was illegal to do stand-up during lockdown. It was illegal to do stand-up in lockdown. Indoors, you could do some outdoor shows. They were hard. Did anybody go to a drive-in comedy show? No. Nobody went. They fucking sucked. That's the thing I like about stand-up is like, I'm a person, you're a person, like we're sharing a wee moment together, it's nice. Like, we shared a moment, you like that documentary about the guy who's shagging an octopus, you know? Like, you're from Brisbane, you know, we're all just sharing a wee moment together, do you know what I mean? It's like a snowflake that's fell out of the cloud and landed on your tongue and it just melts forever, you know, unless you capture it on film. But a lot of times you don't. You know? See when you're doing stand-up and there's no people there, it's just cars. Felt like I was doing a private show for Lightning McQueen's stag do. It was so impersonal, man. You know, it was just headlights coming back at me. I tried to make it more personal. I was like, oh, give me a honk if you've ever had mental health problems. Just one guy in a Citroen Berlingo, like, honk, honk. Wasn't even an audience member, just an Uber driver who got lost. And I went home after the drive-in show, went to my bedroom, watched the documentary, fucking pissed myself. I remember, you ever done this? You ever disassociated? I floated above myself on the couch and I looked down, I saw me watching the guy with the octopus, and I looked down at myself and I saw this big damp patch. And I was like, what the fuck's happened there? And I like went, like Doctor Strange, just like back in my body. And I like touched it and it was warm. I was like, oh, it's pee. And then I smelled it. I was like, it's pee. I was like, what am I going to do? And I was up late at night. Basically, me and my girlfriend, my Australian girlfriend, we were taking life in shifts. She was waking up at 7, working from home 8 to 5. I was waking up at 4 p.m, staying up till 6 in the morning. You know, it wasn't good. And she was asleep to get up for work in the morning, and it was like 3, 4 in the morning. I was pissed. And I went through went through to my bedroom and I was just digging around in my dirty washing trying to find just a clean pair of clothes, but I hadn't done the washing in like 6 weeks because couldn't bring myself. What's the fucking point? I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything. You know what I mean? I was just like, fucking hell, man. My girlfriend woke up and she was like, oh! You know, because she's a parrot. You know, she just woke up and she went, oh, what's going on? I was like, I've peed myself. She was like, oh no. She went back to sleep, man, you know. I was like, I didn't know what to do, you know, and it's hard because there's a big waiting list to speak to people, you know, but I was like, fuck it, man, you know, that's what they say, just talk to someone. That's what they say, just talk to someone. I think they should change that to talk to the right person. Don't just talk to anybody. Some people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I have these pals, right, and they're like keto people. They're like the gut-mind connection, you know. They're always talking about like don't eat bread. I said to my pals, like, I'm really fucking depressed. And he was like, have you tried cutting bread out of your diet? I was like, I don't think that's going to help the fact I don't love myself. And bread's the only thing fucking keeping me going, you know. I ended up talking to my mum about it. Jesus Christ, man, she doesn't know me, you know. It's my mum. You know, she brought it up. Basically, when you could go around to your mum and dad's again, I went round with my girlfriend, and my girlfriend went to my mum and dad's house. My girlfriend and my dad stayed in the house. Me and my mum went to go pick up some Chinese food from a place in Bailson Main Street called Tiger Lee. If you're ever in the area, phenomenal salt and chili chicken balls. And we were driving there, and I was in the passenger seat, and my mum was in the driver's seat. She was driving, and she went, listen, I've been speaking to people in my work, and they say that apparently now you need to talk to your kids about mental health, and I don't know anything about that because I grew up in the 70s and we don't talk about stuff like that. But, you know, your girlfriend told me that you peed yourself. And then I told everybody in my work that you peed yourself, and they think I should talk to you about it. I was like, okay, Mum, a lot of what you said makes me quite upset there, but yeah, you know, I'm not doing too good with the old mental health. I just don't know who I am. You know, I've lost my job. And she was like, well, I know where you're coming from. And I was like, how would you know what I'm talking about? You work for the taxis. You know, she works for the Glasgow taxis on the phones. And then I remembered, oh, my mum would know what I'm talking about. My mum was a hairdresser. That's how she met my dad. But then one day in the early 90s, just before I was born, my mum woke up one day and she was allergic to bleach. So she just couldn't be a hairdresser anymore because it was the 90s and everybody was getting, you know, highlights, you know? Like what do you do, Australian guy? What's your job?
I have a pub.
You have a pub? Imagine you woke up one day and you were allergic to drunk cunts, you know? Oh, you are? Fuck, man. You know, it would be tragic, wouldn't it? And it was tragic. And I was like, well, how did you deal with it? She was like, you just got to move on with your life and you got to find things to love about yourself that isn't your work, you know? And I was like, oh my God, this is fucking beautiful, man, you know? And I thought, okay, I've had a lovely chat with my mum about this. Ended up speaking to my dad, man, you know, and he's a hairdressing goth biker, you know? And I had to have a chat with him. He's old school, man. He's an old school guy. And I was really scared my dad was going to die during COVID. I was really scared because he's not exactly the best breather in town. You know? He's a wheezy guy. Like, do you know the penguin for Toy Story 2? He's like a wee wheezy guy up on the shelf, and he's like, like that's what my dad's like. He's asthmatic. Is that right? How would you say asthmatic? Just asthmatic sounds like a fake arse. Got the asthmatic if you want to try it. Like, just no. My dad's asthmatic, right? And he's even worse than that. A couple of years ago, he had pleurisy. You know, that's how old-fashioned he is. All his diseases are Victorian. You know? He had pleurisy, which is this weird illness where your lungs fill up with liquid, right? And he drained them, but the drainage left scarring. So he's like, you he's a terrible breather. And then who shows up in town? Fucking Johnny Coronavirus. The disease that kills cunts that can't breathe, right? I'm like, my dad's a fucking goner, man, you know? And then one of my friends' dads died just before COVID, and he said to me, do you know, one of my biggest regrets is I never told my dad I loved him enough. And I was like, oh, do you know what? I'm going to be the fucking difference here, all right? I'm going to break the chain of male suffering. I'm going to tell my dad I love him. So I went round my mum and dad's house again, another Chinese. That's pretty much all we do. And I showed up at the house. My mum went, you better go see your dad because he's in a bit of a bad mood. And I was like, fucking hell, man. This must be bad, because he's always in a bad mood. And I went through to the room. He was sitting there in a dressing gown, or a house coat, depending on what you call it. He was sitting there in his dressing gown, and he was watching Stargate SG-1. And I knew something was up, because that's his happy place, you know. He was sitting with his arms folded. I was like, what's up with you? And he was like, I've been a hairdresser for 30 years and now I can't even go to my work because of this fucking pandemic. I was like, for fuck's sake. He was one of the guys who refused to wear a mask, like a proper mask, so he would wear like a visor. It's like, you're not fucking welding, you know? The disease isn't sparks. And I don't think enough fuss was made about this. Why was nobody talking about the hairdryer during COVID? That thing was shooting hot air. It's like a ray gun. It's like a sci-fi hot disease gun. You know, I was worried about him, man, you know, and he was like, I'm fucking been a hairdresser for 30 years, now I can't even fucking do it. I don't know who I am anymore. And I was like, I'm in the exact same fucking boat. We had a great chat about it. And then I was like, I've softened him up, you know, a couple of body blows. Working the kidneys. You only have one kidney, but softening him up, man. Now I'm going to fucking tell him I love him. So after the Chinese, we were watching like Master Chef or something, and he was like, I fucking hate that bald guy in this. I was like, okay, he's feeling better. You know, and then I went to leave, and then me and my girlfriend were leaving. Went up to my mum, gave her a cuddle, kissed on the cheek, went, love you, mum. And she went, love you. I went, all right. Went up to my dad, and then gave him a cuddle, gave him a hug. It's very different. Cuddle's more like, you know, whereas this is more like diagonal. A hug's that's like a sash, you know, for a beauty queen, not the Orange Order, right? A mayoral sash. I gave him that, and I didn't kiss him on the fucking cheek, right? I leaned into him, and I went, love you. And he just fucking shook like a wee bus. He went, hit me with a big and I was like, oh my god, that is just as good as an I love you, you know? Because I knew what he meant by that. He was vibrating so hard I could telepathically understand him, you know? He was like, you don't need to tell me you love me. I know you love me. I don't need to tell you I love you. What we do is, once you leave, I tell your mum I'm proud of you, and then she tells you, alright? It's an easy system, you know? Cut out the middleman, you know? Aye. It was great, man, but I decided, you know, I do need to like something about myself that isn't my job, you know, even if stand-up comes back. And it did think, fuck, you know, but I was like, I need to love something about myself, I need to respect myself, so I decided to learn how to cook. I was like, that's a nice thing to do, you know, for other people and for yourself. So I started doing something called Hello Fresh. Has anybody tried Hello Fresh? Yeah? You a big Hello Fresher?
No, actually.
What? Whoa, what do you
I
mean?
just kind of gave up after a while.
You gave up after a while? What happened?
I just didn't like the type of food that they have.
You didn't like the type of food that they have? But there's such a broad selection. I sound like I'm sponsored by them. Like, what do you mean? You didn't like the selection? That's I find that hard to relate to. I love the selection. If you've never tried HelloFresh and you're struggling to relate to this yourself, it's like a meal subscription service, right? Where you pay this company money every week and then they send you a cardboard box full of onions. And it's amazing, man. I mean, I don't know what you think of it. What a broad selection of onions I had, you know. Brown, red, shallots, you know. Oh, it's phenomenal. And a garlic's like a wee onion, in a sense. It's bulbous. So I started doing HelloFresh. My issue with it was that it was quite expensive. You know, it's quite expensive, man. You know, that's how they get you. They give you the introductory offer. 40% off the first 2 weeks. It's nearly half. 2 weeks later, though, they play a wee trick on you. It's not 40% off anymore. It's 20% off. It's not even nearly half. 2 weeks later, it's full price. And it becomes untenable. But I wasn't ready to give up on the meal subscription service dream. I was trying to actualise my perfect, authentic self. So I went to the rival company. If you find HelloFresh to be short of options, have you tried Gusto? Do you like Gusto? No? What the fuck? There's so many more options, though. That's your main issue with the service. Gusto is class. I got their introductory offer. 40% off the first 2 weeks. We're back! 2 weeks later, though, they played the same mugs trick. 20% off. 2 weeks after that, full price again. I didn't know who to turn to. Then I got an email out of the blue from HelloFresh. They were like, where have you been? Come back. We miss you. I was like, okay. You gonna give me a wee discount? They went, yeah, we'll give you the 40% off. I was like, okay. Went to cancel my Gusto. Click the button on the website. Window pops up. Where are you going? Stay. We'll give you the 40% off. I was like, oh my God, you know, like, so nice to have these two companies vying for my affection, you know. I grew up with a lot of sexual attention for people, you know. Felt like a southern belle at a debutante ball, you know? Surrounded by potential suitors, and I'm just like, oh wow, hello there, Mr. HelloFresh. What are you doing here, you tall glass of pink lemonade? Why, yes, I did receive your correspondence. But I'm afraid I'm spending this summer with a Monsieur Gusteau. Have you met my friend? She is interested in more options. You know? Fuck, man. I'll tell you what, that was a decent response for that joke. See, when you do that routine and nobody laughs, it's hard. You're just like, oh, what? Hello! It's rough, man. It's rough. You know, I genuinely, I know you didn't enjoy HelloFresh, right? But it genuinely saved my life. It's so pathetic, but it's true, man. I tell you though, one of the recipes really upset me. It did. It offended me, man. You know, and I'm not an easily offended person. I do stand up, man. You know, I'm in my element. I'm in a comedy club right now. I'm loving it, man. You can see what we bloody like up here. You know, it's good. But then, this recipe, man. I was radicalised. Radicalised by my own self-interest, you know. Because the recipe made me realise the world isn't built for a petite gentleman. It was this meal, I don't know if you tried this, it was this meal called the chicken escalope. What? Escalope? Escalope? I was making this chicken thing, right? And thank fuck this hasn't been recorded. And I was making this chicken thing, right? First 2 steps, and the recipe were fine. It was like, add a teaspoon of this, add a cup of that. You know, brilliant scientific measurements. Everybody's getting the same thing. Step number 3. It's like, add a handful of flour. Different people have different sized hands. You know? Like, how tall are you, Australia guy? 6'1". You say that like it's nothing. I'm 5'3". You are 7 plus 2 plus 10 inch. No, 10 inches. You're 10 inches. I told you I was bad at maths. Where's Rage Against the Machine? We need them, man. Like, do you have big hands? Would you say? Maybe. Next to hers. What about next to mine?
5'3".
What's the fucking point in being alive, man? If anybody's visually impaired and you didn't see what just happened, that looked like the Undertaker holding a baby starfish. Fucking horrendous, man. If we're both making chicken escalope, shut up. If we're both making chicken escalope, your chicken breast is going to be completely coated in flour. Mine's is going to have wee baldy bits. What kind of world do we live in here, man, you know? I was making this other recipe, I don't know if you tried it, and it was like, oh, add a knob of butter. I was like, different people have different sized knobs. Keep your cock away. I don't want to be making mashed potato for a friend, alright? They're sitting there eating it going, oh, it's not very buttery, is it? I mean, did you put butter in this? Yes! How much? A knob! A normal sized knob! I've asked people, I've said, is this a normal sized knob of butter? They've said yes! I've asked my girlfriend, I've said, is this a normal sized piece of butter? She said yes! I've said, is this the biggest piece of butter you've ever had? She said no! It's been bigger, but yours is better. It doesn't hurt. So there you go. I love myself because I do HelloFresh sometimes. And I have my fucking octopus back, man, you know? I can do stand-up again. It's a fucking real treat. This is the best job I've ever had in my life, man. I've only had like 3 jobs. And this one's been like for 10 years now. Best job I've ever had in my life. Worst job I ever had in my life was when I worked in the hairdressers. Not just because of Anne-Marie's comments. That made me feel bad about myself. They were ultimately proven correct. You know? It's just a strange job, because I worked in my dad's hairdressers, but like, I'm not a hairdresser. So I wouldn't cut anybody's hair. I was what they call in the industry a shampoo boy. You know, so I would just make teas and coffees and largely wash people's hair to get them ready for my dad to cut their hair. And I was good at it, man, you know? I was really good at it. My dad taught me this secret massage technique called the shiatsu head massage. What you do is you take the base, you take your thumbs, and you put them at the base of the occipital bone, and then in concentric circles, you work your way towards the hairline, and then back around to the ears, and then over and over again, like that, like an infinity sign. You know, just doing that. It's very relaxing, it's very hypnotic, it's very sensual, you know? I knew I was good at it because sometimes I'd be washing a guy's hair, and they'd be like, yeah, can you stop that, please? Just gonna stop. I'd be like, what's the matter, mate? You fucking scared you're gay or something? I'm no scared. Yeah. I remember I had to stop doing that job, because I remember one week, this old lady came in, right, for about the 7th week in a row. She wanted a blow dry, and my dad would just make her feel nice, you know? She was an old lady. I don't think she'd go out of the house much. She'd come in, my dad would go, you know, work his magic. He's a really good hairdresser, you know? I was washing this old lady's hair, right? And I was giving her the shiatsu. Yeah. And she made a wee noise. A wee bit like that guy just made a wee noise. She went, huh? And I'm a professional, you know? I was like, oh, you enjoying that? And she went, mm-hmm. Honestly, it's just nice to have someone touch me. It got worse. She went, nobody's touched me since Albert died. I was like, oh my fucking God, man. I realised in that moment I was the only person in this old lady's life who's given her any kind of physical affection whatsoever. But what she didn't know, I was 16 years old and a goth. So this was the only part of my life where I was giving somebody else physical affection, I swear. All we had was each other. And I'll tell you what, you've got no idea what it's like to have never touched a boob, but to make an old lady come through her scalp. It's an extra £5 in the back pocket. Thank you so much, Monkey Barrel Comedy Club. Peace and love in the new millennium.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Pierre Novellie!
How you guys doing? Yeah, I'm also hooray. That's how I feel. I feel very hooray today. Thank you very much for coming out to this recording. My name is Pierre Novellie. If you've not seen me before, just clear that up straight away. Do a bit of admin up top. Pierre, French, Novellie, Italian. I have a French-Italian name because I am South African. So, yes. From Johannesburg, if you know South Africa at all. I'm from the crime one. Easiest way to explain it. I'm not from the holiday one, or the surfing one, or the safari one. I'm from the crime one, where the crime is. I'm from the part of South Africa where you're the most likely to bump into Louis Theroux. And it's never good to see him nosing around. Like if you move to a new neighborhood and on day one you look out of your living room window and Louis out there filming, you shit yourself, wouldn't you? You go, Jesus, what did the estate agent forget to mention about my neighbors, you know? You think, fingers crossed, Mormons or swingers? Those are the only nice people he chats to, I think. And either way, you're just dealing with a case of very friendly neighbors, right? That's fine. Few leaflets through the door kind of thing. That's okay. I heard a story once. Well, actually, I've heard it a few times, so I don't know if it's like a popular urban myth or if it's a real phenomenon, but I've heard this quite a few times, 3 or 4. When an old folks' home gets a cat, right, like a pet cat for the whole old folks' home, apparently there's this thing that can happen where the cat will start to sleep on the bed of the next resident to depart. And so the cat sort of can somehow sense who's next to go. And will select that bed to sleep on, like a sort of omen of doom. And that's Louis Theroux, isn't it? But for where you live. That's how I see him. I did not grow up in Johannesburg. That's one of the reasons that I grew up. There were other reasons. Food and shelter and everything else was a big part of it, but statistically just it helps to not be there. Just overall. We moved to the Isle of Man when I was quite young, because why not? Why not add another layer to this diverse and yet completely white cake? Why not? Oh, if you've seen me before, by the way, obviously you'll already have known all that bio stuff, but you'll be thinking, well, why aren't you dressed like you normally are? When I gig, I subscribe normally to the Steve Martin School of Entertainment, which holds that the performer should be the best dressed person in the room. And normally I wear black leather shoes, black suit trousers, a crisp white shirt, and a red velvet jacket. And the reason I'm not wearing any of those things now is I have become too fat. Too fat for the nice things. None for you, too fat. It's the trousers that are the problem, to be honest. The shirt I can just about stretch over my hairy belly, but the trousers are bad. And they fit so badly that I was trying them on in my flat, in my bedroom, on my own. They wedged at like the knee. That's how badly they fit. And out loud on my own, I went, "What?" It was bad. It was bad. And I thought, I'm going to have to get some emergency trousers. I've got shows. And so I went on to Marks and Spencer's online. Treat yourself. Rishi Sunak's paying. Why not treat myself if Rishi's picking up the bill? While I was ordering my emergency trousers, I did think to myself, you know what, Pierre? Maybe it's time to accept that these aren't your emergency trousers. These are just your new trousers. And then they arrived, and they were too small. So, mistakes have been made. Made and repeated. Some of you might be thinking, you don't look like big, like madly big or anything. Like I wouldn't think, necessarily. I'm so heavy. I'm a heavy boy. I'm dense like lead, like a dying star. I weigh like 2 stone, 12 kilos more than most rugby internationals. And with them, it's strength, isn't it? Whereas with me, it's egg fried rice, I think, is the name. I'm so heavy. And the reason that I don't necessarily look as extreme as that is because when I get fatter, when I gain weight evenly over my whole body at once. And which I know is not how you people do it. You all seem to get fat in one place at a time, and you have my sympathies, because you get fat, chin, then belly, then left bum cheek, then right bum cheek, whatever it is. It's not how I operate. When I get fat, it's evenly all over. Imagine someone slowly just siphoning butter into a wetsuit. Just a sort of almost imperceptible increasing girth over time, over the whole form, till your shoes are tight. I got this way because I followed some advice, and it was very, very bad advice. And it's advice that mostly women get. But I thought, what's good for the goose, I thought I'll give this a go. It's lady advice, but I'll try it out for me. And the advice is, listen to your body. Which you must never, ever do. Your body is your second worst enemy after your mind. Your mind and your body want only what is worst for you in this world, and they are not to be trusted. And it's all very well, the kind of women who give out this advice, listen to your body. You see that on Instagram. It's a lady scratching the back of her head with her big toe in front of a sunset somewhere. And then in cursive it says, listen to your body. And you think, very well for you. When you listen to your body, it says things like, oh, salad is pudding. When I listen to my body, it says, why aren't you eating KFC? And I don't have a riposte. It's a good point. I go say, fair enough, and I go and I eat some. Because I don't have a counter-argument to that. I don't have a good reason. Also, when it speaks to me, it's like the voice from the One Ring, like Lord of the Rings. Scotty, eat some chicken. Do it. Is that normal? I hope so. Listen to your body is terrible advice. You wouldn't say that to a heroin addict, would you? What does your body want? Heroin, to be honest. I'm a heroin addict. Stupid fucking advice. Terrible advice. Trouble is, I use food as a reward. That's what I do. I'm an emotional eater and I reward myself with food. So I say to myself, for example, well, I've had a very good day. I've got a lot done. I sent that email. Practically Bill Gates. I should reward myself with some sort of enormous takeaway meal. Or, it's been a pretty bad day. It's been a tough day. But I've survived. And why not celebrate that fact with some sort of enormous takeaway meal? Or if you had a normal day. Just a normal day, boring day. Not a lot's really happened. Why not spice things up? With some sort of enormous takeaway meal. Only those 3 types of day, though. One must have rules. You've got to have rules in this life. It's KFC, by the way, that's done a lot of this damage. When I was a young heavy boy, it was pizza. Pizza was my thing, and now it's become fried chicken of all stripes, but particularly KFC. The Colonel's a military man, and he has me surrounded. I can't compete with that training. I assume he was in Nam. The Colonel's a master tactician, and he knows exactly how to get me. The genius of the Colonel, and it is genius, is in his marketing, his strategy and his marketing. Because what I get from KFC when I go there is a mighty bucket for one, which is a repulsive phrase, but that's the Colonel's power. He's so good, he can make this guy, awful phrases sound appetizing, like boneless banquet. You can get one of those. Horrible medieval banquet where no one's got any bones. But the Colonel makes it work. Mighty bucket for one. The genius lies in the word mighty. Because the Colonel, in his wisdom, knows that not even someone as emotionally dependent on his chicken as me is willing to walk into a KFC on my own, probably late at night, walk up to the cashier. When the cashier says, "How can I help you, sir?" Even I, then, in that moment, I'm not willing to say, "Bucket for one, please." Bucket for one. Do you mean family bucket, sir? So you can share the lovely chicken with your family? I have no family. Bucket for one. We have lots of box meals and sandwiches you could enjoy? No. I still want enough chicken to necessitate a bucket. But not so much that only 2 or more people could handle it. I want it to be in a bucket because I'm a hog. A lonely hog. And I'd like to eat like one. Bucket for one, please. You kill yourself, wouldn't you, the next day? Chuck the word mighty in there. Oh, now you're in the Avengers, aren't you? You're a superhero now. Oh, a mighty bucket. Oh, I'm feeling quite mighty myself. My power is I can eat chicken till I feel like I have the flu. Till I have a sweat in my lower back. Mightier with every bite. All I want, if I listen to my body, all I want is to eat chicken 3 times a day and die at 47. That's what I want. I won't do it, if only to save the NHS the hassle. But it's what I want. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't what I'm being told to do. All the whispering. It's absolutely what I'm being told constantly. Eat it, eat it. So, that's what I want. I won't do it, but it's what I want. What I want is to eat chicken 3 times a day, every day, till I die at 47. And then when I get cremated, right, I want my corpse to be so suffused with chicken grease that when they cremate me, they do it for free. I want the crematorium staff to come out to meet my family and say, "We've never seen a guy go up like that. He had a blue flame. We used him to do the next guy." We owe you money now, I think. We've just done the first green cremation, technically. That's what I want. I got so heavy, I killed a chair with my ass. I killed the chair. I murdered it. It died. I killed it. It turns out chairs have a maximum weight. I didn't know that. It's in the manual. Chairs come with small print, it turns out. You think something relatively simple like a chair would not have a sort of trap element. Also, I don't read the manual when I buy a chair. Not to sound arrogant. But when it comes to sitting in chairs, I do rather feel like I've been to the University of Life. And I was wrong, it was hubris. Because there is a little warning in there that says, beware. If you weigh 100 kilograms or more, and I weigh a lot more than that, dense boy. If you weigh 100 kilograms or more, beware. The IKEA Herkel-Durkel chair, or whatever it is not equipped for someone of your sheer density, and you're taking your life into your own hands. And that's why it died. It died. I was on quite an important Zoom call, to be honest, actually. And while I was on this Zoom call, the chair was in the elevated position, right? Like that, with a little paddle there. And it died under me. It died under me like an elderly lover. And because the shaft of the chair is full of air, right? That's what elevates the chair, and you pull the paddle and it goes tss, and you can adjust it. It meant that the air all escaped at once because it collapsed. And that meant that there was like an actual death gasp. As my head fell out of sight. And everyone on the Zoom call was like, Pierre, you shut your laptop? My chair was dead, and I had to get a new chair, and this was in lockdown, so I had to just get a chair for big fuckers. But I don't know where to get that from in even normal times, so I was just like, well, it's gonna have to be Amazon, you know? But what do you search to find a chair for big fuckers? You have to type in the keywords to Amazon. You go on Amazon, you go, heavy, chair, KFC, regret. Search. And this chair comes up, and I bought it. It's this thing. Oh, I bought it. This thing, first of all, there's not an Allen key to be found. All drill. This thing's got fucking rivets. It's the sturdiest thing I own. It's like a tank. It's like all metal parts. It's astonishing. 2 opera singers could fuck on this chair. Nothing would happen. It's just like... wouldn't even move. It's incredible. I think it's the most valuable thing I own now. Like, giant metal chair. Oh, it's been a very boring apocalypse, to be honest with you. It's been very dull. I thought that I would do quite well in an apocalypse, like I think a lot of men do. But the reason I thought I'd be all right is I thought, well, I like camping, I can read maps, I can do orienteering, you know, I can do first aid, I'm familiar with most firearms, if only from childhood. You never forget. You never forget. And so I thought, the apocalypse, I'm not, you know, massively looking forward to it, but I reckon I could do all right. What I'm saying is, I thought that it would be an outdoors apocalypse. I really would never have thought that you can have an entirely indoor apocalypse. What I wanted in my head was me standing on the roof of an abandoned petrol station, firing a shotgun into the air to scatter a group of wasteland raiders. Mad Max, you know. Not fucking, happy birthday to you. It was pathetic. Can't get any sympathy for that, can you? I wanted it to be much worse, and I wanted that for all of us. I mean that, and I mean it in a nice way. I thought it could have been our World War II. It could have been our Blitz. It could have been bad enough that it would have given us something to dangle over the heads of our children and grandchildren. For the next 7 generations. It would have left a stain on politics for 100 years, just like World War II has in the Blitz. Because in the UK, if you were even nearly involved in World War II, you are just untouchable. You have like infinite respect and credit, right? And that could have been us. Look at what the World War II generation got because they could all stand up and say, well, we did our part, time to cough up. All that free housing. All that free housing. The NHS even existing. 40 to 50 years of constant prosperity. Free uni, you name it. Blank check for the World War II guys. That could have been us. But it wasn't bad enough. It wasn't bad enough. It was bad, but it wasn't that bad. It wasn't World War II bad, and that's what I wanted. And I'm annoyed because my cousins in South Africa, their lockdown, it was. Now they've fucking got that over me. Every Christmas they're going to be given it this. Because in South Africa, if you don't know, a lockdown was enforced by the army. There were tanks on traffic intersections. The army went around fucking people up and forcibly shutting down shops that shouldn't have been open. They banned all alcohol and tobacco sales for a total of 6 months over 4 different periods. Yeah. Pierre, didn't prohibition naturally lead to an explosion in organized crime? Yeah. Wasn't there already quite a big organized crime problem? Yeah. Didn't that mean that the organized crime and the police and the army formed a kind of triangle? Yeah. Then they've got that now, so what am I going to say to them? Yeah, well, things might have been bad in South Africa, but have some sympathy for me, I got fat. A little bit of respect wouldn't go amiss. Can't say that to someone from Africa. It's hard having too much food. Doesn't really scan as a problem. 50 years from now, 40 years from now, it's Christmas time, got all the grandkids running around, and they say, oh, Grandpapa, oh, you were in the great lockdown. Oh, what was it like? Please tell us. We're doing a big project at school. Please, you were there. What was it like? And I'll say, no, I don't. No, please. And I'll go, oh, very well. Gather around my enormous chair. Still going strong after all these years. A few patches of rust where I've knocked over dip or something, but still going strong. Gather around the chair. They all gather around and they say, what was it like? And I go, oh, it was hard. I wouldn't wish it on any of you, no. It was tough. You see, normally children in those days, we had things called offices. And we had to spend the entire day trapped in them. And in order to get there to be trapped for the whole day, we had to do a thing called a commute, where we were trapped in a train, bus, or car. Now, those things formed vital barriers between us and the endless mountains of delicious food. But without those vital barriers in place, there was no reason not to just eat the delicious food constantly all day. Oh, it was difficult. And they say, gosh, that must have been tough, Grandpapa. All that cooking? No, there was no cooking. Not after the first month. No, we would have delicious food from restaurants, children. That's what we would eat. Still, though, Grandpapa, it must have been dangerous to walk to a local restaurant to pick up the food and thus risk the virus. No, it was all takeaway, no. No, it was takeaway. What would happen is a little man on a bicycle from a country that I can't find on a map would bicycle it to my mouth. Right in here. Still, Grandpapa, it must have been tough to answer the door and look that man in the eye, knowing what you've made him risk. No, contact-free delivery, no. It was actually sort of illegal for me to look him in the eye. By the time I opened the door, he'd better be gone, actually. And the delicious food in a neat pile on the mat, like an elf did it. And we had to get drunk in the living room, where it was cheaper. I wouldn't wish it on any of you, no. But that can't have been it, Grandpa. There must have been a point where the government said that we need every man, woman, and child to play their part, to step up and help the great effort against this horrible enemy. They must have put out some sort of call or national service. Oh, yes. The government blew the bugle, and we answered. Oh, yes, we played our role. The government decided that none of us were nearly fat or drunk enough. So they offered to pay for half. The actual government offered to pay for half of all the delicious food during the most glorious 3 summer months of our lives. I saw things I can't remove from my mind. Things I hope you children never see. 4 starters a person. People ordering cream spinach just as a laugh. You wouldn't have lasted a minute. All those months of lockdown, and I never broke. I never broke. I held firm. I never once even tried to make a vegan meal. Never even tried it. And I could have. I have lentils, not to boast. Didn't do it once, never broke. Constant stream of meat. Never broke, never broke. I have a lot of vegan friends. It's a big thing in comedy. A lot of comedians are vegan. And I admire it. I admire the hell out of it because it seems incredibly difficult. And I just don't have that strength. I don't have that discipline. I talk to them and I say, what did you have for breakfast? You know, your daily life? And they go, well, I had an omelet. And I'll be like, well, no, you didn't. Those have eggs in, don't they? What did you really have? And they say, well, I had a vegan omelet. And I go, yeah, but what's it made from? Ghosts? What is it? Come on. If it's not made from egg, there's not much left of an omelet, is there? Just some loose peppers. And they go, no, well, okay, so what you've got to do if you want to make a kind of vegan egg white substitute, you've got to get like a tin of chickpeas, and you need to open it, and you've got to drain the water from the chickpeas and separate it out. And already I've quit. I've quit veganism, and I've bought an egg. I've just gone out and I bought an egg. And I buy nice eggs. I'm not a dick about it. I buy the nice eggs where the chickens run around, they go to uni, whatever. I get the nice ones, and I don't have to. I could live high on the hog with the kind of egg access I have. 30 eggs in a massive catering tray for £2.10. Yeah, those are not happy eggs. Those are some sad eggs. The thing that made those eggs is no longer visibly a bird, is it? It's just 2 drumsticks and an anus, just woo! Just firing them out. Like some kind of awful reverse Pac-Man. I don't think we're ever going to stop eating chicken. They say the future's vegan, and I guess we could all cut out beef and lamb and whatever, but chicken is just, it's too good. It's too good. And I don't mean that just in terms of taste. I mean as efficiency as a food source. It's incredibly efficient. Like if you were a farmer and you'd never heard of a chicken, and I explained one to you, you'd think I was fucking lying. It's that good. You'd be like, this cannot be a real animal. Like if you'd never heard of one, and let's say like I got sent round by like the Department for Agriculture, and I was like, you should really consider raising chickens. You go, what's a chicken? I go, well, it's a football made of meat. It's a meat football, and it lives in the garden. They'd be like, right, it's a meat football, it lives in the garden. Yeah. Sorry, there's quite a big thing that I forgot to mention. Once a day, the meat football will shit out bonus food. Every day for free. And the bonus food it shits out is one of the best foods in the world. On its own, it's delicious, salt and pepper. Mix it with flour, have a birthday cake, whatever you want. It's very flexible. Glaze a bun, it doesn't matter. It's high in protein, it's high in good cholesterol, it's high in vitamin B12. It's practically a superfood. And the farmer would be like, what, it comes out and I just scrape it off the farmyard floor? No, it comes in a packet. Yeah. Just arrives in a packet. You'd be like, there's no fucking way. You'd be looking for the catch. That's what I would be doing if I was that farmer. I'd be like, there's always a catch. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What's the catch here? This thing's laying eggs. What is it, like a lizard, a bird? No, it's a bird. Well, there you go. It's just gonna fly away. No, I don't think that'll be a problem. What does it just not have wings? No, it has wings, but they're not so much an escape mechanism as a starter. That's how fucked this animal is. We've bred it for food to the point where its main anti-predation device is just another reason to eat it. It's incredible. We used to realize there's got to be a catch. With cows and pigs, it's the amount you have to feed them to get them up to weight, right? That's the amount. That's the real expense with cows and pigs. So the farmer would be like, well, what do these things eat? These miracle animals, chickens. What do these things eat? The floor? They seem to eat the floor. Got any floor on your farm? Hope so. Anyone do any lockdown dating? Room full of liars? That's okay. That's fine. No one went on a horrible date in a park? Like some virginal Edwardian? Come, we will take a turn about the rose garden. Discuss your father's affairs. I went on a few park dates in lockdown. It was fun. It was like trying to have sex with a Cold War spy. We'll meet in the park, but we must sit on opposite ends of the bench. If anyone asks, we live together. And there were some nice, like, sort of 1984 dystopian elements to it as well, because it was all illegal. You could think to yourself, yes, they're attractive, but are they attractive enough to risk the disease? What if they have the disease and my telephone can sense it? They'll lock me away. It's great, a horrible futuristic dystopian movie we all lived in there. I managed to snag, if you remember that window where Rishi Sunak tried to get us all to go get COVID, it does in hindsight look a lot like a murder attempt. Yes, if they're all fat, it'll be even harder for them to recover. Yes, food. Another 10% off the meal if you cough in each other's mouths. Go. I managed to snag myself a girlfriend in the Rishi window. And it was, and thank God, it was a real win for me, because at the time, my job was illegal, and I was at my very fattest, so I was literally like an overweight, unemployed clown. So she's really bought Bitcoin at the dip, I hope that's not another dip like that. See if it pays off. No, I managed to get my girlfriend pre-cat. I'm allergic to cats, that's why that matters, by the way. I turned 30 in lockdown 1, and I was worried about dating in my 30s, because I'm allergic to cats. Once you switch the age range to 30 plus on the apps, every second person's got a picture of their fucking cat. And the caption is like, don't swipe yes if you don't get along with my son. My girlfriend is a real person, by the way. I know, thank you. I'm pleased too. What I mean by that is she has a real job in the real world. So that's what anyone who doesn't work in comedy, I call a real person, because people who work in comedy are mentally ill babies. So, good luck to her. Good luck to her, that's what I say. So she's a real person, like I imagine many of you are, which means she has a job that has things like, a salary and consequences. So, her friends are real people too, and when we all hang out, they talk about real people stuff from their jobs, and I have no idea what's happening, because I've done this for years, and I'm so divorced from, like, a job in an office, that, like, I don't even know the nouns they're using. It's like being 4. They're talking about, like, well, we've got to keep the kind of B2B tech synergy requirements front of mind for the upcoming webinar of the... It's all like LinkedIn stuff. I have no idea what's happening. But I'm like sort of sat there at the dinner table and they're all talking like that and I have nothing to contribute. So it's like they've let a 4-year-old sit at the grown-ups table. And I've just sat there like, chicken's interesting, isn't it, if you think about it? The eggs are free. They're so... So I have nothing to contribute. And I had a revelation where I was sat there and I was thinking like, wow, I really am a giant clown. And I had a revelation where I realized if this was a movie, right, if this scene I'm in right now was like in a film, my character would be played by Jack Black. That's me now. I'm the guy who's like, oh, can I pay my rent and guitar solos? I'm that guy now. And I'm gonna have to save a community center with some misfit teens. I'm not looking forward to it. That's what you have to do. All those movies where like the kind of fun, waster adult finds his responsible self through helping a bunch of misfit teens like save the community center or the music program or whatever's being threatened by evil principal or whatever. The thing I don't like about those films, and there are loads of them, is so they'll be like, oh no, evil guy's gonna shut down Good Thing for Kids. And if Good Things for Kids get shut down, oh, we'll have nothing. And it's gonna cost $10,000 to save it, right? And then they see a poster that says Battle of the Bands, grand prize $10,000. And they go, yeah, and they win it and they get $10,000. And the entire time that's happening, I'm sat there going, per annum. Per annum. Your $10,000 is at best a sticking plaster, Mr. Black, for the desultory finances of this music center. You better be able to win every year. I'm gonna have to get the auditors in here. KPMG, I don't know. Have a look at what's happened to these books of yours. Do I smell marijuana, Mr. Black? Realism, that's what I demand in my art. Endless, suffocating realism. I admire realism. I like it. I think it's an impressive thing to be able to pull off. Halloween, realistic costumes, they're the best. They have the most respect from me. No laziness on Halloween, thank you. Gentlemen, showing up in a dinner jacket and bow tie and pretending that you are James Bond, it will not do. Unless you show up with a pistol and PTSD, I do not. I'd better find you later in the party, showering in your clothes with another equally traumatized woman. Or being very good at poker, something like that. If you're a lady, sexy cats. No respect. No respect for the sexy cats. In fact, I've got a plan this year to undermine them. I'm going to come as a realistic cat. If only to give my girlfriend another chance to even have one. I'm coming as a realistic cat. I've got the costume almost worked out. The final thing I need to figure out is a way to ensure that you can always see my anus. Some sort of clamp. Like a splaying device, I suppose. It's harder than you think, because cats don't have bum cheeks, do they? No, they don't. They have a sort of panel with a bum hole in the middle. Hard to emulate that in a costume without help from Jim Henson's workshop. That would have been a horrible villain in Scooby-Doo, wouldn't it? Someone dressed like that. Thank God you're here, mystery gang. There's a giant realistic cat haunting the theme park. Oh, and you think it's a man? No, we know it's a man. We want you to get rid of him. He's got his anus out. Fred and Daphne would be like, no, the police should do this one. For once, the police can have one. This man is disturbed. What a dull show that was, Scooby-Doo. What an incredibly boring... As a child, I loved it, but looking back, it's the most boring show in the world. Every single episode of Scooby-Doo was about financial crime. Low-level financial misdemeanor. Oh no, but there was a guy dressed as Dracula. Yeah, but why was he dressed as Dracula? It was to scare away a board of investors. He was dressing as Dracula to devalue waterfront property. That's fraud. That's a financial crime, isn't it? All I'm saying is, does that not strike you as a phenomenally dry genre of crime for a children's cartoon? Like, I can see why they need the ghost bit. Just to spice things up, for God's sake. I mean, Hanna-Barbera must have had to have a meeting and gone, look, we've done a lot of test screenings, and children refuse to engage with our cartoon about a van of traveling auditors. They find it dull. We're going to make one of the auditors a dog. The rest of them can be hippies. People, that's cool now. People like hippies. People always trust hippies with financial affairs. And the fraudster can be Dracula. Why would a fraudster be Dracula? I don't know, Stephen. I'm bringing solutions. Trying to save the show. Hippies are creepy now, aren't they, really? They were fun for a long time, but they're creepy now. Like clowns, you know, there's a limit, isn't there? Clowns have been creepy for a while, though. I wonder how long it took for them to become upsetting. Because they must have been fun for a while, right? Had a honeymoon phase. There must have been a period where if you saw a clown, your first reaction sincerely would be to go, yes! Yes! It's one of the funnest men. It's one of the men who's only fun. Look, look, look. And then it would have for a while, what was that, 20 years, 30 years, they started to go, oh, they're quite odd people, actually. And in their private lives, they're actually, they would have been shocking at the time. You would have said, hey, you see that guy who's a clown? Yeah. Actually, in his private life, he's quite sad and sort of troubled and odd. And it's quite serious, really, when he's not all done up, or when he's off stage. He's actually quite troubled. You go, what? No. Not the clown. He's one of the funnest men. Now, these days, if I said to you, you see that clown over there? Well, in his private life, he's actually quite weird and troubled, and he takes this all very seriously. You'd be like, yeah, I know what a clown is. Yeah, I know, it's a clown. He's weird. That's happened with hippies for a while. Hippies were oh, fun, and then Charles Manson, the ultimate creepy hippie. Charles Manson probably put the old nail in the coffin there. For the hippies. And in hindsight, it seems naive, doesn't it? That there was a point where someone had to say, hey, you guys know that big social movement where much older, more charismatic men, they take groups of very young women who've often run away from home and dropped out of school, and they take them in a big group, and they take them far away from where they live with no documentation or money or ID, and they have to go live in the wilderness, and he feeds them drugs. Well, there's been something untoward going on. People would have been like, "Aww." Charles Manson was the head of a fascist hippie death cult called the Manson family, and he convinced his followers that if they all went out and conducted a series of high-profile, brutal slayings of Hollywood celebrities, that would trigger a race war that destroyed the earth. And after that, the Manson family would rule the world. He was not clear on the details. He was an ideas man. A real blue sky thinker, Charles Manson. And they all did that. They did exactly what he said, and he went to jail for his whole life, as well he should. And then, mid-trial, Charles Manson got a big old swastika tattooed right fucking there. Right in the middle of his face. Big swastika. Which for me at that point is overkill. He doesn't need that as well, does he? Once your fascist hippie death cult has brutally slain a bunch of A-list celebrities in an attempt to bring about a race war that destroys the earth, we get it, Charles. You're unreasonable. Over-egging it a little here. I don't know if any of you caught the best thing about Charles Manson's forehead swastika. Mid-trial. Not while he was still walking around, and not once he was in prison to fit in with the lads. Mid-trial. Do you imagine being that lawyer? It's the most high-profile case for 40 years, and everyone in Hollywood hates you, and you're his defense attorney. And he's in pre-trial detention. Now, Charles, we've had the initial hearings. I think, if we're lucky, you didn't do any of the murders yourself. So it's just your followers. So if we're lucky, we can convince everyone it's all just a big misunderstanding. Just try not to do or say anything that could turn a jury against you. The next day, morning! Fuck! You're killing me here, Charles. Day 1 of law school, lesson 1. Try to make sure your client has as few swastikas on their face as possible. We're aiming for nil. It's difficult with that kind of stuff, isn't it? Because it's fun to hear about, but it's true crime. So it's real people's lives that you're being amused by. But equally, I don't know what my options are because I've become disillusioned with fictional crime. I used to love fictional crime, police procedurals, love them. But now, we've all become a little more disillusioned with the police over the last 2 years, it's fair to say. And so when they go, this detective is a loose cannon who doesn't play by the rules. It's like, oh, fire another one? Oh, fuck. Can't one of them play by the rules? You can't have a whole ship of loose cannons, that sounds incredibly dangerous. It's a cannon, it shouldn't be loose ever, should it? Rolling around, exploding on stuff. You've got to get to the point where the police procedure is going to be, he's a detective who is aware of human rights. You go, wow. Wow. And it's set in America, wow. Who knew it was even possible? And you get disillusioned with a lot of stuff about, like, the whole idea of prison. I think, like, Charles Manson, Yorkshire Ripper, a certain level of person who's dangerous, they should be in jail, poke their brain for science until they die. Fine. But what I'm talking about here is what I call the little scrote category. Little scrotes. Fights in nightclub, low-level weed dealing, phone-snatching little scrotes, right? I don't think putting them in prison particularly helps, because if you say to them, hey, you're a little scrote, you keep fucking up. So what we're going to do is we're going to lock you in a little room with a sex criminal. For like 5 years. Hopefully that'll calm you down. And when you pop out, you'll be productive and ambitious. You'll have somehow picked up skills. We're not going to teach them. But hopefully in there you'll somehow... Like, what they've done is, the little scrotes, I mean, they've failed at being in society, haven't they? Society has a set of rules and expectations. They have failed to abide by those rules and meet those expectations. So they must be removed from society. That's our solution. But it wouldn't work with maths, would it? That system. Young man, you have failed at maths. And as a result, for the next 5 to 8 years of your natural life, I sentence you to be banned from maths. And at the end of that period, sir, you had better fucking be good at maths. Or I'll ban you again. Until you learn. It's a good time to be a conspiracy theorist. All this disillusionment. But like, it's always a good time, but it's been a real bumper harvest the last few years, I think. And I want to be one. I just need to find one that for me, you know. And I don't like JFK and whatever, all this like fucking starter pack, basic bitch, you know. Who shot JFK is like the Ugg boots of conspiracy theories. I don't know. I want a good one. One for me. And it's dangerous. If you read them for fun like I do, it's dangerous. Reading conspiracy theories for fun is like swimming with sharks. Yeah, it's a social pursuit, but one might get you. Eventually, people find one that they believe and they go nuts and they lose their goddamn minds. And that's happened to people I know. So it's a dangerous thing, you know, you have to keep an eye on yourself. The stuff you feed into your brain. I once met someone, in terms of conspiracy theories, so they said to me, I used to not believe the moon landing happened, right? They said, I used to think they faked the moon landing, which is pretty standard stuff. And I said, well, what changed? And they said, well, I found out Now, the words "found out" are going to be carrying quite a lot of weight over the next few sentences. I found out that the moon landings did happen, and they must have, because that's where we met the aliens. So, here's the theory, broad brushstrokes. The idea is we land on the moon, right? The Americans land on the moon. There's like a delegation of aliens waiting. They say, "You made it." And they say, "We've been watching you for a while, and blah, 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 and we're going to try and give you all of our alien technology, right? To try and civilize you, bring you up to our level, because we're nice aliens. We're benign aliens, whatever." And that's why, since the moon landings roughly, technology has suddenly advanced so quickly compared to the rest of human history, because all the modern technology, like back then they already had iPhones, whatever's going to come out next year. They did, but they've been drip feeding it to us so we don't freak the hell out. Just like, shh, easy does just, a slightly faster computer, a phone with a camera, easy does it, just so that, us apes don't panic. And it's a good theory, and I was like, right, so you believed a conspiracy theory, and the reason you stopped is because a bigger one came and ate it. And they were like, yeah, basically. So I said, right. And they said, well, what's your explanation? What's your explanation for how quickly technology has advanced since the space race began? And I went, I had to get my phone out, and I've got it written here because I genuinely, it's so boring, I can't remember it. I showed her the Wikipedia page for Moore's law, which is the observation that the number of transistors in a dense integrated circuit doubles roughly every 2 years. Now, this guy Moore, he made that law and that prediction in 1965 when he was working for, I think, what would become, or maybe was already Intel. And it was already holding true by the mid-70s, and it still holds true now, roughly X equals Y on a graph of computing power. Plus, all the extra money devoted to the space race resulted in the development of lots of new technologies inherently, so that's another reason why. Hers is better, isn't it? It's better. Not one of you enjoyed a moment of that. I was telling you about the nice aliens, all your little faces lit up. Hers is better. That's why I'm envious. That's a better way to live. You could stride the earth like an intellectual colossus. You could be in here right now and look at you all and say, oh, I'm ordering drinks on my iPhone. Thanks, Steve Jobs. Not Steve Jobs. It was the moon, people. Look at you, naive idiots. It's much more fun to be her than me going, oh, there's a little... Oh, there's a graph that actually... So I need a conspiracy theory. There are lots out there, lots to choose from. Don't want the JFK one. The moon one is, I've already ruined it by looking up the real reason, so I can't do that one. Michael Jackson was innocent. That's a good one. That's still going. Like, people still tweet about that every day. Seriously, hashtag MJ is innocent on Twitter. Have a little look. It is a fucking insane corner of the internet. They're tweeting about it on Christmas Day. And I'm no better, because I'm checking on Christmas to see if they've tweeted about it. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I'm just amazed that on Christmas Day, Michael is not far from their thoughts. On Christmas Day, you could be saying, oh, thank you for coming all the way here. No, our turn to host. Sit. Yes, that's it, just over there. Actually, you know what, Stephen, there is something you can do. Just check on the roast potatoes. They're second shelf down. I just have to, 1 second. There we go. Those fucking kids are liars. They will burn in hell. Michael is in heaven, smiling down, send. 10 more minutes, yeah. We wish you, I mean, that's proper brainworms, isn't it? I mean, that's insane. And the main reason it's insane is that they don't think Michael Jackson was a pedophile. You know, Michael Jackson, the pedophile. Like, even post Jimmy Savile, they still have this faith, you know, like, I mean, come on. Michael Jackson lived his entire life as an adult as if he'd been cursed by a witch to have to tell all of us that he was a paedophile, but he wasn't allowed to use the word paedophile. That is the only explanation for his behavior. He admitted all the weird behavior. He just never said the word. Even in the 90s, they'd say, Michael, do you befriend 9 and 10-year-old boys and they come to stay with you alone without their mum and dad for 3 weeks, 2 weeks, and you give them booze and you sleep naked in the same bed, and it's not even your main bed, it's like a secret extra bed hidden in the attic of your mansion, and the corridor to that bedroom has got pressure pad alarms on it, and the door that enters that corridor is hidden behind a jukebox with a secret lever that makes it slide across. That's right, the mansion with a theme park in the back. Which you built so that ever more children could constantly have a reason to come to your house. Is all of this true? And you can watch the interviews. Michael Jackson's like, yeah! I think that's good. Why would I think that? I must be a... Ooh. Any adult man who behaves like that for multiple decades must be one of history's biggest. And these people are like philanthropists. Cool guy, cool dancing skeleton guy. A 30-year game of charades. The highest possible stakes. My favorite conspiracy theory is the one where if you get the vaccine, Bill Gates takes over your brain with microchips. I like that one a lot, because the people who are the most worried about that are the people who could really do with Bill Gates taking over their brain. If only for a month or two. Just to sort out their affairs, you know, just get them on a better energy provider, I don't know. Bill Gates is a very smart man. You should be so fucking lucky to have him. Do you know how much it would cost to hire him as a lifestyle consultant? He started Microsoft. Think what he could do with your stupid brain, you know. You could just be trapped in there like a ghost, just every now and then I'd send a signal to Bill Gates saying, can I have some KFC now? While he starts a revolutionary tech company all around me, you know, sorts out my whole life. I'd love that. The American conspiracies all have the Queen at the top, which is odd. Because they don't have the Queen, but they're obsessed with the idea that she's secretly mega powerful. Whereas in the UK, we know that that seems ridiculous, so we don't bother putting her at the top of our conspiracies. The Queen's really hard to explain, by the way, to your relatives. That's my job in the family, as translator. I'm more like a cultural guide, right? Because when my South African relatives visit at Christmas, they're like, we don't want to offend anyone. So we know of the Queen, she's very famous, we've seen her on TV, whatever. But what do people think of her? Like, would it be bad for us to make a joke about the Queen? Do people love her, hate her, ambivalent, what is it? And so I always say, well, she's sort of like everyone's Nana. Not everyone gets on with Nana. But she's still your Nana, and if people start to be rude about her, you'll suddenly discover you actually quite like your Nana, and probably... So don't be rude about Nana, you know, in the pub. Because there might be someone who really loves Nana nearby. Also, her head is on all the money. She's a money Nana. She's a money Nana. That's the best I can do, money Nana. And then they're coming over at Christmas, and then of course on Christmas Day, it's time to watch the Queen's speech, isn't it, in the afternoon? Because we're a family of immigrants, we are more British than any of you. So, that's how it works, we actually watch it. Not like you traitorous little commoners. No, we go and we watch it. We stand up and my cousins are like, is Christmas over? Why are we going to the living room? We go, so what's gonna happen now is, Money Nana, who is the unelected head of state, she's going to take over our TV and speak to us through it directly in our living room. You know, like the Joker. Like something the Joker would do. Every Queen's speech should begin with, people of Gotham. And they're like, Money Nana just pops up out of nowhere. And it's like, no, she doesn't pop up out of nowhere. There's like an intro. There's like a little intro movie and we play her theme tune. Nominally, it's the nation's theme tune, but it's her theme tune, really. It's a go, money, nana, go, or whatever. Good luck, money, nana, just general, get big and strong, whatever it is. Just really good vibes, you know. And they're playing the theme tune, and then during the theme tune, there's a montage of military power. It's like artillery being set off in a park, and men with machine guns maneuver in perfect unison outside Money Nana's house. And the message is very clear. Don't fuck with Money Nana. She's got quite the squad. Then Money Nana appears on an enormous gold chair, and she's wearing full military regalia or military medals, and she's encrusted with the looted treasures of crushed tribes. Like a warlord or a Klingon. And at this point, my cousins are terrified because they're from Africa, right? If you say to an African, the unelected head of state is going to take over the TV on Christmas Day and after a display of military power, address you and your family directly in full military regalia surrounded by looted treasure. There's been a coup. Let's hope the UN establish a no-fly zone or... So they're terrified. My cousins are like, what did she say? Is it about hostages? I go, no, she just kind of tells you how her year's been. It's quite dull, actually. And it's weird because we know how it's been because we were there, you know. When she goes, my grandson got married, it's like, well, I know. I got a day off, I know. There's never a surprise in the Queen's speech, is there? You never like, what? Like, you never... They don't like regenerate the new Doctor Who in the middle of it or something. And then she says, Merry Christmas, and she disappears and you're free to carry on with your day. It's a chilling display of power, really. Bone chilling. Right, so it's the last 5 minutes of the show, and therefore, in accordance with the rules of comedy and the desires of not only this theatre, but Islington Council, I am now going to have to go through the differences between men and women. So, no, I know, but we've got to get through it. So, okay, so, do you guys know the phrase, it's always the quiet ones? Good phrase, yeah, useful phrase. So let's say you have two colleagues, Alan and Susan and Alan. So, you have two colleagues, Susan and Alan. Let's say you go into work one day and someone says to you, did you hear about Susan? Oh, it's always the quiet ones. What that means is Susan's a bit sexy. Susan got off with someone at the Christmas party. Susan went home with someone at a nightclub when everyone went out afterwards. Someone found Susan on a swingers website. Susan's a bit of a dark horse, it turns out. Hey, did you hear about Susan? Oh, it's always the quiet ones. Alan. You come into work and someone says, did you hear about Alan? Oh, it's always the quiet ones. Alan killed Susan. There are helicopters above his garden. They're digging it up. It's bad. That's a fun difference. There you go. Ladies, your secret thing is sexy fun. Chaps, ours is harrowing violence. So. I have been informed by memes, ladies, that none of your clothes have pockets. I don't know what you did to lose pocket privileges. Filling them with votes and contraception again, no doubt. No, all of your things will be in a sack. Like a hobo in a cartoon. Everything in a big, heavy sack. Will the sack be cheap? No. The sacks will be very expensive indeed. And cumbersome. Something to clear up, actually. This is a good thing to clear up now, for comedy's sake. Well, a lot of comedians say, ladies, I don't know why it takes you so long to get ready. The reason is, you have more things to do, so. Good to get that finally cleared up. 10 things takes longer than one thing. So, there we go. I'm a man. I have one thing to do before I leave the house, make sure I'm not visibly covered in shit. And I can do whatever I want. So, good to finally answer that question at last. Toilets. Specifically public toilets. Very different attitudes there. Men will use any public toilet. They are willing to use a toilet in almost any state. They're willing to mop up a stranger's still hot piss if it means that they can finally have a shit at a festival. So, men are fine with that. Women, I know women who have risked wetting themselves on a bus journey home to avoid using an even fairly good nick sort of public loo. Amazing. And when you do have to use a public loo, it turns out that all of you split into either hoverers or nesters. It's the hoverers I'm most impressed by because it's a wall sit with nothing behind you. It's the sort of thing Bruce Lee would do for training. I mean, just... Your entire lower body tensed, but still relaxed enough for piss to come out. How? I couldn't even hold it for that long. My knee hurts now, standing here now. The other ones are nesters, and what you'll do is, in order to avoid touching the toilet seat with your bare ass, you will take horrible, thin, translucent little squares of loo roll and lay them reverentially around the seat like you're making a horrible nest for an awful egg. A lot more gender-neutral loos around, so I've come across a few nests lately. Like a filthy biloddy. She can't be far. Still warm. And of course, makeup. My partner was saying to me, "You're very lucky, Pierre, that you don't have to wear makeup. It is a financial expense, it is a time expense," which is fair, that's part of the getting ready thing, isn't it? Having to paint on your whole face again. Every day, like a portrait artist. Time expense, money expense, and it's a weight of societal expectation, a tyranny. You're very lucky to not have to cope with that. So I said, okay, stop doing it. Don't do it, stop wearing makeup. Don't wear it ever again. And she said, well, no, I don't. Men want us to wear makeup. And I said, men don't know what they want. They don't know. Do you remember how you all used to have to wear ruffs? You know, in the Tudor period. Well, it's not anymore, is it? There's no more ruffs around. So what must have happened is women just went, these are horrible. And you all stopped wearing them. And men were annoyed for 2 days. For 2 days, men went, "Aw. Aw." And on the third day, they were just back to being, horrible fucking... They'd already forgotten, just ape brain. They don't care. Men don't know. It's not about us. And she was like, well, we're all wearing it, and if you stop on your own, that doesn't mean everyone else will. So I was like, well, have a meeting. Have a lady meeting. Have a lady meeting at Lady Hall. Unionize. You all get makeup wipes, and you go, okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, first person to break, we kill. She was like, well, you can't just ban it here because, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. It disproportionately employs women. It's an art form. It's a form of self-expression. And I like wearing it. And I said, you like wearing it? She said, yeah. And I went, well, then what are we fucking... Why are we talking about it then? And the reason is twofold. Is that difference between men and women is that men can't complain cathartically. Women are allowed to complain cathartically. She didn't want solutions from me. What she wanted was for me to go, thumbs down from me for that. Bad, actually. Whereas instead I was offering solutions like some sort of idiot. Because you guys can complain cathartically, and it must feel very nice, because a woman can say to another woman, this intractable problem is shit, isn't it? And the other woman will say, it is shit, your opinions are valid, and you are not insane for having noticed or thought that. If one of my male friends came to me and said, Pierre, I'm going to complain to you now about a problem that I already know has no solution, I would say, what have I done to fuck you off that you would ruin my whole day like this? Get out of my house. Men don't get to do that. They don't have that catharsis. They just pack it all in there day after day until eventually they become one of the quiet ones. That's the end of the show. Thank you very much for coming on, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not doing well, folks. I live in a backpackers in Sydney. And I'm from here, so... not part of the 5-year plan to be sharing a bunk bed with Julio. He's on the top going... I'm on the bottom listening to a podcast about how to be confident. That's a huge gap in moods to have that close. Like, I can literally see the outline of his horse cock coming through the front. I'm wearing blue light blocking goggles that I got early access to my super to... because of the circadian rhythms. You're sitting next to a candle, brother. You know what I'm talking about. But he's coming in, he's like, we're going to make spaghetti for dinner in the communal kitchen. Just this intercontinental conga line of cunts. Where are you from, man? I grew up just there, okay? I've travelled 30 metres in the last 30 years. Like a disabled turtle. Put me down, Francois. Like, just get a hammer and crack my shell so I can slither into the nearest Centrelink and get on the discounted pharmaceutical benefit scheme. Fentanyl, I'm microdosing it. But, you know... this is when you know you've hit rock bottom, when you've got roller luggage and you're not going to the airport. You're just walking around the CBD, just... going to the domestic terminal? No, I'm going to sublet a bathroom in a McDonald's, okay? Going to use the nappy changing station as a standing desk for my Zoom conference calls. There's diarrhea on the wall. That's a Pollack painting. I'll sue you for defamation. I'm in a skyscraper, baby. But I'm not doing well, folks. I'll tell you that much. I'm getting bullied at an indoor rock climbing gym. It's where Dungeons and Dragons meets CrossFit, okay? It's where incels go to Excel. It's a great place to go if you want to wear a harness and be puppeteered by a virgin. Just... I was relaxing the other day, throwing lime bikes off a jetty, and that's how I chill. Sipping lighter fluid through a curly straw, it was nasty. I'm crippled by debt because I parked in a loading zone for 7 years, and people freak out about debt. I don't know why. It's not real. It's just like God. It's an Excel spreadsheet in the sky with negative numbers in it. It doesn't change the taste of your Eggs Benedict just because you owe Vodafone $5,000. It still tastes the same. No, it is real, eh? My trigger warning is seeing my full name on an envelope. But I was on the bus the other day and tragically it broke down. But luckily there was a bus replacement train. This might not have happened. I'm on the spectrum, obviously. My personality will be trickling out throughout the show. Like, I don't mean to cast aspersions, but 61, you know, like... I'm like the banana your mum packs in your lunchbox, permeates through, makes your sandwich taste like a Boost juice. You're like, oh, my ham and cheese tastes like a Bananarama. Oh. I was diagnosed on the spectrum because when I watched the movie The Titanic, I empathised more with the boat. For me, 9/11 was just structural damage. Scaffolding is my spirit animal. I like the way it supports a building in the early stages of its development. Scaffolding's like tricycle wheels for a skyscraper. It's like, you can do it, PricewaterhouseCoopers building. Fucking send it. But it's a thing now, guys. It's called neurodiversity, which means there's a diversity of brain types. So neurotypical, that's like being white. That's like you watch Ted Lasso, do meal prep, go to Cotton On just to Shazam the music. Don't you worry, child. What's this one called? I can't quite hear the lyrics. Nasty. Being neurotypical means you think the way Chris Hemsworth looks. I think the way Ronald McDonald looks. And I also look the way Ronald McDonald looks, which is a 2-for-1 meal deal for you guys in terms of working out what I'm about. So that's neurotypical. That's in the middle of the bell curve distribution. Then on the very end, you've got people who can smell prime numbers. 61, just headbutting mirrors, going to the Joker 8 times. Ticket for 2, 1 for me and 1 for the hammer. Because when you're watching that movie, every head looks like a nail. It's not relatable, but yeah, But no, even Woolworths acknowledges it's a thing now. Woolworths now has 1 hour of quiet time a week where they turn off all the music so the autistic people can go and get meagering without having a seizure. Which feels a little disrespectful, doesn't it? Just to set an hourglass and be like scurrying like rats, okay? You got an hour before Nicki Minaj comes back on and your face plant into the avocado display. Gonna have to do an autopsy on this pile of space cadets that didn't get out in time. We used to cremate them on site, but if you inhale the fumes, you can't read social cues for a financial year, so Woolworths says they're providing a safe space for the nation's most vulnerable. Fuck off. There's a doomsday clock ticking in the background while I panic buy a Fibonacci sequence of items. You've created a fucking escape room for Rain Man. It's like if there was only 1 hour of wheelchair access a week. And then they raised that ramp like a drawbridge on a medieval castle. Just beep, beep, beep. Sorry, Gary, my liege, you're feeding windows over, my lord. After 12, it's a crawl space. I like to do medieval reenactment in the CBD because it upsets people. Do you ever see that? Just these grown men just dressed in full chain metal. Just going, stand down, squire, it's only a flesh wound, no need to apologise. Just these dorks impersonating the jocks of the 12th century. Do you think in 800 years nerds will be pretending to play State of Origin? But soon everyone's going to have autism because of the vaccine, and it's more of a slow-release drip feed. You'll see, 61, you'll find out. I can't wait, because Woolworths will be as quiet as a Tibetan monastery. It'll be the other way round. There'll be 1 hour of Buble for the 4 remaining Sky News viewers just to... You go to Woolworths now, it's like a nightclub. Tonight's gonna be a great night. No, I'm trying to find batteries for my sleep apnea mask. I'm wearing a suit and a backpack. Things are not going well. Because the suit says you're going places, but the backpack says you've got 2 trains and a bus in your future. You're wearing your car, you loser. That's what it is. A backpack's just a car for losers. You're fucking full of used Tupperware because you can't afford food court sushi, dipstick. Just scanning the products. Beep. Beep. Unexpected item in the baggage area. If I was a baggage area, I would expect all items. You're a passive receptacle for objects, cunt. Get with the program. Stop sounding the bullhorn to summon the last human over to accuse me of stealing. I am, but it's a coincidence. So, like... fucking goddamn. See, I was mentally ill before Facebook. Now everyone's got it, but there's no term for us thoroughbreds that were out there in the 90s when you had to be an absolute weirdo to have it. You had to have a trench coat and black eyeliner and be listening to The Cure. Just brrr. Now blokes can get it. It's cultural appropriation. It was supposed to be for nerds and women. Now football players are crying, fuck off, it's not for you. It's for people who start all their emails with sorry. When I was growing up, I got bullied for being a crybaby. Now it's the opposite. Be vulnerable, you soft cock. Fucking open up, mate, or I'll open up the back of your head, let your demons out. Trying to destigmatise the black dog, you dog cunt. I saw my high school bully, he had a neck tattoo of the number for Lifeline. He's like, open up and tell them about it. Now I'm sponsoring him for a Mullets for Mental Health fun run. It's time to re-stigmatise mental health. That's the thing, we love a vulnerable bloke because it's a charismatic contradiction, like a nimble fat guy or an intellectual on a skateboard. It brings you in. Like, I haven't seen that combination in the simulation. There's a glitch. Do you ever get so lonely you log into MyGov just to get a text? And the only reason I make plans with friends is because I'm paranoid they hate me. I'm like, hey man, you want to go to Grilled? They're like, yeah. I'm like, don't worry about it. I have all the information I need. I just want to know you like me so I can watch TV alone. I've got no interest. My psychiatrist said that anxiety can lead to depression. I wish it would hurry up. Anxiety's way worse. It's like a sushi train, just different dishes every day. Sashimi betrayal, teriyaki brain cancer. Me so scared. And you're just up 3 a.m. texting all your friends, we cool, just... Depression's way better. You're in your pyjamas, drinking custard out of the box in a Xanax haze. It's relaxing. No wonder people slit their wrists in a bubble bath. They're just like, let's send this to the next level, brother. Let's fucking send it. If it's so bad, why'd the Japanese name a forest after it? Usually my carer's tasing me by now. She's doing karaoke, the bitch. But that's her choice. She was asking if I wanted to go to an escape room. I'm like, no, I can just eat buffalo wings without a napkin and try and turn a doorknob. I was one of those leash kids, remember that? It doesn't affect you, hey? It doesn't affect... 61. Have you noticed the more genetic problems a dog has, the fancier it is? Like, if it's got breathing problems, the owner went to a private school. I think because it's in bad taste to have a Ferrari now, you just got to be like, yeah, I can afford to keep a Pomeranian bulldog on dialysis, I'm killing it. I got a litter of asthmatic pugs at home, yeah. I got a Labradoodle on enough Prozac to save Anthony Bourdain. Do you think when aliens come and take over, they'll do the same? They'll be like, fuck Chris Hemsworth, I want the guy with the sleep apnea mask. See that guy on the mobility scooter with all the flags of the UN on it? That's mine, Trevor. He's a rescue. I don't even need to pick up his shit because he's got a colostomy bag, so it's a 2-for-1 meal deal. But I'm not doing well, folks, I'll tell you that much. I just got banned from Airbnb for renovating and I tried to use Afterpay at a brothel and like it just doesn't... Man, do you ever go to a cafe? You know they have that baked goods display? There'll always just be one fly. I always go to the barista, I'm like, why are there Danishes in the fly enclosure? You know, to build a rapport. I've never talked to anyone, but I don't even have the self-esteem to have a dietary requirement. I see someone say they're gluten-free, I'm like, he believes in himself. This guy, more boundaries than a surveyor. I'm not an assertive person. I could be really thirsty. I'll be at a friend's place. I won't ask directly for a glass of water. I'll just be like, do you ever swivel that tap? What? I hate confident people. All my friends have anxiety disorders, which is great, because if you do a no-show, they think it's their fault. They blame themselves. They're like, maybe I shouldn't have even been born, eh? But we hate that fly. Remember the fly? Because it's just hovering over the cupcake, making it all disgusting. It does nothing. It's unemployed. Love the bee, though. Yeah? Because it's out there, pollinating jacarandas. Fly in, fly out. FIFO. It's a fly in high-vis. Now, if flies started cleaning up dog shit as opposed to hovering over it, we'd start respecting them and it'd be illegal to spray them. The only difference between animal cruelty and pest control is the work ethic of the insect. And you know the insect known as the wasp? I'm not talking about white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. I'll be explaining the subtext as we go along. I'm talking about the insect. It's got all the unemployment of the fly and all the violence of the bee, just in the worst corporate merger of all time. It's just... A wasp is like that construction worker that's been sacked, but they're still hanging around. Just, yeah, I used to work for Rio Tinto. But you think of all these creatures. You think of the bee. They've got a hive. That's nice. Bit of community. Even the wasp, as debauched a creature as it is, still has a nest. More of a share house turned into a meth lab vibe, but nonetheless, a community. Then you look at the fly, no headquarters. Freelancing, they're sole traders. Air tasker, doing tasks in the air. There's a piece of dog shit on Kent Street, get to it, boys. They're all just knocking each other out of the way. There's no camaraderie. And if they die in transit, no one investigates. Like a Deliveroo. But yeah, so that's... But it's weird. Like, this is how I like to relax. I like to just go to like a 5-star hotel and just loiter in the lobby. Yeah, I don't know if you've done that, but you're allowed to do that. Everyone here is allowed to go to a 5-star hotel and just loiter in the lobby. And I went there and it's just, you know, there's complimentary pastries, there's a beautiful chandelier, but no one's touching them because it's just CEOs and hedge fund managers going, oh, I'll circle back to you, CC in the invoice. That's the tragedy. The rich are too busy to enjoy the wealth they're created. But you give a bogan a voucher to a buffet. They'll be like, they're not allowed to stop us, brother. Every rich person should be assigned a bogan on a leash just to enjoy the wealth they're too busy creating. Like a truffle pig for pleasure. Take him to the conference. This is Gary, my +1. He'll just be hoovering up the hors d'oeuvres. Going, how good are these oysters? Apparently they make your dick hard. Don't have to write a gratitude diary anymore. They can just watch Gary slurp scallops out of a trough and squeal in ecstasy. Do you ever write a gratitude diary because your dopamine receptors are so fucked you have to gaslight yourself into enjoying your shit life? Went to Grilled with Philip, it was fun to build a rapport. Just end it, it's over. Turn it into a suicide note, it's more honest, commit. Isn't it funny, if you gaslight someone else, it's abuse. Gaslight yourself, it's a gratitude diary. Like, imagine reading your gratitude diary out to someone else as if it was them. You're like, yeah, you enjoyed going to Nando's, didn't you? Admit it, I saw you licking the peri-peri off your lips, you dog. What do you do for a living?
Tour guide.
Prawns and pistachio nuts have the same labour to enjoyment ratio. and gender have both had an explosion in new flavours recently. I worked in an office for a day and for an hour, and everyone in finance wears a Patagonia jacket because they're fantasising about climbing their screensaver. And I don't know. It's not for you're just in a swivel chair developing scoliosis, just moving currencies around that aren't even real. You never know when you've done enough with an office job, you know? You go to a bar afterwards, you're just by yourself drinking a beer, just watching Schindler's List on an Apple Watch. It's low-key. You know, because they're getting emails like, oh, it's Tokyo time, waking up in flop sweats. Circadian rhythms are all mucked up. But you see construction workers, they're doing 120 in a school zone. Dudes in high-vis just revving their engines at the lights because they've clocked off. They're celebrating. It takes the endorphin rush of manual labour to get the confidence to yell gay cunt out of a youth. That's stress relief for them. That's their adult colouring in book. You can't intimidate someone in an electric hybrid that powers down at the lights to save the environment. You just go, it doesn't match. It's like a sommelier pairing a Shiraz with a Krispy Kreme. That was an analogy for no one, apparently. These laughs are as scattered as my granddad's ashes. I just watched him get cremated on Zoom, but I was playing Tetris during the eulogy. It was disrespectful, okay? I admit it. Once again, they're scattered. What is this, a Groupon thing? I've never seen so many different demographics not united by a thing. There's a fucking tour guide next to a skinhead. Like, this is such a Groupon algorithm. It's like, do you want cheap tickets? That's what happens. It's bring them together, boy. Fucking nasty-ass crowd. Yeah, you know, have you guys heard of the cold plunges? Yeah, they're good for you, eh? Cold plunges, that's right. Yeah, they get the blood flowing if you do an ice bath. It's good for your heart rate. Yeah, get in an ice bath. It's going to just get your immune system going, blood through your system. But do you guys remember the Titanic? Yeah, I know it was a movie, but it happened as well, so it's a 2-for-1 meal deal. But remember that bit where it hit the iceberg? Allegedly? And they were all in the water? For a brief period, they were actually getting healthier. They died in peak condition. When Leonardo DiCaprio turned blue, he was in the best shape of his life. Imagine if he'd had an Apple Watch, it wouldn't have known what was going on. It would have been like, your skin's glistening, Leo, from the collagen production, you're doing very well. Oh, there's been a steep drop-off, mate, what happened here? But imagine if they yanked you out of the the Titanic, because it was real, but imagine if they yanked you out just at the right time. Yeah, so you got all the benefits of the cold plunge, you'd end up living longer than you would have if you'd never been involved. That doesn't happen with other tragedies. My uncle survived 9/11 and got his 10,000 steps. The lifts were busy, I don't know if you heard. They were on fire. Shit. Man, you don't hear about the mafia anymore, do you? There's no segues here because of what happened, but it's an acquired brain injury for one, aisle 3. But when it comes to chromosomes, less is more. But yeah, But the mafia, they're not around anymore. I think because they ate too many carbs. Like, they're carb loading every day with the fettuccine. The garlic bread, carb on carb, like cannolis, just custard wrapped in spaghetti. And then they're making life or death decisions. If I eat a carbonara at a restaurant, I have to lie down on the floor. I can't even deal with Netflix. I'm like, Antique Roadshow, fucking, you know, like I'm processing a linguine down here. They had to decide whether to dangle Giuseppe off a bridge or stoop their Goomba with their blood glucose fluctuating like the NASDAQ during a financial crisis. Meanwhile, terrorists, say what you want about them, but they're out there doing things. They're hijacking planes. The Taliban took over in a day because they're on hummus. Slow-release lentils, okay? They're doing Ramadan, intermittent fasting. They were in ketosis when they stormed Fallujah. It's not even a real place. It's in Wizard of the Oz. Wizard of the Oz, that's not real. The Wizard of Oz. Fuck. Get the cattle prods out, Karen. Get them out! That'll do, pig. Clever girl. Yeah, I've never seen a movie, eh? I could be watching any movie, you put a gun to my head, say what's happening, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know. I was just ruminating about a barista that disrespected me, and I didn't do anything about it because I'm a coward. I found that out when I went to the beach with my family, saw a shark and kept it a secret. But I got this friend, he's into the wellness. He likes wellness, you know. He's on goji berries, acai bowls. He's got the green juices going all the time. And people think he's healthy just because he puts that into his system. But I know that he's not, because I've seen his blood work and like, don't ask how I saw it, but yeah, and he has a weak constitution. Like if he doesn't drink green juices, he's gonna die. But Keith Richards, you know, yeah, he's in a band and heroin for 40 years. Fell out of a coconut tree, got an acquired brain injury, still doing cocaine into his 80s. Health's not what you put in, it's the resilience of the container. Put Keith Richards on the cover of Men's Health. He can have a resistance band wrapped around his forearm so he can get the veins pumping for 10 reps of heroin over here, baby. He can snort his firstborn's ashes, activated charcoal, motherfucker. Keith Richards is a corrugated tin shed that thrives when you pour asbestos into it. My friend had to get his stomach pumped at a wine and cheese. Like that's healthier, isn't it? Isn't it, guys, yeah? Oh, yeah? We're a quarter of the way through, and like... Front row's been giving me the straight-faced emoji for the last 10 minutes. If there was a rate your experience kiosk, you just press the one in the middle. I felt nothing at the library. I'm on too much diazepam, so I feel nothing everywhere, but I felt nothing here too, and I thought someone should know about it, neutral. I was indifferent about the bathroom in the Singapore airport. The urinals failed to elicit an emotion, neutral. That's my favourite one, the straight-faced emoji. For people who feel nothing but are still motivated enough to share feedback. You ever go to Fishbowl? It's good, eh? You get to customise your own bowl, choose your own protein. Is there any more dystopian phrase in the English language than choose your protein? It sounds like the last decision the robots will let us make. They'll be like, choose your protein, move to the next window. And we'll be grateful. We'll be like, how good is it how you get to choose your own protein? I enjoy having a bit of autonomy in the gulag. I was on the fence about my protein. Neutral. I don't give a fuck if the robots take over. I'm autistic. They'll hire me as an interpreter. They'll be like, why do they cry? Yeah, I've got no idea, eh? I just look like them. That's where it begins and ends, okay? I need an interpreter. I haven't understood a metaphor since I got the booster shot. All I'm seeing is indistinct chatter. No, but do you ever be watching a movie with subtitles? It'll come up with indistinct chatter. Even if you're deaf, who cares? Like... It's as if the person writing them is like, even if you could hear this, you wouldn't be able to. No one can hear this bit. We're all in the same boat. Builds a sense of community across all hearing levels. It's like taking a blind guy to a black hole. Nothing to see here, mate. Just a complete absence of everything. If you want to hold my hand, you can howl into the void. It's over. Rathy's here. It's a callback to a joke I haven't done yet, but yeah, Fucking hell. I'm doing my set in reverse time. I'm the Benjamin Button of my own... Do you guys remember dumb nerds from school? You know, they'd have glasses, but then they'd be like... Yeah. Dumb nerds get bullied, and in America they do these school shootings, which I think are inappropriate. But... dumb nerds can't do that here because of gun laws. They have to join a medieval reenactment group. No need to apologise, my lord. It's only a flesh wound. Inside every one of them is a rain of bullets restrained by legislation. Smart nerds, they get bullied. They move to Silicon Valley, build a robot to replace their bully's forklift driver job. You excluded me from handball, I've ostracised you from the global economy. It's over, Gary, you're irrelevant. And then Gary's got no self-esteem, he gets hooked on fentanyl, ends up turning the gun on himself. No, it's a long-term school shooting. Like you invest. It's the superannuation of revenge. It's a long... And then at the very end you outsource. That was his head. I don't usually do impressions, but that... But Google's free, eh? But the thing with Google, it's free, but they know everything about you. So your privacy is the currency. But I just wish you could buy other products by telling people deeply personal information. You just go to the cafe, you're like, yeah, I got a micro penis. It's free now. You've actually overpaid with that, so throwing an almond croissant because I got herpes. You can have the whole cafe. This is... Now you're the owner-operator of a Starbucks. But people complain about targeted ads. They're like, ooh, I mentioned Adidas and then I got an ad for a shoe. It wouldn't be exactly like that, but like, at least they've got a target. Like at least they've got a sniper rifle just pointed at your subconscious. TV commercials had no respect for my interests. I'm 6 years old getting ads for renovations, funeral homes. You're not even getting into the bowl. You're pissing all over the floor. Targeted ads are custom designed to my needs. I'm getting ads for extra small condoms. Skin cancer support groups. Like, you hit the bullseye, Bezos. Oh, they're spying on me. At least they're listening. Your husband doesn't give a fuck. He's on Grindr hanging out with me at Grilled eating zucchini chips. Shit. Because he's a nasty-ass motherfucker. But the thing that really annoys me about tech startups is just how relaxed they are. You know, like with the hammocks, the tie-dye V-necks, the ping pong. A little too casual for what they've done. Destroyed everyone's attention span, ruining democracy. Wear a suit. Do you think Hitler went around in board shorts and rollerblades, playing hacky sack with Leni Riefenstahl? No, he wore a suit because he respected the gravity of his crimes. No, I don't agree with what he did. I'm just saying he dressed appropriately. There's a dress code to your evil. I don't agree with what Dracula was up to. He was sucking blood out of women's necks, and I thought that was inappropriate. I was just raised to believe that behaviour was wrong. But he wore a cape. That's the dress code to that type of behaviour. He wasn't wearing a Hawaiian shirt with a mojito, just, don't you worry, child. Oh, God, but I'm not... No, I'm doing all right. I just joined the Mile High Club. Yeah, had a wet dream on a trampoline. That was premature over there. But, you know, like, it went in early, and then it was ba-ba. It was ba-ba-ba-ba down. But, yeah, I was on the airline Emirates. Yeah. And the seats recline the most furthest. Yeah, you didn't know that, but yeah. They have, like, a rich cornucopia of entrees, a veritable tapestry of mains, and a wide variety of desserts. Some of the widest selection of options on any modern aeronautical vessel. But when it comes to Emirates, the airline, your freedom drops dramatically when you land in the country. Like the sky to land ratio of freedom plummets dramatically when you land in Emirates. It's Shiraz in the sky, Sharia in Dubai. That's a bit of a limerick for the Irish people in the crowd. Jetstar's the opposite. They're trying to weigh your bag, you're hiding behind a pillar like Anne Frank. Because your bag's a kilo over, you only got $7 left. You try and take Pringles off the tray, she's trying to cut your fucking hand off, you piece of shit. But then you land and you can shoplift and it's fine, so that's cool. That's what we'd like to see and that'd be nice. God damn it. Nasty. Oh, guys. Imagine if there was a fantasy portal from another world and an elf came through right now. You'd be like, you don't belong in this realm. This is a clear realm violation. If an orc came through, you'd be like, I just saw your colleague from the Enchanted Forest, the elf. What's going on here? This is unbelievable. This bit goes for 7 hours, by the way, so it's going to make Lord of the Rings look like a fucking TikTok. But yeah, I hope you're familiar with folklore, but imagine if there was a fantasy portal and a dwarf came through. You'd be like, yeah, we've already got you. Visiting or returning? Like, you'd have to check, you know, like customs, like Form 2Qs, like you're a resident or you're a tourist, you know, we've got to... Fantasy authors are crazy. It's the only mythological character that's just a regular dude. Like a dwarf in Narnia is a dwarf in Redfern. There's no difference. Do you think a wizard's ever hanging out with a dwarf? They're just looking at a crystal ball. He's like, yeah, you know there's a parallel universe where you can get the disability pension? I mean, you don't have to slay dragons for gold. They'll just give it to you. So, like, you can teleport, baby. But my parents, they're always trying to get me to go to, like, Othello, King Lear, Hamlet. And I'm like, no, I'm good at it. I can just get the train and see some meth head have the most hectic conversation on loudspeaker of just Shakespearean levels of paranoia and drama. You tried to poison me, you dog. I trusted you and you turned your back on me just as I was down. He's holding a skull, reminds me of my dad. It's a possum skull from an electrical incident, but it's the same vibe. He's with one of the witches from Macbeth, just whispering shit in his ear, getting them all riled up. He did betray you, stab him. Instead of a cauldron, she's got a Yui boom, just blasting Skrillex on the quiet carriage, making everyone uncomfortable. Don't you worry, child. There's a guy headbutting a payphone. Why have you forsaken me? They should tap all payphones, record all the conversations and release it as an audio book called Macbeth. Then maybe I could get some REM sleep. I haven't slept for 4 years. That's why this is happening. They come up to you out of the street, these characters. Slings and arrows of misfortune, nangs and durries cost a fortune. Meth heads are like bridge trolls because they speak in riddles and block your path. And if you don't solve them, you get hepatitis. They're like, you, me, and 3 hobgoblins stole Mr. Magoo's wand, yes? And you're trying to calculate the best response that's going to minimise the situation. You're like, maybe if I participate in his version of reality, he'll appreciate that and let me pass into the gentrified zone so I can go to Fishbowl. You're like, yeah, I remember. He's like, wrong, motherfucker. God damn it. I dropped acid before this and I'm still trying to find it. And people offer me acid oil. I'm like, I'm already tripping. You don't bring paprika to Sandeep's Curry Hut. It's spicy enough. Man, we glorify serial killers now. Eh? There's no segues here. You know? Like, remember Ted Bundy? They got Zac Efron to play him. That's not right. Serial killing's the only crime where you get a glow up. When I got caught stealing a Yabby pump from Aldi, they just released the CCTV footage. They didn't hire Chris Hemsworth to reenact it. And now they go into the origin story of these sick puppies. You know, they go right back on the backstory. They're like, yeah, he had a weird relationship with a frog when he was 6. So you start empathising with them. You're like, yeah, I get it, brother. If I had a weird relationship with a frog when I was 6, I'd also store my co-worker's torso in a barrel of acid and dissolve it. Jeffrey Dahmer's got a better chance of redemption than Ellen DeGeneres. That's the problem with Ellen. She didn't go far enough. She stopped her bullying. She should have cut him up into tiny pieces. Then people would visit her in prison and watch her dance through the plexiglass, just with the sticker-skewered heads swiveling around like a kebab spit. That's Ellen, my Ellen, baby. I love you. You're a monster. You're my monster. Voldemort's got a better chance of a comeback than the woman who created him. She who must not be named. Because I think it's better to dismember than misgender. You can't microdose evil, you've got to double drop. If you make a faux pas at a party, just eat everyone there. Because then they'll make a documentary about it. They'll be like, he was hangry. I don't know what noise that was, but I feel like a farmer whose animals are turning against him, but... Remember that movie? But you know President Zelensky? I love this guy. I'd love to have a fling with Zeleng. Because of the way he looks. My friends call me Finocchio because the more I lie about being gay, the harder my dick gets. I'm like, I like pussy, boy. That was as hard to do as it was to listen to. That's a free trade agreement, we call it. But he's at peak hero, Zelensky. Like, it can only go down from there. One mistake. You know, when you're at peak hero, like, he'll be rude to a waiter. Someone will film it, it'll be like, bye-bye, Zelensky, bye now. Meanwhile, Putin will get diagnosed with ADHD, and we'll be like, that's why he did it, I guess. One of the symptoms is an ex in Crimea now he'll release a book, Mein Kampf, My Struggle with Focus. How I conquered the Ukraine and my ADHD. It'll be a... I'm still trying to work out who the coward is in the coward punch thing. Because on the one hand, you've got a guy who's willing to risk it all. His reputation, a prison sentence, a job at Nando's, probably. All just to hit a stranger for absolutely no reason. And on the other hand, you've got a guy who dies from one punch. What a pussy. You know, like... Who's the coward in this situation? The guy who achieved what Mike Tyson couldn't? Or Humpty Dumpty head slumped on the sidewalk like a rag doll? I prefer when it was called a king hit, because it takes a king of a bloke to down another with one foul swoop. More like the brave cunt special punch, but yeah, I don't work in marketing, you're a consultant, let's make it happen. Yeah, that's the end of the show, and it's actually finished. No, it technically is finished.
Hey, Soho. Hey! So what's about to happen is a song is about to play, but that song is not the original song because we did not have the budget to afford the rights to it. So what you're gonna hear is a perfectly legal sound-alike to Shania Twain's Man, I Feel Like a Woman. Is that okay? Yeah! Thank you so much, and I cannot reiterate enough just how legal the sound-alike is. Please welcome to the stage, it's Olga Koch!
What's up, females?
On September 11th, 2021, my long-term boyfriend broke up with me. And that 9/11 was my Vietnam. He broke up with me mere days after my 29th birthday. As it was happening, I was like, I'm sorry, am I in the opening sequence of every movie ever? If I look into a mirror, will I see Julia Roberts? And I don't want anyone to feel bad for me because I got broken up with. I want everybody to feel bad for me because I got broken up with by a self-proclaimed Disney adult. Do we know what a Disney adult is? It's an adult person who enjoys the works of Walt Disney. It does what it says on the tin. What I don't enjoy about Disney adults is that Disney adults appropriate virgin culture without doing the work of not having sex. That's not fair, you don't get both. And some of you are like, Olga, what's it like to long-term date a Disney adult? Well, it's when you're performing oral sex at the Toy Story Hotel at Disneyland Paris. Making direct eye contact with Woody on the wallpaper. And you think to yourself, this is exactly what I had in mind when you said you were whisking me away to Paris. Because London, if we know anything, is that real men like Looney Tunes. If you can appreciate the curves of Jessica Rabbit's body, your balls have dropped. I don't know if you know this, but Elmer Fudd was actually one of the founding members of the NRA. This is true, you can Google this. Because Looney Tunes teaches you real life skills, like when there's a gun pointed to your head, you tie it in a knot like a real man. But the thing you need to know about me is that whenever I go through a breakup, I never get sad. Whenever I'm single, I never get sad. If someone breaks up with me, I never get sad. If someone breaks up with me, if anything, I get more delusionally confident. Do you get this? Like, to give you an idea, a couple of months ago, I was riding this guy's dick, legend. And as I was doing it, I looked him directly in the eye and without a shred of irony said, I'm gonna make you believe in God. That's the last time I fuck Ricky Gervais, am I right? Come on! We're having fun. I could only come if he did Brent. No, he could only come if he did Brent. And look, it's difficult for me to be the comedian that fucks, okay? That is my plight. I know what you want from me. You want me to be a jester. You want me to be a clown. You want to point at me and feel better about your own lives. You want me to be pathetic, right? So I can't really come out here and be like, I have a lot of sex. I have to like, I have to package it in a sad way. I have to be like, oh, I have a UTI. But how do you think I got it? And the reason I never get sad after I get broken up with, and I never get sad when I'm single, is because I came of age at a very specific time in history. I came of age in the late 90s, early 2000s, at the peak of hoe culture. I was raised by women like Samantha Jones from Sex and the City, like Nessa from Gavin and Stacey. When I was a little girl, I wanted to grow up to become Stifler's mom. And that is why I never get sad when I'm single. When I'm single, I fly my hoe culture flag high. And some of you may be uncomfortable with the term hoe. I totally get it. I used to be uncomfortable with it as well. But then in the last 2 years, I started referring to myself as a hoe, and I thought, what changed? And I think it's because in the last 2 years, I've stopped deriving so much of my self-esteem from sex and romance and started deriving more of my self-esteem from professional achievements and work. And that's when I realized, capitalism. You old dirty bastard, you've done it again! I just have a new daddy to please. I just want Adam Smith's invisible hand to pat me on the bum. You could do other stuff too. God, I love hoe culture. I love hoe culture. Hoe culture to me is the antithesis to traditional femininity. Hoe culture is a toxic femininity. It's fun. It's flirty. Hoe culture is a self-aware narcissism. Hoe culture is breaking the fourth wall to say, am I really about to suck this guy's dick? What am I even like? I love the women of hoe culture. I love Shania Twain singing, the best part about being a woman is a prerogative to have a little fun. I love Alanis, Avril, all the Canadian yodelers. Do you have copyright to that? It's not necessarily good women either. Nadine Dorries is hoe culture. Brigitte Macron, hoe culture. Do you know Brigitte Macron? First Lady of France. She's married to Emmanuel Macron, the president of France. They met in a classic meet cute. He was 16 and in school, and she was his teacher. 24 years older than him. And every time I think of Brigitte Macron, which is daily, 99% of me is like, oh my God, she's a pedo. She's a groomer. She should be in jail. What a nonce, what a nonce, what a nonce, nonce, nonce. But then 1% of me does inevitably always go, this is her story. Just the 1%. And hoe culture isn't just sex, right? Hoe culture is a way to live life. It's to say, shots on me, and then forgetting your debit card. Hoe culture. What a fun feather boa. Does it come in lime green? Hoe culture. Not bringing any camping equipment to a camping trip you organized. Hoe culture. What's your name, sir?
Ben.
Ben? That's hoe culture. Wearing a cowboy hat indoors? Thank you very, very much. Automatically connecting to the Wi-Fi at the brew dog. That's hoe culture, baby. And usually, when I need to have my sexual needs met after a breakup, I contact a certain someone called Sebastian. Sebastian is a bad signal to all of my friends that I'm single and I'm out on the prowl. And the reason I contact Sebastian is because Sebastian meets most of my sexual needs. But I know for a fact that I will never fall in love with Sebastian. Because the very first time we had sex, Sebastian brought a guitar. There's no risk of me falling in love with anyone who once posted a picture of Elvis Presley on his Instagram feed with the caption, "Rest in peace, King." But I knew for a fact that I would never, ever develop feelings for Sebastian when I realized that he was the type of person to regurgitate facts and anecdotes you told him as brand new information. You know exactly what I'm talking about. He'd be like, I had diarrhea at the Red Hot Chili Peppers show. That was me! I told you that. He'd be like, did you know that this is where the clit is? I told you that. But this time around, after this breakup, Sebastian wasn't going to do the trick. Because after this breakup, I had a very specific goal in mind. And Sebastian is quite sexually conservative, he's a little bit sexually repressed, and my goal was quite adventurous. What I wanted to do was something I'd never done before. What I wanted to do after this breakup was to have a threesome. Shock, awe. Everyone's like, Olga, you're so confident. You look like you've forgotten how to have sex with fewer than 4 people. I know, I'm aware of the vibe that I give off. Honestly, it would be so on brand for me to have a threesome. But the main reason I wanted to have a threesome was because I just wanted to see if I could. Like, no one tells you when you're younger how much sex stuff you do, not because you want to do it, but because you want to have done it. Like, you've had a 69 to, like, tick the box, not for the pleasure of anyone involved. Right? I mean, a few years ago, I got obsessed with having sex with a rock star. I was like, I want to fuck a rock star. I want to fuck a rock star. And then I had diarrhea at the Red Hot Chili Peppers show. No, I was like, I want to fuck a rock star. If I have a daughter one day, I want to sit her down and I want to tell her about all the rock stars I fucked. Is this relatable? And so I approached it in a very organized way. I found like a medium-sized band. They were called the Orwells. You don't need to know anything about the Orwells. All you need to know about the Orwells is that they're sort of intellectual enough to call themselves after a literary author. But strategic enough to have that author be on the GCSE curriculum. Okay. So I showed up to the concert, I stood in the back, I sipped on my G&T, I plotted, I schemed, I stayed after the show, I started chatting to the band, I focused on the drummer, lowest self-esteem. I brought him home. The second we walked into my house, I was like, you can go now. He was like, what? I was like, I wanted to see if I could fuck you. I don't actually want to fuck you. He was like, what? I was like, oh, sex with you would probably be terrible. Please leave. And he wasn't too happy about it, but if you feel bad for him, don't. 2 weeks later, the entire band got Me Too'd, so what I was doing was technically activism. Thank you very, very much. So I was thinking as to why I'd never had a threesome before. And I think it's because most formations of threesomes make me feel very uncomfortable. Like, I don't think the division of labor is fair. And I'm very sensitive to unfairness, okay? I don't know if you get this, but like, if I see a pregnant woman and a man out and about, I get angry. I get really angry, because I don't think it's fair for a woman to be less fuckable for 9 months, okay? I'm not saying I wouldn't fuck a pregnant chick. I'm just saying surely it's harder to get laid when you're pregnant. Like, if you saw a pregnant woman in a bar, you'd be like, hey, should you be here? So I've never had a threesome, apart from the time that I fucked that pregnant chick. You'll get there. So let's go through every formation of a threesome and talk about why they don't work for me, okay? First, me and 2 straight men. Absolutely not. No, that's too much work for me. Also, straight men one-on-one, there are some good eggs. Straight men in a group, that's how we get Imagine Dragons. Me and 2 women, that's not a threesome, that's a book club, honey. Olga, what about non-binary people? What about gender-fluid people? To me, they are superior human beings. With them, there are no rules. They can pass me around like Pete Davidson. Okay, Olga, what about a man and a woman? I'm sorry, there's not a man on the surface of this fucking planet that deserves to watch me fuck a chick? That's a treat, that's a prize. I cannot think of any man that deserves the satisfaction of watching me make love to a woman. No man deserves that prize. Maybe Captain Tom? After you've done as much as he had for this country, maybe you can watch me kiss a lady. I did this joke to complete silence in Brussels, Belgium, after which I realized that I had to explain the concept of Captain Tom to a room full of unassuming Europeans. And let me tell you, there's no story that gets less and less believable the longer you tell it. I was stuck there on stage sounding like an American drug commercial, okay? I was like, Captain Tom was a war veteran who was walking around in circles in his backyard. He was raising money to treat COVID-19, and when the Tory government found out that he was raising money to treat COVID-19, they decided to give him the job of single-handedly curing COVID-19. No offense to Captain Tom, he did a terrible job. And to thank him for everything he's done for COVID-19, British Airways decided to give him COVID-19 by sending him to the Caribbean, after which he tragically passed. But he died safe in the knowledge that his daughter Hannah stole 600,000 pounds from him. And I'm calling it now. 2 years from now, HBO will get the writers of Chernobyl to do like a Lady Macbeth-esque retelling of Hannah, Captain Tom's daughter. It's the beginning of the pandemic. Hannah's husband loses his job. Hannah has a bright idea. She puts a tripod in front of her father, who's walking around in circles and has no idea what's going on. And at first, they make a little bit of money just to cover the mortgage, maybe some groceries. Hannah's husband's like, babe, that's elder abuse. She's like, who else is gonna pay the mortgage, Chris? They make more money. They have to start a foundation, hire an accountant. Hannah's getting sloppy. Hannah's buying shoes. British Airways flies them out to the Caribbean. By this point, Hannah's too far gone. She's sipping on pina coladas by the pool. She has Captain Tom on the next season of The Masked Singer. They fly back. Captain Tom tragically passes, played beautifully by Eddie Redmayne. The death doesn't stop Hannah. She calls the ABBA hologram people. And if you think I've gone too far, I think we can all collectively agree that Rosamund Pike is going to look beautiful at the Golden Globes. So what I'm trying to say is British Airways killed Captain Tom, so now I can't have a threesome. And there's only one threesome that would work for me. It is a very rare threesome to come by. It is the holy grail of threesomes. And that threesome is me and 2 bisexual men. Because that's a triangle where everybody can entertain everybody, nobody is texting in the corner. Any bisexual men in? Statistically unlikely. Any open-minded straights? Any conservative gays? Look, I urge everyone to reconsider. I think bisexual men are superior to straight men in every single way. For example, bisexual men can take a nude, okay? Because bisexual men are terrified of objectifying themselves a little bit, right? Like any straight man nude I've ever received has always just been a very tightly cropped medical image of their dick that's like, ah! It's purple. Any straight man nude I've ever received can be captioned with the words, "Is this normal?" "Should I see a doctor?" Because straight men are so terrified of being gay, the second they see a penis on their phone, even their own, they're like, "No!" And they throw the phone across the room. A bi guy isn't afraid of his own body. Maybe he'll get a thigh if you're lucky. He'll be like, "Ooh, it's attached to something." So you'll realize how lucky I felt mere 7 days later on September 18th, 2021, when I found myself on tour in the city of Bristol at a nightclub called OMG with 2 people. The first was a man called Leo. Leo and I have met many times before. Leo's a stand-up comedian, real name, Google him, I don't give a shit. Leo's bisexual, and Leo was single at the time. The other person on that dance floor was a man called Sam. Leo and I met Sam that night. Sam was also a stand-up comedian, also bisexual, and also single at the time. And unbeknownst to these 2 gentlemen, Mama was gonna have a threesome that night. Because I had a room at the Premier Inn, where the shower gel is very much attached to the wall. So first I approached Leo, because Leo and I had met many times before, so I came up to him and I very openly said, "Leo, would you like to have a threesome?" And Leo said, "Yes." But I don't think his heart was in it. I think we have the same agent, and he was too scared to say no. And if some of you are looking at me saying, Olga, it would be so fucked up if a man said this on stage, don't overthink it, let it wash over you. So then me and Leo collectively approached Sam. But Leo and I only met Sam that night. We couldn't just open with, would you like to have a threesome? We needed to lay some groundwork. And before I get to that groundwork, I cannot over-communicate enough to you just how devastatingly handsome Sam is. Sam is so hot. Whatever you're imagining, double it, triple it. He's so hot, he's so hot, he's so hot. He's tall, he's blonde, we kind of look like siblings. Okay, I wrote that joke when I was blonde, realized I have red hair. I don't know, fix it in post? I don't know what we'll fix. Anyways, basically, he's hot. He's really, really hot. He's so hot. He's got big arms. He was wearing a wife beater. Sorry, a vest that you wear to beat your wife. Sam is so hot. Whatever you're imagining. Hotter, hotter, hotter. So hot. He's so hot. A comedy review once referred to him as a good-looking chap. You know what that means? Horny reviewer. So I'm doing all of my small talk all-stars, okay? I'm like, do you have any siblings? Where are you from? What's your favorite movie? He's like, Groundhog Day. I'm like, what's your favorite movie? He's like, Groundhog Day. I'm like, what's your favorite movie? At a certain point, at about 2 a.m. on this nightclub dance floor, Sam looks at me and he goes, hey, Olga, I'm gonna be in a student comedy competition a couple of days from now. Would you like to be my plus one? Now, before we go any further, he's a 24-year-old master's student. Everything is above board, okay? What's 24 years between a teacher and a French president? So in my mind, I think, okay, well, I scratch your back, you have a threesome with me. So I say, sure, I'll be your plus one to the student comedy competition. At which point he whips out his phone, 2 a.m., nightclub dance floor, and emails the organizer of the competition, can Olga Koch please be my plus one? No subject line, no hello, no thank you. To which I assume the organizer is like, do you know her? Is this a Make-A-Wish? And so after this, I feel comfortable asking for my thing. So I say, hey, Sam, would you like to have a threesome? And he goes, is this the only way I can get an agent? And ultimately, London, he declines. At which point I realize that I've just been scammed into going to a student comedy competition. And student comedy competition or not, I have done crazy shit after breakups. We've established I love embracing a little bit of hoe culture after a breakup. I love embracing a little bit of chaos after a breakup. Like after my first major breakup in high school, I faked my own death. For the attention. I went on Facebook and I did one of those statuses that was like, this is Olga's mom. You know exactly the one I'm talking about. You've all wondered what it would be like to post it. I don't recommend it. 2 likes, 0 comments. Don't do it. Don't do it. After one breakup, within 1 month of this breakup, I had gone to Mamma Mia the Party at London's O2. Not once, not twice, but 3 whole times. Pause for applause. Thank you very much, thank you. Who here knows what Mamma Mia the Party is? Okay, great. The rest of you, read a book. Mamma Mia the Party is an immersive 3-hour dining experience based on the musical Mamma Mia. Do we know the musical Mamma Mia? Based on the songs of ABBA. Mamma Mia is in Italian. ABBA is Swedish. The songs are in English. The whole thing takes place in Greece. Why is it called Mamma Mia? Because there's already a musical called Grease. What does this have to do with anything? Meryl Streep raw dogging 3 men in Greece is hoe culture. And look, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've only been recognized twice in my entire life. And the first time I ever got recognized was in the queue to Mamma Mia the Party. And it wasn't because of any of my television appearances. It was because of the other time I went to Mamma Mia the Party. I may be misremembering this, but I'm pretty sure the woman checking my tickets just went, here we go again. So So you walk in, and it's quite an industrial space, so you think, like, what could they possibly done to the O2? But the second you walk in, you are transported. The walls are covered in vines, the sky is painted blue, the whole place looks like an authentic Greek taverna. It looks so much like Greece, I thought I was at the British Museum. And what Mamma Mia the party promises you is 50 ABBA songs in 3 hours. 3 hours is a long time. 50 ABBA songs is a buttload of ABBA songs. And this is not merely a concert like the holograms. This is part of the Mamma Mia cinematic universe. They have narrative, they have characters, they have dialogue. But because they have to get through so many songs, the amount of dialogue they have is porno level, okay? Like, you're constantly hearing shit like, we need to call the plumber. The plumber's name? Fernando. Halfway through, they're panicking. They're nowhere close to 50 songs. They're shoehorning every line. You're hearing stuff like, hey, Costas, do you have a favorite Martin Luther King quote? I have a dream. 15 minutes left. Nowhere close to 50 songs. What they do is a very clever thing. They stage a talent show within the narrative of the show. And it just so happens that the only performance at this talent show is a 30 ABBA song medley. Cannot recommend it enough. If you have 200 pounds lying around, why are you even here? Don't do the math of how much money I've spent on Mamma Mia the party. Don't do it. I see some of you doing it. Don't do it. Millennials cannot buy houses, and Mamma Mia the party is to blame. But the crown jewel of my chaotic post-breakup behavior was without a doubt the day I got broken up with. And that same day I got broken up with, I immediately applied to be on The Bachelorette. Do you guys know The Bachelorette? It's like a long tradition. It's a woman in a long dress. She lives in a house with a bunch of men. I think the first Bachelorette was Snow White. The Bachelorette is an American TV show institution. It's reality television heaven, okay? I've always wanted to be the Bachelorette. She's amazing, right? She's there in a long dress with 20 men. Every week she votes a man off until there's 3 Republicans or farmers. And then because it's a very heteronormative show, she has all 3 men propose to her, and the one that she chooses, contractually, inevitably, 3 to 6 weeks later, comes out as gay. That's how the show works, okay? But in order to make the show last 20 weeks, they need to pad out the pool of eligible Republicans and farmers with other dudes. And these other dudes are, for lack of a better word, freaks. I don't know if anyone here has seen episode 1 of any season of The Bachelorette, but it is a parade of freakazoids, okay? She's there in a gorgeous gown, full face of makeup, flowers, open the door, ding dong, it's a guy in a hot dog suit. It's a magician. It's a white Buddhist. It's a guy in a regular suit, camera pans down, he's wearing the toe shoes. He's there! It's Anthony Costa from Blue! Knock, knock is just like a Jehovah's Witness that knocked on the door and just got roped in. They're all there. That's the setup of the show. The subtext of the show is, when do we collectively start slut-shaming the Bachelorette? Because a slutty Bachelorette fucks like 7 of them. And a good godly Bachelorette doesn't fuck any of them, because they're what? Gay. See, if I were to be the Bachelorette, I'd subvert the whole thing. If I were to be the Bachelorette London, I would fuck the freaks. Because if I know anything, is that a guy in a hot dog suit will fuck me better than any Republican. If I'm going on ABC television, I'm getting fingered by a magician. Is this your card? I have yet to hear from the producers. They wouldn't be able to handle me. I'd subvert too much about the show. I would come on, I would fuck the freaks. The producers would hate that. I would also refuse to have the men propose to me. I'm sorry, I'm the Bachelorette, so I'm doing the proposing, okay? And don't tell me that it's desperate when women propose, because men love it when I get on my knees. And you know when men propose to women, it's always so gendered. It's always like flowers and butterflies. I would want my proposal to my man to be just as gendered. I want to give my man the proposal that he's been dreaming of since he was a little boy. I would do it at the gym. I'd get on one knee. I'd hand him an ice cold Stella. And I'd say, wouldn't it be tight if we spent the rest of our lives together? No homo. And then he'd stand there, and then he'd be like, oh, word? All his boys would be there, lifting through the tears. Surprise! I made you all steaks. Surprise! I bought you tickets to the game. What game? I don't fucking know. And just when he thinks the day can't get any better, I buy him a cameo from Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Weddings on a Saturday, I'm not even there, because Saturdays are for the boys. So what I'm trying to say, London, is that I've done crazy shit after breakups. So 2 days later, you bet your ass, I was at the student comedy competition. And this is the part of the show where I confess to you that this was not my first time at the student comedy competition. And it was not my second time at the student comedy competition. It was my third time at the student comedy competition, having never taken part in the student comedy competition, because I like what I like, and what I like is to be called mommy. So I walk in with my ticket, I hand it to the organizer, who recognizes me. He looks at the ticket, he goes, here we go again. I take a seat, and it is only when I take my seat that I realize I may have made a terrible mistake. I'm there completely alone. People keep coming up to me asking me why I'm there. They sit me directly next to Sam's entire extended family, who I can't introduce myself to, because I can't just be like, I failed to have a threesome with your son, and here I am! I don't see Sam before the show. I only see him on stage for a total of 7 minutes, after which I have to sit through 3 hours of student comedy. I cut my losses, I go to a pub, I order 2 small glasses of wine in 1 big one, like a mom who's like, had too much on that day. Which is hoe culture. And as I am decanting my second wine, this is the second time I've ever been recognized in my life, because a man in this pub comes up to me and very kindly says, you are in Mock of the Week. And I say, you don't know my life, and I burst into tears. And as I am crying into my giant wine, I receive the following text message from Sam. Hello. Hello. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna need a volunteer to be Sam. Does anybody want to be Sam? Would you like to be Sam? What's your name?
Marcus.
Marcus, would you like to be Sam? Yes, please. Okay. All right. So if you could just read. Huge round of applause for Marcus Sam. Thank you, Marcus Sam. Okay. So this is the text message that Sam sent me. I'm crying in my wine post student comedy competition. Yeah. I just left the student comedy competition. Sam texts me the following text message.
It was lovely meeting you last weekend, and having you at the competition tonight, it really means a lot. Have a great rest of your tour, and hope to see you again sometime soon. Rock emoji, heart emoji, exactly.
I'm not sure this accent can make anything sound romantic. No offense to you, sir. Okay, so based on that text message alone, do you think he wants to suck and fuck? Or do you think it's more of like a we'll always have Paris vibe?
Definitely Paris.
Okay, Marcus is being brutal to me right now. But the accent makes it kind of hot. Okay, so you think that's a rejection. We established that I was feeling delusionally confident at the time. So to me, I couldn't really tell. I couldn't really understand the text message. To me, it was like a foreign language. I did not know what it meant. I was staying up all night deciphering it like the Rosetta Stone, okay? I took a screenshot of that text message and I sent it into every group chat I've ever been in my life. It was like, work drinks 2017. Hey guys! Long time no speak. Congrats on the baby. Now my thing. I had no idea what that text message meant. I had no idea what it meant. I had no idea whether he wanted to see me again. And to make matters worse, a few days after this, Sam invites me out for a drink. Of a milkshake. Okay, Khalees. What does a milkshake mean? I was even more confused than after that fucking text message, okay? Because is a milkshake friendly? Is it networky? Is it sexy? What the fuck is a milkshake? And we've established that Sam is bisexual. I am also bisexual based on my footwear and the length of my fingernails. Hi, girls. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hi. Okay? And I don't want to give bisexuals a bad rap, but I truly believe that any interaction between two bisexual people is simultaneously the most innocent and chaste interaction and the most horny and depraved interaction, okay? The only way I can explain this to straight people is imagine running into a distant cousin at a wedding. It can truly go either way. If it's good enough for the Queen, Marcus. And look, I'm bisexual. I didn't talk too much about having sex with women on stage. I don't really do that because it would just sound like bragging. 10 out of 10, would recommend. Also, for the longest time, I didn't really feel comfortable talking about my bisexuality on stage because I'm not a 50-50 bisexual. I'm more of a spicy straight. Like, I am as gay as Tony Soprano is Italian. Like, I feel strongly that my grandmother was a lesbian. I love the culture. I've been many times. I also don't think it makes sense for me to come out as bisexual because I do believe that all women are lesbians. If there's any straight identifying women in the audience, can you give me a woo? I don't believe you exist, but it's really fun. You can identify as whatever you want. That's fun. It's fun that you always come in groups, huh? Just a little bit anthropological observation for me. My favorite thing that you straights do is practice kissing on your female best friend for like 4 hours. She's nodding. She's nodding. My favorite activity that straight women do is get really drunk at the club, and then you're so drunk and you're so horny, and going home with a man is dangerous, and Beth is right there. And if you're not laughing, that's a sound of about 50 women going, huh. Look, we spent hundreds of years objectifying women. It's okay if it worked. Men love buying magazines with women on the cover, but women love buying magazines with women on the cover. And if you're still not convinced, why not turn to a famous hoe culture disciple, a certain Dolly Parton? Do we love Dolly Parton? We love Dolly Parton, and Dolly Parton loves her straight husband in a very straight way. And she loves her husband in such a straight way that she keeps writing these gorgeous ballads about how much she loves her straight husband. And one of the most famous ballads, as you'll know, about how straightly she loves her straight husband is called Jolene. And it goes, Jolene, 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 your beauty is beyond compare, your flaming locks of auburn hair, your ivory skin and eyes of emerald green. Tell me the guy's name. Jolene is the only song about a man that passes the Bechdel test. Can you imagine going to the woman you know your boyfriend is cheating on you with and just being like, Jessica, I've read the text messages and let me just start by saying that your eyes are beautiful. Jessica, where did you get those shoes? Jessica, everyone in the community respects you so much. Jessica, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I'm wasting your time. I shouldn't be here. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I forgot why you're here. Oh, please don't fuck my boyfriend. All women are gay. Also, as a bisexual person, I don't want to give bisexual people a bad rap, but I do think I have sexual tension with everybody. And what you're hearing is like, Olga, you have a lot of sexual tension with a lot of people. No, everybody. I've married and divorced all of you. You and I are co-parenting in my mind. Every job interview I've ever gone to has ended in me going, are you feeling this? There are only 2 people in the entire world who are exempt from my sexual tension list. And the first person who's exempt is my best friend Charlotte. And Charlotte is exempt because Charlotte went to an all-women's university where her entire personality was drugs. And she still chose men, okay? I know when I'm not welcome. And the other person exempt from my list is my best friend Philip, and Philip is exempt because Philip is so gay, he has repeatedly told me he prefers magic to comedy. I know the limits of my abilities. Philip also recently got food poisoning from what the medics referred to as eating too much ass. He died doing what he loved. Eating a magician's ass. Is this your card? Philip and I also went to high school together, and his yearbook quote was the MGMT lyric, "This is our decision to live fast and die young." And now he works for Goldman Sachs. A happy ending, after all. Also, I joke about Philip getting food poisoning. Philip had liver failure from eating ass. London, are you hearing me? Philip ate so much ass, his liver gave up. He had to get hospitalized. He had to tell his parents. Imagine calling your mom and saying, "Mom, I ate too much. Can you come get me? I ate too much ass again." He got hospital. I visited him. UCL Hospital, 7th floor, amazing views of London, #secret London. Stunning. No, stunning. Oh my God. Life hack, okay? And I visited him. He had an ensuite, and I had to go through this like communal floor that all these people were sharing. And I was like, how the fuck did you get an ensuite? And he said, I had the shit so bad I needed my own toilet. Very cool. Write it down. Very, very cool. But I do get it. Like, I'd lose my liver if I could eat ass one last time. Take my kidneys, I don't give a shit. You guys eat ass? Just like breathe and act normally if you eat ass. Let me sell you on eating ass. If anyone here is curious about what's happening in the ass-eating space, if you have children, let me tell you, if they're eating ass, they're not getting pregnant. They are getting liver failure. And if you're curious about eating ass, let me tell you, okay? So if your partner's cheeked up, if they got a big juicy booty, they got a big butt, which they should, it's 2023, step up and get a BBL. A BBL, for those of you who don't know, is a Brazilian butt lift. It's the plastic surgery with the highest mortality rate. Begging the question, is life with a flat ass even worth living? So cheeked up, I got a big, big butt. What you want to do is you want to take the person whose salad you're about to toss, whose 5 a day you're about to enjoy. What you want to do is you want to take the cheeks, you want to shove them into your own eyes, and it feels like a VR headset. Take me into the metaverse! You know when you're a kid and you rub your eyes and you see stars? You'll see stars all right. So Sam invited me out for a milkshake. So I packed my things and I went to the yard. And I guess he invited me out for this milkshake because he's not like other boys, because he's sober, and I'm not like other girls because I can digest lactose. So I arrived at this milkshake. I still had no idea what it meant. I had no idea whether to prepare myself for a date or whether to prepare myself for something more friendly or formal. I had no idea. But the second we sat down, it didn't really matter anymore because the conversation was so easy and it was so fun. It was the most fun I ever had in my life. We were bonding over all the things bisexual people bond over, like the price of hair bleach, or our coming out stories. It turns out we came out the same exact way. We sat our parents down and kissed them both on the mouth. It was honestly amazing. Like, he was also into all the Ho Culture disciples, except for me, Avril and Alanis were women I grew up with. And to him, Avril and Alanis were classic rock. And at the end of the day, we stood up, realized we never actually ordered anything because bisexuals famously cannot choose. And as we were walking out, I was still thinking, I can't tell what this is. I don't know if this is a date or not. I had such a nice time, but I don't know what he's thinking. And as I was thinking this, he grabbed me by the shoulder and he kissed me. And then he said, "Where do you live?" And I said, "We're about 5 minutes away from my house." And he said, "We can be 0 minutes away from your bed." Which should tell you how hot he is, because he totally got away with it. And in my head, I was like, yay, he wants to have sex with me. But in reality, I had to be like, no, I'm shy. But I wasn't shy. I just had Sebastian at my house tuning his guitar. Because, you know, I did that thing where you go out for the night and you're not sure if it's definitely going to happen, so you line up a sure thing because you don't want to waste a shaved pussy. I was the victim of my own over-preparedness. And so I had to leave, right? And then after that, I had to go back on tour. And a few days later, I found myself in the city of Leeds. You guys like Leeds? It's a city. And I was doing that thing in Leeds. I don't know if you know this. You go to a pub, you see a straight couple, you start chatting to them, you start taking shots, you start making out with the girl as a joke. And then halfway through the kissing, you turn to the guy and you say, "I'm cucking you right now." It's a great way to see a new city, okay? So I was out and about seeing the sights of Leeds when I got a fire react emoji to one of my Instagram stories from none other than Sam. And I wanted to use this as an opportunity, okay? Because I realized that I was sending him mixed signals. I didn't say hi to him after the student comedy competition. I said no when he asked to come home with me. I didn't want him to think that I wasn't interested, because I was interested. And baby, I was interested. I was scrolling so far back in his Instagram, okay? I was so far back in his Instagram. You know when you scroll so far, you know they have a melanoma before they do? I was doing every Google search under the sun. I was like, Sam, last name ISIS, right? You need to check if you'll always come second with it. I used to say his actual last name, but now I have to say last name to anonymize because this is being recorded. But is it more confusing when I say last name because you think his last name is ISIS? His last name is not ISIS. And he's not an ISIS. Let's just make that perfectly clear. Although ISIS needs LGBTQ representation. Okay, this is not the message of this show, okay? So I really wanted to let him know that I was interested. And so I sent him the following message. He was in Wales at the time. This will become relevant. I said, "I hope you're having a wonderful time in Wales. I'm having a wonderful time not thinking about you at all." Winky face. Which is the international sign for open throat. And Sam came back with this.
Same. Handshake emoji.
He sent me a handshake emoji. Like it's fucking LinkedIn. I sent him an open throat and he pleasured doing business with you, man. The indignant. He sent me a handshake emoji. And look, okay, reading that is devastating, but I need to tell you what it felt like to receive it at the time, okay? So you know how guys who like small tits think they're intellectually superior? Men who are like, big boobs, not for me, too gauche. So I'm quite flat-chested, so I've mostly dated readers, right? And what I've learned from dating all these intellectuals is that next time, ladies, don't ask him if he has any STDs. Ask him if he's read Zizek. Because you can get rid of an STD. You can't get rid of ideas. And so what was so refreshing about Sam, what was so mind-boggling about Sam was that Sam was completely and utterly unpretentious. He was so completely unpretentious when he told you about his favorite Jack Reacher book. Or asked you what your favorite Ariana Grande song was. That it made you want to stop pretending. For the first time in my life, I could stop pretending that I had a favorite strain of weed. Or that I had a favorite Beatle. It's Yoko! Yoko is my favorite Beatle. I wish she Yoko'd more bands. I wish Yoko'd Imagine Dragons. So with any other person, if I read that text message, I'd say, oh my God, they're clearly not interested, or they're playing some sick and twisted mind game. With Sam, and only earnest, unpretentious Sam, did it genuinely feel like he just wanted to shake your hand. But I couldn't think about it too much, because I woke up the next morning with a giant lump on my throat. You can touch it on the way out. And I obviously thought, I've hoe culture too close to the sun. So I made an appointment with my GP, and before I get into that, can I just say that the NHS is the greatest invention on this godforsaken island. Everybody who works for the NHS is a saint. Sadly, the NHS is terribly underfunded, and everybody who works for the NHS is terribly overworked. And it is because the NHS is so underfunded, and because all of the NHS workers are so overworked, that the bedside manner of some NHS employees may at times be a little bit avant-garde. So I show up to my GP with my giant lump, and the very first thing she says is not hello, not how are you. She just looks at me and she goes, you think it's cancer. Reader, I did not think it was cancer. So now we're both in a panic because we have no idea what this thing is, right? I go for an ultrasound because maybe conjoined twin. Arguably the most hoe culture thing of all is your twin dying on you because she'll never be you. Inconclusive, have no idea what it is. She's like, let's go take a biopsy, autopsy. Biopsy, the one where I'm not dead. The thing, when they take a little piece of you as a souvenir, right? So she sends me to another doctor, this new doctor. She lays me down. She gets out the biggest needle I have ever seen in my life, and she starts sticking it into my neck. And as I'm lying there, trying to distract myself from the biggest needle I've ever seen, I try scrolling my phone just not to think about the giant needle in my neck. And as I'm scrolling to distract myself, I get the following text message from Sam.
Hey Olga, I just wanted to say, is it alright if this stays platonic? I think you're amazing and I don't want anything to complicate our friendship because you're a lovely person and it's so much fun having you in my life. Hope you're having a good day. Heart emoji.
Marcus, none of that was written down. What the fuck? No, thank you for reading that. He wanted to protect our friendship? You know friendship, when you've met twice and one of them you beg them for a threesome? Best friends forever. So obviously when I receive this essay, I start bawling, I'm crying, I'm hyperventilating with a needle in my neck. I'm enjoying it a little bit because I love being the main character. And as I'm crying, the doctor looks over and I kid you not, verbatim goes, sometimes I forget you're people and not pin cushions. I don't have cancer. My original GP called me and the conversation word for word went. She was like, you don't have cancer. And I said, thank you so much, have a great day, goodbye. And she went, thank you so much, have a great day. It could be syphilis. Click. Syphilis? That's not hoe culture, that's harlot culture. But also relax, I don't have syphilis either. But if I did have syphilis, how do you think I got it? And the cherry on top of the entire experience was, you know when you go to your GP and they write down everything you say and they send it to your address? I opened this piece of paper, and instead of stand-up comedian, she wrote standard comedian. Standard comedian. I haven't even raped anybody. Look, I really wanted to write this show thanking and celebrating the women that made me the woman that I am today. I also really wanted to write a show about rejection, showing the world that I'm not ashamed of my rejection. Because if I learned anything, is that in traditional femininity, if you want something, you're meant to sit there and wait for that thing, for someone to come to you and propose to you. But in hoe culture, you go out there and you get the things that you want. And in traditional femininity, if you get rejected, you're meant to think of it as a defeat. You're meant to internalize it and feel ashamed of it and self-pity and sit there in silence and think of it as your own failure as a woman. But in hoe culture, you can't shame me if I'm not ashamed. The women of hoe culture aren't ashamed of their rejections. They take their rejections and they make beautiful art out of their rejections. When men get rejected, they start World War II or Facebook. When Alanis Morissette got broken up with, she did not text her ex-boyfriend, "Is she perverted like me? Would she go down on you in a theater?" She took these thoughts and she put them to music, and she wrote You Oughta Know, the greatest song of our time. And now people are singing You Oughta Know in karaoke bars all over the world. And no relationship anyone could have ever offered Alanis Morissette would ever come close to the euphoria of hearing You Oughta Know for the very first time. And this show is my You Oughta Know. Because I don't make comedy for comedy fans. I make comedy for 18-year-old girls who got left on red and think the world is ending. And I don't know if you guys know this, but You Oughta Know was written about Dave Coulier, who's a stand-up comedian most well known for dating one of the coolest chicks in show business. So Sam, we're halfway there. So Sam, you ask me if it's okay if this tastes platonic. I ask you if it's okay if this show is iconic!
I was watching Notting Hill a couple of nights ago, and when Hugh Grant turns Julia Roberts down and his friends all roast him for it, I was like, what the fuck have I done?
Sorry, I can't write a show about rejection if I've never been rejected. Can't relate. Hello! He changed his mind because he watched Notting Hill. I'm Julia Roberts, bitch! Thank God Netflix had the rights to Notting Hill. It could have been Gone Girl. I would have been dead. Look, it brings me absolutely no pleasure to tell you that I do not live by the message of my own show. It brings me absolutely no pleasure to tell you that Sam and I are in love and he's my little baby. Oh, I hate this part of the show. It makes me sick. I hate this part of the show because men stop laughing because they think I won't fuck them. Oh God, he's my little baby. I hate it. The thing that is the most annoying is that changing your mind because you watched a Richard Curtis film is hoe culture. Don't you hate it when you desperately want to have a threesome and you fall deeply in love instead? Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Kind of love him so much. He's my little baby. We went running the other day and he was like, "Do you want to see how fast I can run?" Mama. I love him so much. We were playing 20 questions the other day and I gave him Mariah Carey and he couldn't get Mariah Carey in 20 questions and I was like, "It's Mariah Carey." And he was like, "Who? The Christmas lady?" I also just think that maybe like a bisexual man and a bisexual woman in a relationship is maybe the bravest thing you can do. Because you're very boldly and very openly looking at each other and you're saying, I could have been interesting, but instead I chose you. And who knows, maybe one day I'll get on one knee and I'll hand him an ice cold milkshake. And I'll say, wouldn't it be tight if we spent the rest of our lives together? Some homo. And he'd stand there and through the tears he'd be like, is this the only way I can get an agent? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming out. You're incredible. Truly, what a ride. Thank you. I don't want to waste much more of your time. I'm just going to end on one short anecdote. I love going to parties. I love going to parties. I love talking to strangers. I love asking strangers the big questions. Questions like, in the movie Freaky Friday, would you rather fuck Jamie Lee Curtis with Lindsay Lohan brain or Lindsay Lohan with Jamie Lee Curtis brain? That's to say, would you rather fuck a child's mind or a child's body? Starts a very interesting conversation about consent. I especially love going to parties with my best friend Philip of liver failure fame. Gay Phil and bi Olga love going to a party, love approaching a group of straight men, like an Imagine Dragons of straight men, right? And asking them the only question that a bi woman and a gay man want to ask a group of straight men. And that question is, of course, if you had to have gay sex, if you had to have gay sex, if you had to have gay sex, if your life depended on it, would you be a top or a bottom? And what happens every time is that all the straight boys start running around and saying, I'd be a top, I'd be a fucking top, because I'm a dick and I fuck with it, I'd be a fucking top. And that's exactly what happened at this party. Apart from one man. And that man's name was Sebastian. Sebastian looked at all these other boys and he said, I would be a bottom. And all the other boys went, you're fucking gay! And he laughed. Oh, how he laughed. And he looked at them and he said, I'd be a bottom because I wouldn't be able to get hard for a man. He outmasked all of them. That night, I saw a man grow a cowboy hat. And that's yeehaw culture. Thank you so much. I've been Olga.
Patrons of the Bloomsbury Theatre, please welcome to the stage your chosen comedian for this evening, Ivo Graham. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out to see my show. It is an absolute pleasure to be doing this. Thank you, one person, for really emphasising it. It's a pleasure for you as well. I love doing stand-up comedy. In October 2020, I did a Freshers' Week comedy gig on Zoom. I'll say that again so the bleakness of it can really fill the auditorium. I did a Freshers' Week comedy gig on Zoom. Pity the freshers of 2020. A tough year to be any age, I think, but particularly to be 18, not getting to finish school with any proper parties or music festivals or holidays. Your exam results jeopardised by the government, and you finally get to university, and it's essentially a full-price prison camp. And yet, to stare into the gallery view of the St Andrews University Freshers' Week Zoom comedy night, it still felt pretty loud and clear like I was the worst bit of the whole thing as far as they were concerned. And I know that because most of them looked quite bored and confused in front of their laptops, and one of them had really voted with his feet by spending the entirety of my 20-minute set on the other side of his kitchen, visibly cooking a risotto. You can't help but take that as something of a slap in the face. Made me feel embarrassed, made me feel old as well, still a relative youthful 31 years old, but never had I felt further removed from the tedious maturity of Gen Z than watching an 18-year-old rustling up a risotto in supposedly the craziest week of his life so far. I'm aware Freshers' Week 2020 had less going for it than previous years, but nonetheless, you're sending a pretty strong message to the rest of the intake when you're crushing your cloves on night 2 on Zoom. While I begged a child to rush his dinner for me. The dignity of the enterprise, saying increasingly desperate things like, couldn't you just pour all the stock in at once? To which he replied, but then it won't cream. Fair play. Another knife to my heart, but undeniably strong cooking advice. I haven't known most of you very long, but I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I would hate for any of your risottos to go uncreamed on my time. I would describe that still as only the second most stressful video conference of my pandemic. The most stressful was in April 2021 when I took part in a podcast that was being live streamed on the internet while staying at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel in Hull. And I made the mistake of revealing on the live stream podcast that I was at the time staying at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel in Hull, causing some very amusing viewers of the live stream podcast to call my room immediately at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel in Hull, and in one extremely creative piece of banter, to send bananas and yogurt to my room at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel in Hull via an Asda home delivery. I had an only semi-exaggerated and extremely potassium-heavy breakdown and very little sleep before the following morning I was due to interview local football hero Dean Windass about his mental health on a pedalo boat for the first episode of a travel show which has not been recommissioned by the Dave channel. So those are a couple of high points from the last few years of my life. And a lot of the story I'm going to tell you tonight is set in 2020, 2021. It's not meant to be a sort of COVID or a pandemic show, but inevitably it is in and amongst it. I got COVID in January 2022, not a very historically interesting time to get it. And also I was lucky for two reasons. Number one, that my symptoms were mild, and number two, that I got to isolate at home during the first week of the Wordle puzzle craze. So I struggle to describe it as an entirely bad time in my life. If you don't know what the Wordle puzzle is, by the way, congratulations on your busy and fulfilled years. I don't know what you were doing with your time, but it was a lot more interesting than the rest of us trying to guess different five-letter words on the internet every single day for no reason at all. Bored nerds dying alone. Just a few of my guesses from this morning. Structurally, that works okay as a joke, but as a Wordle strategy, it is all over the shop. I enjoyed doing the Wordle puzzle in my isolation, and then continued to do so after my isolation. In March of last year, I got caught doing the Wordle puzzle in a nightclub. Not a hugely strong moment, but obviously you'll understand if you know that the new Wordle goes live at midnight. So if you are up past midnight, that box-fresh new Wordle's going to be burning a hole in your pocket, let me tell you. It was Wordle on the dance floor. The cover version that Sophie Ellis-Bextor refuses to clear, no matter how many alternative lyrics are sent to her management. Gotta fill those goddamn vowels right in. It scans. Don't you tell me it doesn't scan. I do enjoy going out on the town with my friends. It's just that most of my Friday and Saturday nights are spent driving around the country doing stand-up comedy. So I am still partying. I'm just partying on my own, in my car, listening to Radio 1. Listening to Radio 1 and their curious mélange of throbbing drum and bass with some of the most tedious texts ever committed to iMessage. People texting into Radio 1 on a Friday night to say that they're not able to go out tonight, but all of these banging tunes are making them wish that they could. What a pathetic community of people that is. Shame on you if you're amongst that number. Annie Mac doesn't care about your coursework. She pretends to care and then she plays an even more banging tune. Is that compassion? Not in my dictionary. Don't get me wrong, I've felt the same, just never felt the urge to get in touch. Never gonna text in and say, oh, Pete Tong, I'm meant to be going to the Cardiff Glee Club tonight, but if these beats get any sicker, I'm just gonna pull into memory services and do a line off the dashboard. I like to imagine Classic FM having the opposite problem. People texting into Classic FM on a Friday night saying they're meant to be going out with the boys tonight, but all of this lit Vivaldi's making them want to sack it off. If this sonata slaps any harder, they're going to cancel the Uber and start on a coq au vin. My favourite part of every Friday night is a tweet that I receive from my favourite Twitter account telling me that it's now the weekend. The Twitter account is called Ladies and Gentlemen, The Weekend. And its sole existence is to announce the weekend every Friday night. And the account has over 500,000 followers. The internet is a fascinating place. If you don't know it, perhaps you'd understand more if I told you that the weekend was being announced by none other than Daniel Craig. 007 himself. I don't believe he recorded this content specifically for this purpose. A couple of years ago, while promoting No Time to Die, he was hosting the American variety show Saturday Night Live, where one of his contractual obligations as the host was to introduce a pop star whose stage name is The Weeknd. A couple of you are already fast-forwarding to the fun in your own minds, and I can't say I blame you. Daniel comes out and he says, ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd, as any of us would have done in the circumstances. Some legend in their bedroom sees the window of opportunity of a lifetime, clips it up, pops it online, 500,000 disciples gather to worship every week, myself included. I am yet to have a Friday night too good or too shit not to be vastly improved by Daniel telling me it's about to be a different day. He's perfect for the role as well. He's a glamorous international celebrity, but he's got some thank fuck it's Friday energy to him these days. Hope that's not too controversial a thing to say that Daniel Craig looks tired. Who wouldn't look tired on the never-ending promotional trail for the multi-delayed post-COVID release of a James Bond film he didn't even want to be in? Where he wasn't even allowed to bang anyone because it's not those times anymore. Poor old tired Daniel. Running around with a stitch and falling in love and dying like the cuck Bond we all voted for. Fry another yay, his sad eyes seem to say every single week. I was, ladies and gentlemen, the week ending it pretty hard on a stag do shortly after the end of Lockdown 3. Now, because all of the people involved have been trapped indoors for so long, and this was most of our first party, I don't need to tell you that the energy on the Stag Do WhatsApp group in the days and weeks leading up to it had been, even by Stag Do WhatsApp group standards, deliciously toxic throughout. Pint emojis flying back and forth. The single pint emoji and its cheeky cousin, the double clanking pint emoji, all president correct. The best man wanted to make sure that we were all at full double clank energy at the start of the stag do, so he got us all to sit down and he delivered quite the keynote speech. He just looked over us all and he said, "Lockdown is over, the boys are back in town." Feel the shiver down your collective spine at that. Lockdown is over, the boys are back in town. We were at a go-karting centre in West London at 9 a.m. I would say an insufficiently laddie environment for such epic levels of bro-on-bro chat. Who are the boys, I hear you ask? 9 management consultants and 1 stand-up comedian? Between the ages of 27 and 42. Waiting to be briefed about the rules of go-karting, alongside 3 other groups of carters, all of the rest of whom were children. What did they make of us? What did the 9-year-old's birthday party make of the phrase, "the boys are back in town"? Did I see one of them downing his fruit shoot extra fast as a tribute to our majesty? Go-karting instructors have a tiny bit of authority for 20 minutes of their week. And they relish every second of that authority. He was insistent that we wouldn't be able to handle the course. This was the expression to which he returned time and time again. At one point, he got right up in my friend's face and he said, "Are you sure you'll be able to handle the course?" And my friend replied, "Yes, I drove here today in my adult car." The instructor didn't like this at all. He referred to this as cheeky back chat. What a delicious phrase. He was keen to steer us away from the cheeky back chat. At one point he said that if we broke too many rules during the race, that we would have to be pulled over for re-education. What needlessly sinister phrasing that is. Pulled over for re-education, especially to quite a posh bunch of boys. Our education cost enough the first time around, thank you very much. Can't call up Ma and Da telling they got to dip into the pension because I've burnt too many oranges at team sport karting. At one point, he said that if we didn't pay more attention in the briefing, he would have to cancel the post-race medal ceremony. And we looked back at him, adults and children alike, as if to say, that is not as big a threat as you think it is, I'm afraid. If you go round to a guy's house and he's got go-karting medals hanging from his bedroom wall, get out of that house as quickly as you possibly can. Not having a pop at go-karting, I should say. It's obviously a vital part of the stag do smorgasbord. I've got a lot of respect for anyone who organises anything like a stag do or a hen do. It's a lot of admin, it's a lot of pressure. I couldn't handle it myself. I know that because I had to do it about 5 years ago for my friend Ed, and it was not a success. And Ed's request was simple. He wanted to go canal boating on his local canal. I booked the boat. We arrived at the dock in the morning to discover that the boat had a max capacity of 12, and we were a party of 13. And my punishment for being the chief architect of this baker's dozen snafu was that I was the twat who had to spend the entirety of the 2 hours walking along the towpath next to the canal, trying to join in with the nautical banter from the humiliating safety of dry land. Any of you ever shouted, "Aye, me hearties" from a cycle path? It's a low point when you know in your soul you're not one of the hearties. Later that day, I'd organised a trip to a beer factory where, due to another admin error, we had enough time to tour the factory, but not enough time to drink any beer at the end of it. I quite literally failed to organise a piss-up in a brewery. That's why I'm not even usually on the stag committee. Obviously, a lot of admin does go into these things. There'd been a lot of admin gone into this stag do after the lockdown. The best man revealed at one point during the day that he'd printed off masks of the groom's face for us all to wear. What a twist this was. We all to wear masks of Andy's face. There we all were, nodding at each other, going, "Look at us, we've transformed into an even more homogenous group of white men than we were before. We're the biggest legends in this gastropub." Even Andy had to wear one. He wasn't delighted by this turn of events, wearing a mask of his own face on his stag do. At one point he said, "But I'm already me." What an existential crisis to have to grapple with on your big day. Also, he wore his mask most of the afternoon. He had a lot to drink. At one point, he stumbled into the pub toilet to be sick. He returned to tell a story of how he'd gone in, lifted up his happy, fresh-faced start-of-day mask to reveal the blotchy hell underneath it, hurled disgustingly into the bowl, and then Dorian Grayed himself straight back into his own stag do. The rest of us, we took off the masks almost immediately, because they were quite hot and quite cumbersome. Took off the masks, regained our original identities, finished our shandies, off to the archery range. We must stick to the schedule. I thought about this again a few months later. Following January, I was isolating at home with COVID and Wordle. I decided in my isolation, while sorting out my stuff, that I was going to throw away my mask of my friend Andy's face from the stag do, because it was taking up too much space in my feelings box. I'm sure I don't need to explain the concept of a feelings box to any of you. It's a box in my home into which I throw anything of any nostalgic potential whatsoever. I love the past. I love to think about it constantly, obsessively, borderline self-harmingly. You can't change it, but boy, you can think about it. The future, much more intimidating and unknowable. No thank you. The past, great. The future, bad. The present, fine. Main attribute, proximity to the past. The best seats in the house. So in they go, into the feelings box, all the old tickets and photographs and receipts and trinkets, but obviously stuff does get thrown occasionally. The mask, it was too big, and also it didn't pass the other test, the hoarder's ultimate delusion, reuse potential. I am clinging on to some real shit in my life in the desperate hope I might get to use it again at some point in the future, and I'll feel clever. I'll save a tiny bit of money, I'll connect momentarily with my past, and I'll feel that a narrative arc has been satisfied. My miscellaneous cream sponge bag in my bathroom is the most curious museum to every ailment I've ever had, and the strange desire for those ailments to return. I got genuinely sad a few months ago when I threw away a tube of the hemorrhoid cream Anusol because it had passed its sell-by date. 5 years ago I had hemorrhoids, the rumours are true, I dealt with the situation swiftly and efficiently using Anusol. Other anal creams are available. I'm not being sponsored by Anusol, but that is the marketing that I seek and crave. Spent the following 5 years almost hoping, in a weird way, for more piles later down the line, just so I could achieve that life goal of seeing out the soul. I don't think that works quite as well with a mask of your friend's face from a stag do. Even if my friend were to remarry and there was another stag do and there were more mask-based jolly japes, I think it would be considered bad stag vibes as the masks came out for me to reach into my own bag and go, oh no, still got mine from 2021 actually. Some of us still remember Louise. I enjoyed going through my stuff while isolating last year, but it was nothing compared to March 2020. In March 2020, I returned to Nostalgia HQ, my parents' house in Wiltshire. My parents' house, brackets, nicer than my house, brackets, might be mine eventually, brackets, TBC. A lot of variables still in play. Brother and sister yet to really show their hand long term. I was lucky that I was able to go and spend the first lockdown at my parents' house. I was even luckier that my parents weren't there. They were trapped on the other side of the world by the pandemic. I love my parents very dearly, but there's no better combination at any age or stage of your life than parents' house without parents there. All of the arga, none of the aggro. Let's keep it simple. I spent 5 months during the lockdown at my parents' house. 5 months sleeping in my childhood bedroom. 5 months, the longest period I've spent in that bedroom since my parents sent me away to an all-boys boarding school when I was 7 years old in 1998. I don't blame them. It was a good decision. I was a little shit. I was asking too many questions. Questions no parent is prepared to answer. How are babies made? What happens after we die? Why does Home Alone 3 have a different child? Too many questions. Let somebody else explain Macaulay's problems to the boy. I wrote a lot of short stories at boarding school in the late 1990s, and of course, I've brought a few of them with me tonight. They paint quite the portrait of my mental state at the time. There are 3 unifying themes to these stories. Number 1, a strong undercurrent of loneliness. Number 2, a transparently autobiographical main character with my name changed to someone from the Thomas the Tank Engine franchise. Number 3, the stories almost immediately pivot away from their originally stated or requested aim to be about whatever was happening in the real world of football at the time. So we start, by way of example, with A Windy Night, 1998. Gordon was asleep in his bed. And he heard a thunderstorm outside. The wind was loud, and the rain rattled against the windows. He felt so alone, and he missed his mummy and daddy. But then he had a great idea. He could watch Match of the Day. So he went downstairs and turned on the TV. There were no pundits because of Des Lynam's views on the Good Friday Agreement. Even now, when we're filming this, let alone at whatever point in the future people may watch it, we're already quite far past the sell-by date for the Des Lynam's views on the Good Friday Agreement, but once you've written that, that stays in the show till the end of the tour. It was 1-1 in Man U v Newcastle. Man U couldn't lose if they wanted to win the league. With 1 minute left, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer tackled Rob Lee to stop him scoring. He didn't get the ball and he got sent off, but it was just what he had to do and the match ended as a draw. Just then there was a flash of lightning outside and the TV went off, so Gordon went back to bed and fell asleep. The end. And you can't help but sympathise with my teacher who's written underneath, Ivo, this is not about a windy night. I was not alone for the first lockdown. I should say I travelled west to Wiltshire with my own young family. I've got a daughter, she's 4, she was 1 when we went into the lockdown. I dare say that's maths many of you could have done in your own minds. Our daughter is ageing in direct proportion to linear time, and we're extremely proud. I was very lucky to get all of that time at home with her. I was meant to be away for a lot of that period with work, and instead I was at home every day with my daughter at this very sweet age and stage of her development. Her mum and I were both self-employed, so we could organise what little work we had around essentially watching our daughter learn to walk and talk in the sunshine in my parents' garden. It was a good time. I'm not going to go on about that too much, because obviously lockdown was very stressful, and there'll be parents in the room who had older children or more than one child or had to homeschool while working from home. I was friends with a few of those parents during the lockdown, and I learned very quickly they didn't want to hear about our picnics. Those awkward moments where I had to put down Girl, Woman, Other for 10 seconds because my daughter had crawled out from under the parasol. I loved it. I loved being at home with my daughter, in my own childhood home as well. My own childhood toys. The hoarder's ultimate fantasy. The next generation crossover event. Watching her stare blankly at a bop it she'll never understand. She'll never have to understand. She'll never be bored enough to bop. That's been the whole of the last few years as well, having my daughter as a constant source of delight and distraction throughout all of these stressful times. Watching her grow up in this strange new world, the new normal, basically just her normal. We went into a shop together a couple of years ago. I wasn't wearing a mask, and she said, "Daddy mask." Well, that's quite cool. She already gets the whole mask thing. So I popped on my mask of Andy's face, straight into the shop. She barely knows who her father is by this point. I should say I'm not trying to boast about her development. That same day, she did also lick a bus stop, so hard to tell exactly which of the signs she's following. Hard to look at your 2-year-old licking a bus stop in the middle of a pandemic and think, well, she hasn't been following all of the daily briefings. Don't get me wrong, the messaging has been inconsistent, but there is a fairly implicit link between us wearing these masks and us resisting our human and primal urge to lick every bus stop we can get our filthy tongues on. Don't get me wrong, I was first down the depot on Freedom Day, but you've got to wait. I enjoyed the family time during the first lockdown a great deal, but I should say, lest it become too smug, it was a complex time as well, because my daughter's mum and I were not actually together. We broke up in 2019 when our daughter was just a few months old, in what certain members of our extended families referred to, with delicious British understatement, as not ideal timing. And they were well within their rights to understate to that extent and beyond. Obviously now, we can look back and laugh, as we know just how not ideal the timing was still yet to become, as on the other side of the world, in Wuhan, an enterprising local gourmand tucked into their back ciabatta. And the very concept of distance and space became complicated for everybody indefinitely. I don't want to go on about it too much, obviously. It's not meant to be an awkward show or a breakup show, or certainly not a My Ex show. There is one My Ex punchline later on. I think it's important that I warn you about that and warn you what it is. The punchline is quite literally, and I must stress, separate categories. So there you go, forewarned. It was stressful, of course, at the time, 2019. Like any breakup, it was my first breakup. You'd have to say, an ambitious debut. But containing all of the ingredients as we know them and love them. A few tears, a bit of soul-searching, quick Edinburgh Comedy Award nomination, bang! Straight into the pandemic, no messing about. Probably worth adding for context as well that we were together for several years. We both wanted to be parents. We love being parents. We still consider ourselves a family unit for our daughter. We live near each other. Our daughter goes back and forth. We still do a lot of stuff together. But we also had a lot of stresses and strains in our relationship that we weren't always very good at working through. And so after one too many difficult conversations, we wondered whether we could be better as a family unit for our daughter without having all of those stresses of being a couple. And obviously it's still pretty early doors, but I think we're pretty proud of the decision we made and how we're doing. Now that's quite a long and tedious summary of the situation, and I do know that because apparently it exceeds the character count for a Tinder bio. They are sticklers for brevity over at Tinder. Had to shorten it down to just single dad soz, but I think the nuance is still there. We broke up, we moved apart for a few months, then we moved back in together to co-parent from separate bedrooms under the same roof for 5 months of a global pandemic in what you'd have to call a real Guardian long read of a situation. And then in 2021, we went to Peppa Pig World together twice. With our daughter, obviously, the main motivating factor behind that decision. Not just the one part of the relationship we couldn't bear to leave behind. The biennial childless trips to PPW must remain. Our daughter loves Peppa Pig, so as soon as we discovered there was a Peppa Pig World in Hampshire, just a couple of hours' drive away, it became inevitable that we'd be going there as soon as the third lockdown ended. We went, our daughter loved it, she talked about it all summer, we went again a few months later, then immediately started talking about whether we'd go a third time, at which point I did start to think, this is probably going to be stand-up comedy at some point. Very cynical, of course, but you've got to talk about what you know, and what I know is Peppa Pig World. That's my life now. And I thought that'd be quite good, actually. I can make it a nice little structural part of the show. I can keep going back and back to it, just like we went back and back to Peppa Pig World. It'll be a fun prism through which to discuss the delicate dynamics of the modern parenting arrangement. Yeah, I was getting excited about that. Then, unfortunately, all of that was ruined in October 2021 when I turned on the television to see our dearly beloved former Prime Minister Boris Johnson doing some pretty scintillating stand-up comedy about going to Peppa Pig World himself, taking the topic off the table for the rest of the posh twats. I was livid! If you didn't see it, do check it out in your own time. A masterful piece of oratory, as we came to expect from the man. He came out, he said, has anyone been to Peppa Pig World? Then he started doing observational material about the characters, about how Daddy Pig is a slightly shit paternal role model. Bold approach from Boris Johnson. But a good observation regardless. I sat there watching my own material disappearing up in flames, thinking, well, I can't talk about it now. If I talk about Peppa Pig World, people will just think about Boris Johnson. That's the last thing I want. I sat there thinking, fuck you, Boris, actually. If that's not too much. Fuck you, Boris, you selfish, greedy cunt. Which is weird, because I think otherwise he did an absolutely superb job. I don't know if you were following the big calls, but it was right as far as I'm concerned. I don't think that. I think the previous thing that I said... It's a delicate ambiguity to try and navigate when you did literally go to the same school as the man. Which I did, I'm afraid. I went to Eton for 5 years as a teenager. I've mentioned that in every stand-up comedy show I've ever done, because as my father always says, you just got to own these things. It's actually advice from a separate conversation about land, but the point stand, the portfolio-based approach from Dad. So here I am now as an adult, trying to pop my head above the parapet of left-wing political comedy, but not quite so far that you can see my bow tie. That's the situation as it stands. It's hard, obviously. It's a conflict, you know. Whatever you believe, it's always there in your background. Last July, Boris Johnson's cabinet started to crumble. Everyone started resigning. That was pretty exciting. I was straight onto Twitter, pumping out anti-establishment tweets as fast as I could possibly type them. But I was also, to be fair, texting Tristram and Hugo about how our old captain of games had to stand down as vice chair of Conservative Youth. And how I wish that not every single word of that sentence was true, and I didn't have to add the further clarification, captain of games, brackets, Michaelmas. The Michaelmas term, the autumn term. Our housemaster, he liked to spread out the captain of games jobs on a term-by-term basis to stop any one individual captain from getting too big for their boots. You see, for an incredibly elitist institution, we're actually very democratic. If you're already in it, that's how it works. Pull up the drawbridge, shuffle the deck. That's the school motto, in Latin. It was exciting, though. When all of the Johnson cabinet started resigning, felt like the whole world was on social media. The politicians were tweeting, the journalists were tweeting, the comedians were tweeting. KFC tweeted the Conservative Party directly. Always a powerful moment in your national discourse when the Colonel enters the chat. Just when it looked like Johnson simply had to resign, but still refused to do so, someone at KFC thought, it's time. And they tweeted a picture of Boris Johnson's head photoshopped onto a chicken. I was intrigued by this, and all the more so when I scrolled up to see this was actually a reply to a tweet that the Conservatives had sent to KFC in December 2019. On the eve of the 2019 general election, the Conservative Party official Twitter account had published a picture of Jeremy Corbyn's head on a chicken with the caption, "Dear KFC, we found the most spineless chicken there is." And 2.5 years later, KFC replied, "You've got to be upstanding, some motherfucking Kentucky Fried long game right there." The social media manager of KFC sat in the job for 2.5 years, watching and waiting for their moment. I think it's fair enough to have a quick pop at the government after the last few years, but I don't really think that's my job. I can't claim to have been as affected by their actions as a lot of other people, I'm sure. There's one particular action I'd like to complain about, and I found out about that in April 2021, just as the third lockdown started to ease, and a glint of optimism started to creep back into the nation. I received a chilling email from none other than Team Sport Karting. That's right, friends, I'm on the mailing list. The email began, "It is with a heavy heart," and I thought, oh dear, I'm going to have to read the rest of this email. I had a relatively busy day ahead of me, but I will always carve out time in the schedule to learn what has beheavied the heart of Team Sport Karting. The email continued, "It's with a heavy heart that we will not be reopening tomorrow as planned, Because in a last-minute decision this morning, the government have declassified go-karting as a sport. What an email. And whatever your feelings otherwise, what a government. Often incompetent, often evil, rarely boring. No other government in the world was declassifying go-karting as a sport in the middle of the pandemic. The granular legislation to which these maverick fucks will turn their hand in times of crisis. As we all know now, they were getting lashed every single night of the week, and yet in amongst the parties, they were still arguing amongst themselves about how go-karting should be classified. Johnson slumped in a chair, trousers round his ankles, getting ambushed by cake after cake, as he bellows at a coked-up Michael Gove about how it's the cart that does most of the work, really. He respects Lewis Hamilton as a businessman, but not as a sportsman. That's his position. That is the final word. I've tried to distance myself from my school and my background in certain ways as an adult, but I'd have to admit most of the steps I've taken have been pretty inconsequential so far. I'll give you an example. Last year, I decided I was going to stop eating Soreen malt loaves. Not an easy thing to do. I'm a lover of the loaf, but I'm sure I'm not alone in this room. Then I read a very persuasive article about consumer ethics by a journalist I follow called Arabella, about how she, also a lover of the loaf, had decided to renounce Soreen since learning that they were big Conservative Party donors, and she couldn't enjoy her favourite malt loaves knowing that they were propping up a regime that she hated. I thought, fair enough, Arabella, where you go, I will surely follow. It is probably important to add for context that I do know Arabella because our schools went on a joint ski trip together in 2005. A ski trip that Arabella and we did not enjoy. We were the outcasts of the ski trip. Is there a tinier violin in the land than the one being played for the outcasts of the ski trip, left out of the action, describing the antics in the chalet in her words as depraved, and in my words, irresponsible, with GCSEs just 17 weeks away. Let's not get our rocks off before we get our box off. A decade and a half later, I'm tracking her progress as a journalist, running away from her privilege as fast as I hope to run away from mine, and if she can give up Soreen, so can I. Of course, I will continue to eat the malt loaves that are home-cooked for me by friends of my parents who donate to the Conservative Party directly. I'm not going to make a scene in somebody's home. But I'm walking past it in the supermarket. I'm walking past the Soreen, and I'm walking past the Sabra hummus. That's not easy either. I loved Sabra hummus. Then I learned somewhere that Sabra are apparently quite directly linked to violence in the Middle East. I read that and I thought, fine! Sainsbury's hummus isn't as creamy, but it'll have to do. And if your life involves that sentence, you've got to conclude that you've still got a pretty nice life. Again, these principles are not comprehensive. In March of last year, I went to watch Newcastle United playing at home. Hey, Ivo, aren't Newcastle United now fairly directly linked to violence in the Middle East? Yes, but a friend of mine's a Newcastle fan, and he said it'd be a fun boys' weekend, and it was. Obviously, I cut a strange figure at St James's Park, watching Newcastle United, eating my Sainsbury's hummus, thinking, I'm sending some pretty mixed messages to the Middle East right now! I think it's important to check your privilege where possible in life, but I also think it's important to be grateful for the opportunities you've received and the people who gave you those opportunities. My parents sent me away to an all-boys boarding school when I was 7 years old, but they thought that was the right decision, and who's to say whether that was a good decision or a bad decision? Space adventure. 1999. Percy was shooting to space in his rocket. He was beginning to feel dizzy. He didn't know if he would like space, and he missed his family. He wanted to be at home watching the FA Cup final. Would Man U be able to win it after the exciting win against Arsenal in the semi? Ryan Giggs scored the winning goal, and his tummy was so hairy that he took his shirt off. Percy couldn't take off his shirt because of his heavy spacesuit and the dangerous atmosphere. He felt lonely, but this was his job. He needed to concentrate on space. The end. To which my teacher has written, Ivo, I think it is you that needs to concentrate on space. This story is about football again. Also, I don't think... What a note this is to receive from a teacher, by the way. I don't think Ryan Giggs took his shirt off because his chest was so hairy. Who's to say? Who's to say? I didn't enjoy the second trip to Peppa Pig World as much as the first. Why? A series of reasons. I'll run you through these in a quick list. You decide what would have stressed you out the most. It was a lot more crowded the second time around. Much bigger queues. We couldn't go on a lot of our daughter's favourite, and to be fair, my favourite rides from the first time around. Our daughter not really old enough to understand this. She'd see a ride that she remembered and get excited, and we'd see the queue and have to say, not this time, and she'd get upset. It was much hotter as well. We hadn't prepared adequately for that. We hadn't brought enough water. Kept running out of water halfway through quite a long queue, and then do you abandon your place in the queue to go and get more water? Or do you stay in the queue getting thirstier? My ex had recently started seeing someone else. We hadn't brought enough sun cream. There was loads of stuff going on. You decide what would have been the biggest bee in your bonnet. The lack of Factor 50 or the looming spectre of Dan. Who wasn't there, I should say, but he was, by this point, putting in a pretty strong application for a part in Peppa Pig World 3. This time it's definitely not personal. Again, none of this is meant to be uncomfortable or embittered. He's a lovely man. He works in customer experience. As the previous customer, I wasn't hugely enjoying the experience, but this is the life we've chosen for ourselves. And the following week, we met, actually. We went for a pint. We went for a pint to discuss our increasing overlap in each other's lives and how mature and respectful we wanted to be about that. And I don't mind telling you, that's a pretty adult moment in your life, actually. Discussing step-parental boundaries over Heineken Zeros with the new guy in town. You can't help but catch a glimpse of yourself in the pub mirror and think, ha! We're not at V Festival anymore, my boy! This isn't very I Go by Toyota sponsors T4. But of course, I've had the same opportunities myself. I've been able to go on dates, especially since the end of the lockdowns. And that's undeniably intriguing, especially as I was in a long-term relationship for most of my 20s. And before then, just an incel, really. So this is all pretty novel. And I must stress, a happy-go-lucky, late noughties proto-incel, before the term got such a bad name. Keeping myself to myself, working hard at school, trying to stay on top of my spots, listening to Muse, all of your classic incel gear. I'm so nostalgic for the past, I can somehow still sort of idealise the two-dimensional incel existence as a simpler and happier time. Much easier to have spots and adult emotional responsibilities. I could do with some more spots. Mainly because I've still got half a tube of Clearasil from 2011 that I've simply got to see out. But of course, it's also exciting doing it in one's 30s, a little bit more life experience. Also, the romantic arena now, much more restaurant-based. That's my scene. In my early 20s, more of a nightclub-based affair. Don't get me wrong, I love nightclubs. It's where I do my best puzzling, but as a place to meet and approach. Now, restaurants. That's my scene. I am dog shit in Tiger, but I run the game in Franco Manca. I'm a superb dinner party guest. I've been told that ever since I was a young boy. Admittedly, by the adult friends of my parents that I was staying up late to try and impress. But guess who I'm going out with now? Adults. It's probably not the sentence you want and taken out of context from the show. Also, I think a little can go a long way. If you'll forgive a quick boast, I was referred to as suave on a date a few months ago. Here's what I'd done to earn what I would consider to be the pretty top-tier compliment of suave. I'd booked a table for dinner, and as we neared the end of dinner, I revealed to the person in question that if they wanted the evening to continue, I'd already provisionally booked a table at a cocktail bar just over the road from the restaurant. She said, wow, you've already booked the next place. That's pretty suave. I didn't want to throw it back in her face and go, yeah, if by suave you mean basic admin, then sure, Captain Suave's in town. I took about a minute out of my afternoon to identify and assess 2 adjacent locations. Just a little trick I've retained from my days in the Queen's Cavalry. Something that set me apart from the rest of the shit munchers bashing their way through the yellow pages with their non-opposable thumbs. The same person said I was a nice person to go on a date with because I ask a lot of questions. She said, it's nice that you ask questions. I said, what? Inadvertently playing further into her hands. She said, oh, it's just that the last person I went on a date with didn't ask any questions. Just talked about himself the whole time. I wanted to meet this guy, thank him for making me look good by comparison, but also urge him to read the literally one article I've ever read about going on a date. The question thing comes up really high. I'm the most self-absorbed man I know. I can still work out that lobbing out the odd question here and there is still going to ultimately benefit Project Me. Tell me about your brothers and sisters, and then I'll tell you about my go-karting medals. There was one thing we got to do at Peppa Pig World the second time that we didn't get to do the first time. We got to meet Peppa and George. Even if you've never seen it, you'll know Peppa and George. Peppa, the eponymous Peppa, the pig with human characteristics, age 4, maybe 5. George, maybe 2 years old, basically an imbecile, also a pig. Their faces and the faces of their friends and family, they're all over Peppa Pig World. But like any good money-spinning theme park, there's one particular point in the day where you can queue up to meet the main 2 adult humans in Peppa and George costumes. This hadn't been there the first time around, or at least we hadn't seen it. The second time there it was, the queue, not that long, we got in the queue, we were getting further forward, we were getting excited. And then we rounded the corner, and I saw, to my horror, get ready for this, Peppa and George were the same height. You fucking what? The older sister, younger brother dynamic is key to the charm of the show. The show's been replicated perfectly everywhere else, and now here, at the most narratively important point in the day, they're the same height? This is slapdash and shit, I thought to myself. I looked at my 2-year-old daughter. She didn't appear to be thinking this is slapdash and shit. She was still pretty excited. I had to conclude that maybe I was getting stressed out because of other stuff going on in my life at the time. Or possibly even that I'd misjudged the heights of the pigs because, full disclosure, the previous day, I'd done acid on a beach in Cornwall. Like a lot of people trying to bounce back from the lockdowns, and perhaps particularly in my situation, I'm trying to live a lot of different lives with very short gaps in between those lives. I'd had a very happy, very safe day, gently hallucinating on a beach with some friends. There was one slightly humiliating point in the day where I had to be escorted off the beach by a soberer friend because I was apparently denying that the tide was coming in. I had, in the grip of the trip, briefly become a tide denier. Some video footage I'm keen to suppress of my friend Tom bundling me into the back of a taxi as I accuse him of sucking on the sweet teat of big tide. When I made it back to the Airbnb, had a pint of orange juice, went to bed, got up early the next morning, made it to Peppa Pig World on time. But I couldn't rule out that I might still have traces of hallucinogens about my system, and the last things you want to be hanging out when you've got traces of hallucinogens in your system are 6-foot talking pigs and your ex. And I must stress, separate categories. Now, we get to the front of the queue. We have our photo taken. And as we're having our photo taken, the adult human in the George costume leans into me and he says, "What a lovely family." And it's all I can do not to spin around and go, "Fuck you, George, you can't talk." And I don't mean in a take a look at your own family kind of way. I mean literally, you can't talk. You can say the word dinosaur and make the sound of a dinosaur and that's it. Stay in your lane, child swine. But I didn't say any of that, because I'd go to Petro Pony's photo kiosk to have the photos printed. Went over, paid for the photographs, at which point, astonishingly, I was informed that due to a technology error, they were neither able to print the photographs nor issue me with a refund. You sort of want one or the other, surely. But neither? Neither? But I didn't make a scene. I stood in a kiosk on a hot and emotionally complex day at Peppa Pig World, and I accepted my fate, and I returned to my young family with neither photographs nor refund, and we drove home, and I don't need to tell you, I spent a lot of the following morning writing a series of increasingly agitated emails to Peppa Pig World, trying to, and I quote, get hold of anyone more senior than Pedro Pony. I wrote about 4 of these emails until my friend pointed out that perhaps I was putting more effort into trying to save the photographs than I had into trying to save the relationship. And that's quite a difficult verdict to come back from. The Mistake. 2019. The Fat Controller made a mistake. And everything changed. Everything might have changed anyway, but regardless of this, it was a bad mistake. The next 4 years would have many of the happiest moments of the Fat Controller's life, but also most of the hardest. Everyone agreed this would all be for the best eventually, but that didn't make it any easier right now. Feelings are a lot harder to control than trains. There was lots about the past the Fat Controller would always regret, but it had also produced the best thing in his present and his future, one thing he would never regret. Something else he didn't regret, though, having more time to enjoy this Premier League title race. Klopp's Liverpool neck and neck with Guardiola's Man City, despite having the Champions League to think about. The Fat Controller watched Liverpool-Barcelona with some friends the week after everything went down. It was nice to have some company in the station house, and what a comeback! How did Barcelona let Liverpool surprise them for that fourth goal? Now that really was a mistake. At the final whistle, Sodor rang out with cheers and laughter, and the Fat Controller forgot his troubles for a while. The end. This was an interesting thing to receive, Ivo. I see the story still become about football. But there are some nice bits here too. I like the line about feelings and trains. And I hope the Fat Controller's doing okay. Sounds like he needs to look forwards in his life rather than backwards. On which note, I haven't been your English teacher for 19 years. Please stop sending me these. I'd like to apologise. I'd like to apologise for the brief endorsement of casual drug use in the previous anecdote. I'm not here to endorse casual drug use, and I've spoken to the people over at Drugs, and they don't want me to either. Not the ambassador they're looking for, apparently. Stick to your creams, roid boy! So with that in mind, here's one final very PG-rated drug anecdote, and by PG-rated, I mean literally, my parents were there. In the summer of 2021, when much of this story is set, my parents, my brother, my sister and I, we were back together as a family for the first time in several months. We went away for the weekend, we were very excited. And my brother and sister and I, we decided to celebrate this by waiting till our parents had gone to bed on the Saturday night, and then dividing into thirds and sharing an edible cannabis gummy the size, shape and texture of a Haribo bear. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. We were excited to see what mild-mannered adventures might be in store. We thought it'd be a bit of fun. Cannabis, of course, a friend to many of us, I'm sure, especially during those stressful lockdown months. As the saying goes, it helps with your anxieties, unless it doesn't. And that's the roller coaster we love to ride. Here was how this particular evening panned out. 9:30 p.m, parents went to bed. 9:40 p.m, subdivide the bear. Carving it up with a bread knife on the kitchen table. A real ceremony about the thing. 9:45, consume respective thirds of bear. 10:15 p.m, effects of bear start to take hold. 10:30 p.m, my father bursts from his marital bedroom to declare with real glee that mum's fallen asleep, he's had a second wind, and it's time to watch that documentary about the Eagles. Important to know that my father is a massive fan of the American rock band The Eagles. Important also to know that the rest of the family, not so fussed about the American rock band The Eagles, but he's been pushing for this documentary about them all weekend. He says it would be a nice thing to do as a family. The documentary is 3 hours long. We do not agree. We've been pushing back, saying things like, the weather's nice, we could go for a walk, or we could watch the Euros. Or at one point, my sister said, couldn't you just watch it on your own? And my dad replied, not again. And that's the man in 2 words. That's the adversary we're dealing with. We want to indulge our dad. He's a legend. He's a bit of a stressed legend these days, and he enjoys reminiscing about the past, and that's when he's at his sweetest, reminiscing about the music he's enjoyed in his life and the people he's enjoyed it with. But we didn't want to watch this. And then, at 10:30 p.m. on the Saturday night, my father's persistence was rewarded because he'd caught his 3 children in a uniquely vulnerable position. Slumped lethargically on the sofa, baked to fuck like a lockdown sourdough. far more pliable to his whims than he could possibly have dreamed of, and for reasons he couldn't claim to understand. So it was that we watched 2 hours of this Eagles documentary, and I don't mind telling you, it was one of the greatest nights of my year and maybe my life. I was so invested. We all were. I loved it. My brother loved it. My sister loved it. My dad, well, he knew he was going to love it. He wasn't quite ready for how much his children were going to enjoy it. He was expecting a bit more mid-doc resistance, rather than us snaffling up every detail of the Eagles' backstory like they were tangy cheese Doritos, which, to be fair, we were also snaffling up at a rate of knots. The clues were there. Sat upright on the sofa, non-ironically saying things like, cool, and wow. At one point, my brother asked my dad if he would pause the documentary so we could go to the loo. I have never seen my father smile so wide. A beam normally reserved for ambrosia rice pudding or his investment portfolio. He doesn't want to miss a second of the Hotel California writing and recording process. He's not made of stone, he's made of me. The following day, the siblings were talking about the success of this plan. And I said, what a great night. I said, I love the Eagles. And my brother said, no, you don't. You enjoyed the mood-altering chemicals that we consumed prior to the documentary. I said this was very cynical. Couldn't the two things be true simultaneously? Unfortunately, he won the argument that evening when we watched the 3rd hour of the documentary sober, and it was shit. You've got to know when to walk away. My father has since seen this show, and we've had a little chat. He'd like to know if that sort of thing was happening again. Not to ban it, not to participate in it, just to know that it was happening. And he also thinks that it's pretty cheap to be having a go at the 3rd hour of the Eagles documentary. Of course, the stuff about the reunion is not as exciting as the first real wave of their success, but it is still a solid hour of rock documentary, and I shouldn't be advising people otherwise. There are my father's footnotes. I hope you enjoyed them. I'd like to thank my family for being such absolute rocks in my life over the last few years. I'd like to thank my daughter for being the best thing in my life, and her mum for making her with me. We're very proud of the girl we're raising and how we're doing it. I'd like to thank all of you for coming to my show. I love doing stand-up comedy. It's the greatest of privileges. I'm having the best time doing it. And finally, I'd like to thank a few friends, amongst whom quite a weird pattern has emerged over the last few years. I lived straight after the breakup with my friends Julian and Rose. Now, if an Eton boy does run into any sort of trouble in his adult life, there is usually an emergency Julian sent along pretty quickly. Steer the ship. Julian and Rose were two of my best friends before this, and my God, are they two of my best friends now. They said, you can live with us as long as you want. They were just down the road from my ex. They said, your daughter can come and stay whenever. And then a couple of months after I moved in, they said, oh, we've got a bit of news. Doesn't need to change anything, but all being well, in about 7 months, we'll be welcoming our first child into the world. 7 months later, I wasn't there. Actually, I was living in my parents' house during the lockdown. But after then, I moved back in with Julian and Rose. They then had another child. I'm actually godfather to that second child. You'd have to say a godfathership of politeness, really. You can only pop out so many lockdown sprogs before you invite your lodger to the church. But as well as that, I lived with my friends Checky and Jamie and my friends Jack and Kaz, both couples, both of whom almost immediately after I moved in announced that they too were expecting a child. Both of those children have since been born, and of all of the things I couldn't have anticipated about the last few years of my life, quite what a fertility treatment I would prove to be in the homes of my friends has been the strangest of them all. I don't want to make light of the struggle to conceive. Obviously, it's one of the hardest things anyone can go through. All I will say is, if you or anyone you know is going through that, I would be delighted to pop into the spare room for a few weeks, just to speed the process along. Who needs IVF when you've got IVO? Everything that's happened in my life has led me to that closing line. Thank you so much for coming to my show, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hope to see you all again at some point in the future. Goodbye.
There's not a lot of energy in the room, is there? So we're just going to start things off We're just going to sing together, head, shoulders, knees and toes, just to get you all going. So here we go. Oh, you don't mind the key of F, do you? No? Okay, cool. Here Can you in? Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Listen, I can see about 20% of you already not committing. I've told you that we're going to do head, shoulders, knees and toes to get the energy up in the room, and you're all looking at me as if I've taken a fucking shit on the stage. I've picked a good song. We all know the words. It's been a while since we sang it together. Let's admit it. It's been a long old pandemic. The least you can do is fucking join in. I can't do this on my own. I do not have the charisma to pull off an hour's show by myself. It's also very well lit, and I don't like my gigs like that. Because for the purposes of the filming, they're like, well, we have to see people's reactions, so it looks like people are having fun. But I prefer to perform in absolute darkness. I don't want to see a single one of you fucking weirdos looking at me. If I catch you not singing, you're going to come up on stage and you're going to do the dance in front of your stupid friends. And trust me, it's less funny than you think it'll be. I do this a lot. In fact, I do the dance every day before I go out on stage. I do it in the green room to see what it looks like, and tell you what, it's dehumanising. I did a show in Norwich, big old venue, man in the second row, called by my bluff, he came up on stage, he did the dance. He did the dance in front of his family. He did it in front of his wife and his 2 children. That was 2 years ago. To this day, they've not looked him in the eye. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Strange gig, isn't it? Strange gig. I'm going to be real honest with you. That is for me. I find that funny. I find it funny that you come to watch a nice stand-up comedy and then you've ended like 5 minutes in, you're like, I think we're singing head, shoulders, knees and toes at a man wearing a keyboard. That's funny. I like that. Nah, yeah. I hate that song. It's the only song about the body we've got, and it's an absolute disgrace. I'll take you through it step by step. First section. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And you're thinking already, yeah, it's an absolute banger. You had 4 words there to outline the basic premise of a human body. You've gone for head, shoulders, knees and toes. I can't wait to see where the song goes next. I can't wait to hear about the arms. I can't wait to hear about the torso. Second section. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. It's very familiar, isn't it? Think to yourself, if this song was about the entire body, and we're already repeating ourselves, how long is this thing going to take? You're thinking, wait for part 3 will be good. And then part 3 goes, and eyes and ears and mouth and nose. And that is the end of the song. Number 1, we'd already covered the head. Hadn't we? When we all sang together, head, shoulders, knees and toes, we're imagining a head without eyes, ears, mouth and nose. It's not a song about a fucking scallop, is it? Secondly, neglected the entire area between the shoulders and the knees. This is even a song about a human. anymore. At this point, Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes could also be a song about the front half of a cat. It's a disgrace. So thanks for coming. My name is Davies. This is my show. It's called The Car Park. Why is it called The Car Park? I hear you scream. The Car Park is a musical that I wrote and performed in 2019 at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. And you know, it's a fun musical. It's a light-hearted musical. You know, it's classic me. And this musical starts with a man that I knew a very, very long time ago. Walking down the street with my dad, he holds my hand, I look up, it's not my dad, it's just a random man, he puts me in a van. It's part one. Part two, can I? The random man pulls off a mask, it's actually my dad. We both laugh and drive off down the road to an orphanage. He swaps me for a bike. There's 24 parts. The orphanage was just a dream. I wake up in my bed, but someone's painted all the windows black. I'm in a sack, I'm still in this stranger's van. That is about as much of the musical I can perform without an actual van in the venue. See, when I performed it at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, the show's not just called The Car Park, it's a musical called The Car Park, about a car park, like set in a car park. So the whole thing was in a car park, and then we're here, and we're not in a car park. I don't know what to say. I can't. Do you understand? There's no car park. We're not in a car park. We're in a theatre, a lovely theatre, and it's ruined everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? What's your name? Julian. Let's imagine you were organising this comedy special. Let's say you were in charge. Let's imagine that you called me up maybe about a month ago and you said, "Huge, we loved your show, The Car Park." And I went, "The Car Park? The musical called The Car Park, about a car park set in a car park." And you went, "That's the one. We'd love to record that for an hour's comedy special for the nice television. We'd love you to do that." And I go, "Oh, brilliant. I'll see you there. See you in a month." When I turned up here at 2 o'clock today for my tech rehearsal, where do you imagine that I'd be performing? What kind of performance space do you reckon I'd be in?
Sainsbury's car park.
Sainsbury's. You're right, there's a car park out there, isn't there, Julian? There's a big old car park out there outside the venue. You know what, Julian? Maybe if you were organising this comedy special, there'd be more people on the fucking balcony. I can see 15 seats unoccupied on the back. We were going to film up there. No one's fucking turned up. You know what? There's probably 15 people in London somewhere, fucking in a car park, waiting for a musical to begin. This is a disgrace. This is the worst gig I've ever done in my whole 24-part musical, gone. I'll read you out the other section so you know what you could have been watching. Here we go. Part 4, Escape the Van. Part 5, Hide in the Park. Part 6, Seek Help from a Stranger. Could this be my dad? Part 7, It's Not My Dad, I'm now in another van. Part 8, Escape the Van. Part 9, Seek Refuge in a Car Park. Part 10, Get Help from a Traffic Warden. Parts 11 and 12, It's the Original Stranger, I'm back in the first van. Part 13, Accept the Van. The van's your life now. I exit the stage. Part 14, interval. I re-enter the car park in an ice cream van. I hand out Soleros. We bond as an audience. We bond as friends. Part 15, the interval is over. I'm being sold at a car boot sale. It reminds everyone of a slave auction and destroys all of the goodwill I just created in the interval. Part 16, someone recognises me at the car boot sale. Part 17, it's my dad. What a plot twist. Part 18, the stranger sells me and the van to my dad. Part 19, my dad runs a stranger over with the van. That's classic, Dad. Part 20, we perform a 20-minute percussion instrumental in which we're banging different parts of the van, like in the hit musical Stomp. My favourite section of the show, sad to lose that. Part 21, we inspect the body of the stranger. Part 22, they're wearing a mask. Part 23, take the mask off. Part 24, it's my mum, curtains, end of the show. So, yeah. So instead of trying to write a new musical in the time given, instead I'm going to tell you my backstory, which is set in Taiwan, which is where I'm originally from. And it's quite a harrowing story, full of loss and betrayal, and it's not very funny, but it does last an hour. And I find that very difficult, not because I just find it very difficult to sort of talk about where I'm from and that kind of stuff, but also because, as someone who primarily writes musicals, I had to completely reinvent myself as a storyteller. But musicians reinvent themselves all the time. For example, do you know the band Daft Punk? Yeah. Well, don't speak for everyone. You know, if you're not familiar with Daft Punk, essentially they're two DJs who wear space helmets to make them seem more futuristic. Which I think is great. I'm quite like that as a comedian. You know, people say that about me. I'm quite futuristic, in the sense that. You know, I'm not funny now. But I could be funny. You know, in a bit. Get a lot of people telling me that I'm futuristic. I get a lot of fan mail telling me that I'm futuristic. I had an email just the other day. They said, we just want to let you know that when you stormed off, saying the crowd was terrible, the next comedian came on, and we couldn't stop laughing. And I'd be like, welcome to the future. That's a classic huge Davies payoff. But it's classic. It's classic. You know, futuristic music was cool, man. Until one band came along, started doing their own dystopian song about the future. And that song ruined futuristic music forever. And that song went a little bit like this. I said I've been to the year 3000. Not much has changed, but they live underwater. Yeah, come on. And your great-great-great-granddaughter, come on, it's pretty fine, it's pretty fine. Now that to me is the most depressing song I've heard in my whole life. To recap, that's a song about someone from the year 2002 going to the year 3000 to have sex with your great-great-great-great-granddaughter. Yeah? Number one, you go year 3000 and everything's underwater. Maybe the rest of the song should be about climate change. That's like our equivalent of Neil Armstrong going to the moon. We go, Neil, what was the moon like? What did you see up there? There must be so much stuff. And he went to the moon. Oh, well, I'll tell you about the moon. I went to the moon. I went to the moon, yeah. And there was no gravity, but I saw some rocks that looked just like some titties. No. That's my great-great-great-granddaughter. You're talking about that, mate. You're going to sleep with my relatives, you've got to keep these things to yourself. I thought this was a fun song about time travel, not Russell Brand the musical. And for those of you who've not done the maths, for it to be possible in the year 2002 to even have a great-great-great-granddaughter in the year 3000, you're going to have to spread 1,000 years over 5 generations. That means, if she was alive, and I hope to God she was, mate, if you spread out the years, average them out, she's going to be minimum, like, that's like 2 centuries old. At this point, she is the oldest woman in the world. Let me paint you a picture. She's in a hospice. She's surrounded by her friends, her family. She's living off her drip, boys. Her bones are literally dust at this point. Give us some goddamn dignity in death. 2002 was the year society uttered busted. What's it like in the year 3000? And the best answer you could have got was, well, everybody may have drowned, but we still managed to gangbang a 200-year-old record breaker. Not my future, I'll tell you that for free. Yeah. That song was detrimental to Daft Punk, you know. Detrimental. Futuristic music wasn't cool anymore. And not a lot of people know this, but that song actually caused a rift within Daft Punk, and in 2002, the band split up, right? One of them remained as Daft Punk, doing music about the future, wearing a space helmet. The other started wearing a hood, doing music from the 16th century, performing as Daft Monk. Do you like Gregorian chanting? Yeah? You do? Well, you love Daft Monk then, it's like this. Do you like it? Yeah. I think you might be the only one. Not a floor filler, I'll say that much. But top 5 favourite songs to put over a sacrifice, hands down. Hands down. The Gregorian chanting's not as popular as it used to be, you know? Daft Punk's doing a lot of smaller venues. You know, he's doing a lot of Tudor-themed weddings. Ever been to a Tudor-themed wedding? Yeah? You have? Yeah. You would remember. Yeah. It's something that was a weird one, I think, yeah. Well, as you know, it sort of starts off like this. That goes on for about an hour. It's a pretty bleak affair. It's a bleak affair. But Daft Monk, he's just stalling for about 55 minutes, you know. But I do think it's a nice surprise at the end of the gig. There's a payoff. You don't even know you're watching Daft Monk until the beat kicks in. It's like this. Praying harder, praying better, do it faster, makes us humble, praising him forever after, our worship's never over. Bit of Daft Monk there for you. Bit of Daft Monk. Daft Monk was lucky, man. Managed to get out of there, reinvent himself before it was too late. Other musicians are not so lucky. For example, the musician who composed this song. Does anyone know what that song is called? Any takers? What do you think? What do you think it might be called? What would your first thought be? What do you reckon? Yeah. Circus Monkey? Don't know where I don't know where the monkeys come from. I don't know like the circus you've been going to, quite honestly. I think they've... Half a good guess. Yes, it's circusy. That's fair to say. I want to let you know, and you can Google this after the show's finished, that song is called Entry of the Gladiators. That song is called Entry of the Gladiators. The composer heard that, thought about it, was like, yeah, I think that'll be the Gladiators coming in, here they are. And his friends were like, listen, mate, your best friends are your honest friends. And I gotta be honest with you right now, it's got more of a clown vibe. And I know you set out to write a song about a gladiator, and that's cool, but what's happened is you've written a song about the circus, and that's happened to us all, let's be fair. Don't worry about that, you're the circus guy, and we'll just move on, and we'll never talk about this ever again. And he went, yeah, the circus, yeah, so yeah, of death. Here they come, all 10 of them, trying to have a Mini Cooper, here they are. Oh man. Have you seen the back catalogue of the composer? Oh man. Every single song is wrong. Here's his version of Schindler's List. He goes. Shh. It's National Anthem. This one's called National Anthem. He goes. She's just a small town girl and living in a big old palace. And of course, everyone's personal favourite is, of course, the Teletubbies theme tune. Wow. To be fair to him, though, that was the season finale during Dipsy's funeral. God bless. God bless. God bless. Entry of the Gladiators, it's too fun, a song. For gladiators. It's fun at any tempo. Speed it up, it's on a chair, having a great time on cocaine. It's like... Too much. Slow it down. It's on a chair, having a great time at a Jewish wedding. It's like. It's too. If you don't like that, you're like nothing, mate. Honestly. Much better than the songs we have for gladiators nowadays. Ever seen a gladiator die before? No? Well, you can see this in films like Troy or 300 or even Gladiator. Anytime someone gets killed by a sword, they'll fall to their knees in slow motion. For some reason, this will happen. It'll be like this. Go. It's depressing. I find it very depressing. They say your life flashes before your eyes when you die. If I heard that whilst I was being killed to death in an arena with swords, I tell you what, I'd feel very glass half empty about the whole thing. You don't hear that in Casualty, do you? You don't get someone falling for a ladder in Bristol in slow motion like... Just a builder called Ted walking through a field, touching all the wheat with his fingers like... You gotta start off slow, but then you can get fun at the end. Take, for example, this classic scene, you'd be like... My name is Maximus Decimus Murilius, leader of the Northern armies, loyal to the true Emperor, Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance, in this life or the next. Are you not entertained? Yeah. So I don't want to end up like that guy. So what I've managed to do is I've managed to completely reinvent myself for this backstory. Now, if you've seen me live before, you know I like to incorporate a live keyboard into my performances. I think that's a great thing to do, a very fun thing for me to do. But I think for the purposes of this backstory, I think it's inappropriate and doesn't really suit the narrative. So I'm taking a big risk tonight, and I'm going to take a step away from playing the keyboard and a step towards playing the harp. I'm already very good at the harp, I will say that. When I first started learning the harp, everyone's like, it's actually a very complicated instrument, very difficult technique. I'm finding it very similar to playing the keyboard, I have to say. Very similar. Best thing about playing the harp is, of course, there's only ever one song you want to play on the harp. Do you know it's quite a famous song on the harp? It's called Looking Back into the Past. Do you know that song? Looking back, you don't... You know it. Wait, does everyone... Looking back into the past... You did... All right. I think it's one of those ones where you hear it and you remember it. So this is the Looking Back into the Past on the harp. So here we go. Looking back. Here. See? You're like, oh yeah, I do remember actually. Guaranteed that's the first time you've ever remembered something. Whilst hearing the sound of remembering something. You're welcome. Yeah. Hey man. Hard song to play, do you reckon? Hard song? Yeah, you're right. Very hard, one of the hardest ones. Because every time you start trying to practice that song, you get distracted by all the memories of your youth. You're like, oh, the van. Good memory. Good memory. Always a good memory when you hear that. Never a bad memory. It's like, you know when you're talking to someone and they're like, what did you get up to on the weekend? You're like, I went to IKEA. You can see it in their eyes. Can't you? You go, oh, wow. Furniture. And meatballs, what a shop. Never a bad memory. It's never your grandfather coming over to you being like, did I ever tell you about all my friends that died in the war? You're like, no. He goes, let me tell you about a time in which I killed a man with my bare hands. Here we go. What a day, what a war. Come on. You know? That is why you never get anyone who has PTSD learning the harp to try and forget. Never. Never. Especially with this harp. This harp's broken. You think it's bad on the way down? Try going up and getting past top C. It's this. What a shame. Ruins every single song I try and play on the harp. Here's a bit of the Snowman. Here we go. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. I tried Titanic, possibly even worse. There we go. Into that. The only song that does work, of course, is Bohemian Rhapsody. So this is the only song. You know what? This could be. We could maybe all do this together. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Yeah. Let's all sing together. Okay, here we go. So, okay. Mama. I said this would be fun if we all sang together. Get a bit of energy back in the room. Listen. I was told to do this bit because I was told that there's not a lot of joy in the show, given the fact that almost every joke is about killing someone. These are the bits of the show that you're gonna really gotta hold on to if you're not enjoying it. And I'm looking at you. There's a joke in about 10 minutes about Wallace and Gromit that's gonna turn this room into a real dark place. I don't like saying that joke anymore. I did that like 2 years ago and it's aged badly. But it's important to the show and I have to say it. When that happens, you'll be looking back at this like it was a fucking childhood holiday in Cornwall. How many of you have seen Queen live before? No? Well, this is as close as it's gonna fucking get. So just fucking stack it in. Here we go. Mama just killed a man, put a gun against this. Leave it there. Short and sweet, that's how I like it. Short and sweet. Yeah. So, can't do the musical anymore. We're going to do my backstory instead. I've reinvented myself, and yeah, I think we're about halfway through now, so we'll get on with the backstory. So here we go. So, halfway through then. Halfway through. All I'm saying is in a better show, we could be having Soleros right now. I was going to say, there's the interval, and I was going to come back in like this. Back off, like you'll be sitting down like that, and I was kind of coming like this. Okay. Yeah. Fucked it. I'm furious. You know what? I think I'm going to walk home like this, actually. Just to really disappoint all the local children, you know? Fuck the kids! Any parents in today? Give us a cheer. Any parents in today? Give us a cheer. Yeah, fuck your kids. Fuck your kids hard. You know what? It's weird because of all the things I've ever said, that is my catchphrase, which is a shame, isn't it? Try to put that on a mug. I think it's got quite a sinister tone, that song, isn't it? I think it's weird that parents, such as yourselves, you'll be in the park having a lovely time with your family, and you'll hear this in the trees, you'll be like... yeah. I'm going to send my kids towards that. Yeah. Go buy a treat from the creepiest looking vehicle I've seen in my whole entire life, yeah. Go buy a nice treat from a man in a bow tie who's having an actual breakdown. Yeah, good idea. Very creepy. Very creepy. If you heard this coming from your house, like your loft. You'd burn your entire house down, wouldn't you? For context, if you put this beneath it like this, try this. Listen to this. Incidentally, that is also the same music an ice cream truck man hears every time he closes his eyes. It's true. It's true. Next time you see an ice cream truck man, you'll watch him very closely. He'll be in the van, right? A little girl will come up to the van. She'll say, can I have a 99 flake? He said, of course you can. That'll be £4.50. Welcome to the politics section! Money's getting more, isn't it? End of the politics section. She'll come up to the van, she'll say, can I have an ice cream? She'll say, of course you can, little girl, of course you can. He'll hand her the ice cream, she'll say, thank you, ice cream truck man, have a lovely day. And he'll say, you're very welcome, you have a lovely day too, and careful as you go. Don't think about the murders. So I'll begin the backstory very quickly, very quickly. So, as I said, this is a backstory about Thailand, which is where I'm originally from, and I do actually love Thailand. I love everything about Thailand, the cuisine especially. Before I was a comedian, I used to have a day job in which I worked in Thai cuisine. It's quite a weird job. If you're not familiar with what I do, it's quite specific. What I do is I drive all up and down the country. Right, and then if I find like a really packed out Thai restaurant, I'll go into that restaurant, I'll find the general manager, and I'll sort of just stare at him like this, I'll be like... so that everyone in that restaurant thinks that I'm from a rival Thai restaurant. Not a big earner, but the only thing that calms me down, the only thing. Quickly, just before, so quickly before I do the backstory, there are just 3 quick warnings before I start. So the first warning is that there's any racists in, it's honestly best if you just leave at this point. The backstory is set in Asia, and that can be quite triggering if you are like a racist. And honestly, there's no judgment here. If you are a racist, I kind of respect you in a way. It's hard. It's a hard road out there. You know what I mean? Hard time to be So if you have a problem with no judgment. All you have to do is you just get up and go, and no judgment here. And I don't want any of you to judge because, I say this right. Not obviously not just to stop people from going to the toilet. But I'm an Asian. I'm going to be doing Asian things. I'm going to be saying Asian things. I'm going to be doing some pretty crazy Asian accents. It's what Asians are for. And there's some pretty rocky stories about racism. I remember the earliest time I ever got racially abused. I remember. So I had this friend called Mark, right? And we were best friends, and we were in a band together. And we had a fight, right? And he raised his voice and I raised my voice, and things kind of got out of hand. And basically, he called me a chink, right? And I don't really like using that word, but I think it's important to use that word, and it's important to say it for you guys to hear that word, because what happened next is something that I'll never forget. Because back then, right, I was so young, I didn't really realise that was a racial slur. But I had heard of the expression chink in the chain. So I thought Mark was I thought Mark was implying that I wasn't a team player. So I said to him, I grabbed him and I said, "Listen, Mark, I'm going to try harder for you. I'm going to be pulling my weight a little bit more in this whole thing. Because I love you. I love you as a brother. And you love me as a brother, and that's what brothers are for. And I won't let this band go down the toilet like everything else in my life. I'm going to stick with this, Mark, and you're going to stick with me, and that's what we're going to do." And then I grabbed Mark, I kissed him on the cheek, and I whispered in his ear and said, "It's just me and you, brother." Then I walked out of the room. And he was so confused, he never spoke to me ever again. So, that's sometimes how it goes. That's how it goes. Second warning about the show is there's going to be a lot of dream sequences. Do you like a dream sequence, man? Oh. A dream sequence. It's sort of a bit in a film where there's a dream. You like that bit? Like Inception. I guess the whole movie is a dream sequence. In a way, yeah. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. This is almost nothing like Inception. But I think it's very difficult to write a good dream sequence when your dreams are as mundane as mine. I have 4 recurrent mundane dreams every single night. The first recurrent mundane dream I have is I'm on a double-decker chocolate bar. So what I do is I go to the 24-hour shop where I live, I buy a double-decker chocolate bar, I go back to my flat, I eat the chocolate bar, and then I wake up. So what I do is I go to the 24-hour shop where I live, I buy a double-decker chocolate bar, go back to my flat, I eat the chocolate bar, then I've lived my dream. The second recurring mundane dream I have is I win a lifetime trip to Japan with my best friends, but it's just fine. To be fair to me, it's where I'm originally from, and I find it very boring. The third recurring mundane dream I have is I'm approached by both Wallace and Gromit, who finger then kill me. Don't look at me like that. I've told you about this bit. I'm the one in the dream every single goddamn day. Don't look at me like that. Looking at me. That doesn't even sound boring or mundane. That sounds terrifying and an absolute nightmare. Yeah, but what you don't know is that dream is actually being filmed in stop motion, so the whole thing takes months. And the fourth dream is the most mundane of all. It's just this song. It just goes on and on like this. And the minutes turn into days, and the days into weeks, and the weeks into months, and the months into years. And the years then into decades. And then I see my children die. And I see my grandchildren, they die too. And then I see my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. They're being fucked by busted. That's a bit of a shame, to be honest. That's a low point in the dream. And all the time it's just this song playing like this, just on and on like this, just going on forever like that. And then I realise I'm sleeping through my alarm. It's like... Yeah. Third warning about the backstory. A lot of profound messages. How's your life going, mate? It's going well? Fine. Yeah. Fine? Well then get out. Because this is going to change your entire goddamn life, I swear to God. But I think it's very important to have a profound message. It's everywhere these days. It's in our films, it's in our films, our TV shows, it's in our music, it's in our dance music. Not familiar with dance music? I'll take you through the structure of it. So the beginning of every popular dance song, there's a build-up, in which they talk about music, they talk about dancing, right? And that's fine. But there'll be like a 5-second pause in which the music will stop. They'll say something incredibly profound, and then the music will just continue on like nothing's ever happened. I'll show you what I mean. So it starts quite gentle like this. It's sort of like this. Okay. Cross on the dance floor, I'm feeling the beat, I'm feeling the music, I'm feeling the heat. The sound of the drums, yeah, is filling the floor. I see you walk through a toilet door, cross on the room, yeah, looking at me, looking at you, and my heart starts to beat. This room is on fire, she whispers to me, oh, how deep is your love? What the fuck is that? How deep is your love? I heard that in the middle of a popular dance song, and it sent me to an existential crisis. I almost crashed the fucking car, lads. Take the person you love the most. Like my mum, right? My mum loves me unconditionally. But if I went to my mum's house, deep in the heart of Korea, where I'm originally from, the jungles of Seoul, where I'm originally from, I went to her house and I said, Mum, how deep is your love for me? She would say, we are not that close, we don't really speak that often anymore. And how deep is your love is such a weird thing to say, such a profound thing to say, and yet had nothing to do with anything else gone on that song. But as long as it's profound, it fits a genre of popular dance music. You can put anything in there. You can be like, cross on the dance floor, you're looking at me, looking at you, and my heart starts to beat. This room is on fire, she whispers to me, what happens after we die? Come on. Just got it, says, come on now. Let me hear ya. Would you torture to say someone you love? Come on now. Oh, they've got your mum. I think the only thing worse than hearing dance music on the radio is, of course, watching dance music live at a festival. Has anyone here seen a DJ perform live before? Yeah? Why have you seen a DJ perform live before? A waste of time, right? Because if you see a band at a festival, totally get it, understand completely, right? Because there'll be a drummer there, the drummer will be this and that. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's fantastic, yeah. There'll be guitarists there, they'll be doing this again. Calabunga, you know? See a DJ perform live, it's like watching someone just stand next to a table for a bit. Here's my impression of a DJ performing live, here we go. Right, John, right up please, here we go. Here we go, here we go. Here he comes. Wait for it, here he comes. Here we go. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes, wait for it, here he comes. Here he comes, wait for it, here he comes. Some of this, some of this. Bring it back up again, baby, there we go. Here he comes, all right, here he comes. Here he comes, wait for it, here he comes. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Yeah, well, wait for it, here it comes. Some of this? I don't know. All right, here he goes. Okay. Here he goes. All right, here we go. Shh. Here he comes, wait for it, here he comes. Shh. Shh. Here he comes, wait for it, here he comes. Shut up, wait for it, here it comes. Here it comes. All right. Yeah, a fucking hour. Can't see anything. Can't see anything. Can't see the hands, can't see the table. All I can see is the head, shoulders, knees and toes. My best friend Mark, he used to be a DJ. You couldn't do what he was doing when he was doing it. Half the time he was DJing, half the time he would just find something in a bag. Just like, how deep is this bag? Come on. I think the only way to be a long-term successful DJ is to wear a space helmet and then just get someone else to DJ for you. That's the only way I would do it. I doubt that Daft Punk have attended one of their gigs in the last 10 years, I'd say that. You know? For example, right, one of the members of Daft Punk left Daft Punk, moved to Malaysia, where I'm originally from, started a family, moved back here, left his son in Malaysia, right? Became Daft Punk, and none of you even noticed. Yeah, I love Adele, you love Adele, we all love Adele. But let's be very clear, if Adele was too poorly to perform, you couldn't just stick someone else on stage in a space helmet. That wouldn't do. Like if someone came on and was like, hello, it's me. You'd be like, is it? I will be clear with you, and I was kind of hoping that you'd clap, and that it's too late now. No, it's too late now, and this is your fault, but we're going to be doing head, shoulders, knees and toes again to get the energy back in the room. And we're going to be doing my version this time. It's head, shoulders, knees and toes, but with an extra verse, right? So it's a normal head, shoulders, knees and toes, and then another verse in which we do every other single part in the body. As it should be. So it's head, shoulders, knees and toes song, and then another verse with all the different body parts in it, as it should be. Please join in if you know the words. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Eyes and ears. Mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Groin, forearm, hip and skin, calf and wrist. Heart, liver, bones and brains, ribs and veins and lungs and throat and kidney stones and the tiny voice that tells you not to kill. So, very important, the tiny voice that tells you not to kill. Without the tiny voice that tells you not to kill, you'd already all be dead. Without the tiny voice that tells you not to kill, that song is just an itinerary. For a murderer. So what? I'll do that again, right? Without the tiny voice that tells you not to kill, and you'll slowly start to hear the song turn into a song about two murderers. So here we go, here goes. Groin, forearm, hip and skin, calf and wrist, heart, liver, bones and brains, ribs and veins and lungs and throat and kidney stones and the... So we'll begin the backstory very soon. You've got to sign NDAs. NDAs, you've got to sign NDAs. You know what, non-disclosure agreement? You've got to sign NDAs. So basically, the backstory, I pitched this at Radio 4, and they were like, so they bought the rights to the backstory. So basically, you're not allowed to tell anyone what happens in it until it gets released. Which is great. And I'm stoked about the Radio 4 drama, but I'm more stoked at the fact that they were like, you can write your own theme music, because that's basically all I wanted, to write my own theme music. And I was going through the keyboard, trying to find, you know, like a sort of a Singaporean song, you know, where I'm originally from. And I stumbled across this sort of noise when check it out, pump it up, John. Found this, what do you think? What do you think? Just found that in the keyboard. Do you like it? A couple of people. Some people like it. I will say, I will just keep playing it until you like it. I don't... Strange, isn't it? I've thought about this every single day for 2 years. What's it doing in the keyboard? What's it doing in there? To give you context, they recorded that at Yamaha. In the booth. They went, oh boys, we've done the organs and we've done the accordion and the guitar and the saxophone and the synth and the percussion and the flutes. What should we got one slot left, what should we put in? Should we put in? Yeah. Just in case. Just in case we need that in the orchestra. What do you reckon that sound is? So I looked it up in the instruction manual. It's got all the sounds listed on there. What do you think that's listed as? What do you think it might be? Any guesses? Evil. Good guess. More specific though. You're on the right track though.
Maniacal laugh?
Maniacal laugh. Good. More specific.
Joker?
Sorry? Joker? No. Evil man. He's an evil man. It is a person though. You're on the right track. Even eviler than the Joker, if it's possible. Love that film. Sorry? Boris Johnson. Political again. You should have been here earlier, during the political section, please, honestly. He's the reason that the ice creams are so expensive. That's what I heard. Anyone, more guesses? Okay. And that's the end of the show, guys. No, not a pervert. Okay, well, I feel you'll kick yourselves. You're not going to get it. It's actually an ice cream truck man. There he is again, rising. His evil head rearing up. What's even stranger, and I will say this, I've not programmed this keyboard in any way. This has come with the keyboard. Right, this one. One semitone up. Coincidence? I think not. Another semitone here. That's a shotgun, lads. That's a shotgun. Another one here. Heartbeat. Another one. Little footstep. And what's actually interesting about that, if you reverse that and you close your eyes, you got yourself a very tasty Radio 4 drama about an ice cream truck man serial killer. So here we go. Only one person in the entire room with their eyes closed. Unbelievable. I'll tell you what, this is, by a long shot, the worst crowd I've ever played to in my entire life. You don't sing when I tell you to sing. You don't close your eyes when clearly you're struggling. Close your goddamn eyes. You're just sitting there looking at me. That is mad. Don't try and get away. You're looking at me. I'm fucking sick of this crowd. I will. You know what, John? I turn the lights out. I'm sick of looking at them. Turn the lights out. Don't clap. What do you mean? I don't turn that. I can't. I can still see them. What are all these lights doing? That? Put these candles out too. Turn them all out. Turn them upside down. Turn them out. I will have my joke. Yeah, turn them on. Turn it upside down. Listen, you're a smart crowd. There we are. Cool. Brilliant. So this is a Radio 4 drama about an ice cream truck man serial killer. Here we go. So it's this. Let me just. I can't find it. John, can I get the lights just for one quick second here? John? Oh, that's working again. Oh, it just needs to be louder, I think. Can you hear that, guys? Yeah, cool. Turn the lights out. All right, here we go. Ice cream truck man serial killer. Here we go. All right, here we go. There we are. Cool. Brilliant. Right, so we've done. So we're not doing the musical. We're doing the backstory. Reinvented myself. Done the 3 warnings. Done the NDA. Yeah, I think we're almost ready to begin the show. I think. So let me just hang on. Let me just see how much time we've got left. Hang on. The venue shuts in 5 minutes. Tell you what, I think the best thing to do at this point would just be to wait in the dark until it finishes. I think I prefer it that way, you know. I guess the message of the show is don't trust anyone, especially if they're in a van. I'd say, maybe I'm just saying, the next time you meet someone, just be careful. You don't know who they could be. Take me, for example. You've been with me for an hour, and you've learned absolutely nothing. All you know is that I had a best friend who used to be a DJ, and I reinvented myself. And yes, I've been stalling for about 55 minutes. And yes, I do think it's a nice surprise at the end of the show. There's a payoff. You don't even know you're watching Daft Punk until the beat kicks in.
Welcome to this Tudor wedding, I'm Daft Monk. We have gathered here today with Lancastrians to celebrate this wedding with some folks from York. It's a Tudor resolution to the 100 Years' War. We just currently honed at the War of the Roses. Yeah, it's not very funny, but at least we are learning. Welcome to this Tudor wedding in a church. There are nibbles and drinks around the church, 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 around the church. Welcome to this Tudor wedding. I'm Daft Punk. 17 years ago since I left Daft Punk. No longer best friends, cause Daft Punk is daft. Yeah, Daft Punk is a racist and his name is Mark. But Mark won't spoil this beautiful wedding. It's a Lord's Day of rest and there'll be no beheadings. The husband and the wife will be up all night. Yeah, they'll be up all night, but they'll be keeping it holy. Yeah, they're up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get up all night. Up all night to get holy. Up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get holy. We're now in the build-up of this dance song, so thank you for coming. You've waited so long to hear my exhausting backstory. 'Cause I'm different to you, and you're different to me. And I am an Asian, ask me where I'm from. I'll be so profound in the gap of this song. I'll tell you a sad Asian backstory. Would it be easy for you to grow up in a country with no home, no money? Would it be easy for you to raise your entire family from the age of 12 after your dad left you for a better life in a faraway country? Satisfied? Feeling sorry for me? Well, don't feel sorry for me. Then don't say sorry to me. Say sorry to my son that I've left in Malaysia. Hit it! Praising better, pray better, do it faster, makes the song more praising and forever under. Our worship's never over.